Chapter 15:15. In the territory of the soul-chasing demons, there was a huge cave where gray fog was constantly surging. Waves of ghostly wails and cries could be heard, causing one's hair to stand on end. There were countless invisible soul-chasing demons floating around nearby. They were guarding this place like guards, and at the same time, there were dozens of ghost beasts resting nearby. Everyone only knew about the existence of the soul-chasing demons, but they didn't know that these soul-chasing demons and ghost beasts were existences that lived in the same domain. There was some kind of divine object that was rather useful for soul power nearby, and this divine object was also in this huge cave. It was quite beneficial to these two creatures. However, there were the most powerful soul-chasing demons and the most powerful ghost beasts guarding it, and not anyone could approach it. They were also the most powerful existences here, and could control anything within a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers. Previously, Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga were pulled down by them and forced to stay here. As for the few holy beasts of Ling Chen and the others, they could make them stay if they wanted to, but they didn't pay attention to them. Now that Ling Xiao was fighting the ghost beast prince, they were all paying attention to it. Ling Xiao was naturally unaware. With his strength, he still couldn't detect existences of that level. He was currently fighting the ghost beast prince, and he was having a great time. Other than being fast and having a strong physical body, the ghost beast prince didn't have any elemental attacks, so the danger it posed to him was much lower. Furthermore, its soul power attacks didn't have any effect on him, which allowed Ling Xiao to deal with it. His combat strength had increased by 70 times, and the power he unleashed was extremely terrifying, close to that of a mid-stage supremacy. The more Ling Xiao fought, the more excited he became, while the ghost beast prince became less and less confident. As Ling Xiao's powerful moves became more and more difficult to deal with, it also felt a strange power corroding its life force, making it extremely uncomfortable. Whoosh! It let out a cry and made a feint toward Ling Xiao. It actually stopped fighting with Ling Xiao and directly rushed down the mountain below. Ling Xiao shouted, "You want to escape? No way." Ling Xiao displayed the power of the origin of the universe. Various types of attacks enveloped the ghost beast prince, wreaking havoc on its body. Even if its body was incomparably sturdy, it would still suffer greatly under all these attacks. When the ghost beasts saw that their prince was injured, they all screamed and rushed towards Ling Xiao. At this moment, Dragon Fifth, who had been watching the battle from the sidelines, immediately joined the fray. He displayed the might of an overlord as a beast king. With a shake of his dragon body, the ghost beasts were smashed into pieces. The ghost beast prince didn't have anyone to help him, so he was completely overwhelmed by Ling Xiao. His body was bleeding profusely. It screamed and screamed. It seemed to be in great pain. "Submit to me," Ling Xiao said to the ghost beast prince faintly. Compared to holy beasts of the same level, the ghost beast prince's combat strength was not too strong, but its speed was enough to make up for everything. Moreover, its soul power attack was what Ling Xiao was interested in. It was the best choice to deal with his enemy. "Hey you! Don't even think about it, human!" The ghost beast prince roared. It kept struggling, wanting to break free from Ling Xiao's origin of the universe, but it was not that easy. "Looks like you want to die." Ling Xiao laughed coldly and continued to increase his attack power. At this moment, in the dark cave under the mountain, an extremely terrifying giant hoof appeared. This giant hoof was an invisible existence. It was condensed from soul power, and ordinary people could not detect it at all. It was as if it had stepped down from the sky, possessing an unparalleled terrifying power. By the time Ling Xiao sensed it, it was already too late. Bang! Ling Xiao was smashed down from the sky by the giant hoof that seemed to be smashing down from the sky. The ghost beast prince got rid of it and quickly fled down, not daring to challenge Ling Xiao again. On the other side, Dragon Fifth was also bound by another powerful invisible force, making it impossible for him to kill the other ghost beasts. Dragon Fifth was completely agitated and stimulated his 100-fold combat power. The terrifying power directly broke free from this powerful binding force. His dragon body tumbled high in the sky, causing spatial turbulence to appear and flash constantly. Many golden rays of energy flattened the mountains below. At the same time, he quickly rushed towards the place where Ling Xiao fell. He could not let anything happen to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was trampled on and smashed into a mountain, his body fiercely collapsing most of the mountain. His body was deeply embedded into the mountain, and his divine body cracked. He had turned into a golden-blooded man. Ling Xiao endured the pain of this cracking and smiled bitterly, murmuring, There really is an even more powerful existence in here. Otherwise no one would have dared to set foot here for so many years. When Ling Xiao arrived at this place, he could sense a very strong soul power fluctuation in this place. Today his god body was smashed, which proved his assumption was correct. Soul power attacks could not only attack the knowledge sea of others, but they could also be condensed to make various attacks. Those low-level soul-chasing demons only knew how to use a single soul-chasing needle attack, while those high-level soul-chasing demons and ghost beasts could make different kinds of condensed attacks. That shadowless giant hoof just now was obviously a soul power attack from a stronger ghost beast. It should have the strength of a high-rank 11th rank. Otherwise it was absolutely impossible for it to use such a powerful soul power attack. This was something he could deduce from his earlier battle with the Ghost Beast Prince. The Ghost Beast Prince's soul energy consolidated form attack was something he could still withstand. Ling Xiao quickly repaired his body, and at the same time, he was thinking about how to deal with the next situation. The hidden powerful existence was so terrifying. It would not be easy for him to challenge the other party. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop could only make him immortal, but it would not be easy for it to deal with such a powerful existence. Fortunately, he still had Dragon Fifth on his side. If Dragon Fifth used his source power, he believed it would be enough to wreak havoc here. But what kind of peace would he gain by doing so? At this time, Dragon Fifth had forcibly destroyed the nearby mountains, and he came in front of Ling Xiao and asked, "You won't die, right?" Dragon Fifth was the royal uncle of the Dragon Clan, after all. He treated Ling Xiao as an equal, but he was always a little arrogant. He wasn't like the 13th prince, who called Ling Xiao boss. Ling Xiao smiled, and he recovered the last bit of his injuries, walked out, and shook his head. "I can still take it." In the end, soul power attacks weren't as strong as tangible attacks. The only reason he was injured was because he had collided with the mountain. If not for the mountain's momentum, his divine body wouldn't have exploded. Soul power attacks and elemental attacks had their own advantages, and they could not be discussed as one. "That's good. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to my brother," Dragon Fifth replied. Ling Xiao smiled and did not reply, but he sensed that there were many soul-chasing demons rushing towards him. Perhaps they thought that Ling Xiao had been trampled to death, and wanted to take the opportunity to scrape off Ling Xiao's divine soul. However, they were destined to come back shorn, and Ling Xiao did not hesitate to absorb them. Unfortunately, there were no soul-chasing demons that were strong enough. Otherwise, he could have tried to increase his god soul, which would have given him more confidence and protection. When Ling Xiao had absorbed less than 100 low-level soul-chasing demons, a flow of powerful soul power appeared again, and another giant hoof stomped on him. Nobody could see this hoof. Even incipient God Realm experts couldn't sense it. Only warriors like Ling Xiao, who cultivated soul power, could sense it through the fluctuation of soul power. Just like Dragon Fifth, a god beast of this level was unable to sense the descent of this terrifying soul force. Ling Xiao called Dragon Fifth anxiously, "Dragon Fifth, run. Those attacks are coming again." Then he took the initiative to run away. Dragon Fifth didn't know what was going on, so he had to run away with Ling Xiao. However, this giant hoof chased after Ling Xiao as if it wouldn't be satisfied until Ling Xiao was trampled to death. After running for a while, Ling Xiao shouted, "Don't think that I can't do anything to you. Take this." Ling Xiao finally counterattacked. He shot out fiery fists that were as bright as the sun, attacking the giant hoof. The heavenly fire was the nemesis of monsters, and it was also the nemesis of souls. This kind of soul power attack could penetrate all kinds of attacks, but Ling Xiao could sense its existence, and the heavenly fire could completely incinerate this soul power. Rumble. The powerful fiery attack completely destroyed the shadowless soul power. Ling Xiao's attack succeeded, and he was thrilled. He knew that the heaven flame had helped him get out of danger one more time. If it were another kind of attack, even if he could sense the existence of the soul power, He couldn't destroy it. Ling Xiao stopped and sneered. Dragon Fifth, why don't you come with me to raid their nest? After that, he jumped on Dragon Fifth's back, and once again returned to the territory of the soul-chasing demon and the ghost beast. Since the opponent's soul power couldn't hurt him, of course, he wanted to challenge them and absorb more soul power to advance his god soul. As for the ghost beast, it would depend on the situation. However, before Ling Xiao could come close, two flows of powerful soul power gushed out. One was the giant hoof attack, which was much stronger than the previous one. The other was a palm-sized soul attack, which shrouded Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth at the same time. Ling Xiao felt his hair stand on end when he saw the two flows of formidable soul power. These two flows of formidable soul power could kill a mid-level incipient God Realm expert in a second. Even a high-level incipient God Realm expert wouldn't be able to resist them. Ling Xiao had to use all of his power to resist these two terrifying attacks. Chapter 15-16. In order to deal with these two soul power attacks, Ling Xiao could only use a two-pronged approach. He was afraid that the attack of heavenly fire alone would not be able to deal with these powers. A powerful suction force erupted from Ling Xiao's divine soul. He wanted to absorb these soul power attacks into the divine dragon phoenix hoop so that he could benefit from it. He wanted to weaken these soul power attacks so that his fiery fists could destroy them all. The dragon phoenix divine hoop was worthy of being a top ancient divine artifact. Under the command of Ling Xiao's divine soul, the powerful suction it burst out was really powerful. In an instant, most of the power of these soul power attacks was drawn out, and the rest was blown up by Ling Xiao's Nine Suns heaven-burning fist. What kind of power is this? Even I can't sense it. Dragon Fifth said with a very sullen tone. He was the dignified royal uncle of the dragons, one of the most powerful mythological beast clans in the world. Unexpectedly, he couldn't know the existence of those attacks, and couldn't help Ling Xiao in any way. Naturally, he was very angry. The crisis had been resolved, but Ling Xiao had returned to the territory of the soul-chasing demon again, and directly fell towards the place where the soul power fluctuations were. He didn't dare to go to the place where the soul power fluctuations were the strongest. He knew that it was the most dangerous place, and he had to think carefully. He felt that he should first absorb these hiding soul-chasing demons in the periphery, and then find a place to refine them. These soul-chasing demons were hiding in some rocks, trees, and bushes, and ordinary people basically couldn't find them. Ling Xiao had green pupils and could sense the soul power fluctuations. Naturally, he could find them one by one. Ling Xiao seemed to have become ruthless. He did not care about the powerful existence in the depths, and happily devoured all of the thousands of soul-chasing demons in the vicinity. Those soul-type holy grass and divine grass were all harvested by him. Ling Xiao only felt that the storage in his sea of consciousness was getting thicker and thicker. The soul power was already a lot, but he always felt that it was not enough. More, I have to find more. Ling Xiao was like a cheetah pouncing on its prey, constantly wandering around the nearby mountains, looking for more soul-chasing demons to absorb. However, the soul-chasing demons seemed to have received some sort of summons, and all of them actually flew towards the area with the densest soul power undulations, allowing Ling Xiao to capture a portion of the low-grade soul-chasing demons. Ling Xiao couldn't catch much now even if he wanted to, which made him quite depressed. If he wanted to refine that bit of soul power that he had saved up, even though it might allow him to advance, it definitely wouldn't give him a feeling of absolute certainty. Ling Xiao had no choice but to carefully consider whether he should continue forward and head towards the place with the densest soul power undulations. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop couldn't eliminate all soul power. If there was an even more powerful existence in that place, he would be dead if his defenses were breached. But his goal for coming here was to obtain more soul power. As long as he accumulated a little more, he could leave satisfied and no longer be entangled here. Damn it, what's there to be afraid of? At worst, I'll burn the soul-chasing demons and ghost beasts again. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and prepared to continue forward. This was related to the advancement of his divine soul. He absolutely couldn't shrink back. However, he hadn't taken a few steps when two shadows appeared in front of him. These were impressively two ghost beasts. One of them Ling Xiao recognized. It was the ghost beast prince that he had fought with before. There was a black hair on its neck that was burned off by him. The other ghost beast appeared to be much stronger, and the soul power on its horn was constantly revolving, appearing incomparably dense and powerful. The ghost beast prince was half a body behind it, and it also didn't seem to have the lofty status of the other ghost beast. This ghost spirit beast was the true king of this place, a powerful existence of the 11th step. And previously, when Ling Xiao was repeatedly trampled by the giant hoof prince, it was also the masterpiece of this ghost beast king. Dragon Fifth glared at the ghost beast king, then said to Ling Xiao, "It's very strong, come behind me." "Don't worry, I don't think they're disgusting," Ling Xiao said with a wave of his hand. The two ghost beasts came to a distance of 500 meters from Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth, and the ghost beast king said faintly, "Human, we've already allowed you to leave. What else do you want? Just now, you stomped on them to your heart's content, and now you're saying that we're allowed to leave? You guys make it sound so easy." Ling Xiao refuted with a faint smile. They appeared here but did not immediately launch an attack, presumably because they had their own considerations. No matter what their intentions were, Ling Xiao had to properly deal with them and see what benefits he could reap. Before the ghost beast king could speak, the ghost beast prince screamed, "Do you think we're afraid of you? As long as our king gives the order, our army will flatten you immediately." As soon as it finished speaking, many ghost beasts appeared in the surroundings. Several of them had reached the 11th rank, while the rest were between the 10th and 9th rank. There were hundreds of them. At the same time, there were many soul-chasing demons surrounding them. Some of them were at level 11, and their soul power was tremendous. This made Ling Xiao's eyes redden. This kind of soul-chasing demon was enough to kill any incipient God realm expert in a second. Even if they couldn't kill them instantly, they could swallow their god souls. However, Ling Xiao could feel that the strongest soul-chasing demon wasn't here. It should still be in the area with the strong energy fluctuations. Roar! Do you want to scare us? Before Ling Xiao could speak, Dragon Fifth shouted in fear. His powerful dragon power sparkled with a dazzling gold light, which made all the beasts fear and submit to it. The ghost beasts around them were no exception. They almost wanted to kneel down. Only the ghost beasts at level 11 and above could not be affected by the dragon power. The ghost beast king roared, telling his people that they didn't need to be afraid of the true dragon's power. After all, it was the king of beasts here. "Dragon King, this is our territory. Don't even think about showing off." The ghost beast king stomped its front hooves, angrily staring at Dragon Fifth. It was stronger than Dragon Fifth, so it wasn't afraid of him. However, it knew that the true dragon clan couldn't be judged by common sense. If they fought, it wasn't sure that it would have the upper hand. However, in front of its people, it couldn't afford to be weak. As soon as it finished speaking, the nearby ghost beasts all roared in unison, as if they wanted to defend their king's dignity. Dragon Fifth roared again. He couldn't stand these low-level races provoking his dragon power. He wanted to teach them a lesson. At this time, Ling Xiao said, "Do you think that I can't do anything to you just because this is your territory? Then I'll completely destroy this place. Let's see if you still dare to be arrogant." After saying that, he summoned the heavenly fire pearl, and made it turn into a firebird that circled in the sky and screeched. A level 11 firebird's flame power was terrifying. It was the nemesis of these soul beasts and soul beasts. Previously, the blood-fierce demon could use the incomparably dense baleful death chi to suppress the heavenly fire, but how could these ghost beasts and soul-chasing demons suppress such a high-level heavenly fire? Bang bang! The firebird circled around and the area within a radius of several thousand meters immediately burst into flames. The flames illuminated the area red, and the temperature instantly rose. Those ghost beasts were shocked and immediately fled far away. Those high-level soul-chasing demon beasts were the fastest to escape. Some of the low-level soul-chasing demon beasts were touched by the fire, and were immediately incinerated. The Ghost Soul Beast King and the Ghost Soul Beast Prince both leapt into the air, hissing nonstop, but there was nothing they could do. How could their soul power extinguish the fire? They didn't have any elemental power to use, and it was difficult to use the black hole created by their soul power to transfer the fire away. Ling Xiao also knew that enough was enough. He let the firebird return to his side. He really didn't want this place to be destroyed. If I want to leave this place, I can do it at any time. If I want to destroy this place, I can do it at any time. What do you think? Ling Xiao leapt up and looked at them with a wicked expression. The Ghost Beast King finally revealed a change in expression. If it were any other human, it could use soul power to kill them or use brute force to trample them to death. However, the human in front of it not only had the true dragon protection, but could also defend against soul power attacks. He also had the heavenly fire that could restrain them. It was simply helpless. What do you want? The Ghost Beast King roared angrily. Hee, I don't want to do anything. Let the prince beside you accompany me to walk around. Also, find me some divine items that can increase my soul power, and we'll leave immediately. How about it? Ling Xiao laughed. From the looks of it, he had grasped the weakness of these ghost beasts. He could take advantage of this opportunity to reap some benefits. Impossible. How can our prince follow you? The Ghost Beast King shouted angrily. This prince was the future successor of their race. How could they let him follow this human? I'll bring him around. It'll be beneficial for his growth. In the future, I can also let him return here. Look at Uncle Dragon, isn't he also following by my side? This way he can increase his experience and knowledge. What's the use of always staying in one place? Ling Xiao persuaded. No matter what you say, we won't agree. The Ghost Soul Beast King refused. Then it said, we can let you pick any divine grass here. This is the biggest concession we can make. It's easy for me to pick the divine herbs here. Do you think you can do anything to me? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Then he said, if you don't agree, I'll immediately let it burn your place down. I believe you won't mind, right? As Ling Xiao spoke, he pointed to a place not far away that was shrouded in black fog, and had an extremely powerful soul power fluctuation. He was sure that there was definitely an amazing soul power divine item there. He really wanted to go and investigate. How dare you? The Ghost Soul Beast King shouted angrily. It really wanted to rush up and trample Ling Xiao to death. However, the true dragon was protecting him, which made it quite depressed. At this moment, the Ghost Beast Prince said, what benefits do I get from following you? Chapter 15-17. Ling Xiao was stunned. He didn't expect the Ghost Beast Prince to take the initiative to ask. This was a prelude to proving that there was a chance. Of course there are many benefits. Other than what I said just now, you can travel all over the world and see all the living beings in the world. You can also have many beast cores to swallow and advance. Maybe you can surpass the king beside you very soon. How about following me? I won't sign a contract with you. If you want to come back here, I can let you come back anytime. Ling Xiao said in an even more enticing tone. The Ghost Beast King was not having it. It stared at the prince and said, humans have been extremely cunning since ancient times. Don't fall for his tricks. At this time, Dragon Fifth also spoke up for Ling Xiao. Do you think I will fall for his tricks? He is the human emperor born from the heavens. If you follow him, there will only be benefits. There are no disadvantages. Then it said to Ling Xiao, call out the Fire Qilin Prince as well. Otherwise, they won't believe you. Ling Xiao nodded. Then summoned the prodigal and let him return to his true form. The prodigal was a little lower in level compared to them, but the power of the divine beast did not seem to be weak. Moreover, the power of the flames was also extraordinary. Boss, do you want me to destroy them? The prodigal growled at the Ghost Beast King, then asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao patted the prodigal's body and said, we'll talk about this later. Let's see if they know what's good for them first. Then he looked at the Ghost Beast King and the prince and said, this is the prince of the Fire Qilin race. He and I are brothers. I will never mistreat him. As long as you follow me, I will not mistreat you either. This time, the prodigal was a little unhappy and said, boss, what's so good about these black things? Wouldn't it be better if I found you a few more powerful ones? The Ghost Beast King was unhappy. Hey, say that again if you dare. Just say it. What's the big deal? You are an abandoned race. You don't even have the power of Tenbin. You are the weakest among all the races. The prodigal said arrogantly. I'll stomp you to death. The Ghost Beast King could not stand others insulting its race and finally went crazy. Like a gust of wind, it appeared in front of the prodigal in the blink of an eye and stomped heavily on him. Fortunately, Dragon Fifth, who was at the side, was also on guard. He swung his tail and swept it towards the Ghost Beast King. If he continued to step on Ling Xiao, he would have to eat Dragon Fifth's tail. That would be a great loss. The Ghost Soul Beast King was extremely fast. In an instant, it leaped up and dodged Dragon Fifth's attack. At the same time, its giant hoof shadow continued to stomp down. Dragon Fifth was already in front of him, blocking the Ghost Beast King's attack. The Ghost Beast King's huge body had actually been stomped into the ground. The Ghost Beast King was as fast as lightning. Dragon Fifth could not bite it immediately. Instead, it stomped on him a few times, causing it to roar in anger. The Ghost Soul Beast King was as fast as lightning, and Dragon Fifth could not bite it in time. Instead, it stomped on him a few times, causing it to roar in anger. At this time, Ling Xiao shouted, "Ghost Beast King, if you continue to be arrogant, I will immediately burn your nest down." As Ling Xiao said this, the Firebird released a terrifying firepower. Many fire feathers shot out in all directions. The fire instantly burned half the sky, scaring the ghost beasts into scattering. What they were most afraid of was the power of the heavenly fire. No matter how high their level was, they did not want to come into contact with the heavenly fire. Otherwise, they would not be able to get rid of the fire. That would be a dead end. What they feared the most was the power of the origin heavenly flame. No matter how high their level was, they did not want to touch even the slightest bit of the origin heavenly flame. Otherwise, they would not be able to get rid of the flames and die. The Ghost Soul Beast King felt the burning of the heavenly fire and immediately retreated, no longer entangled with Dragon Fifth. However, Dragon Fifth refused to budge. He finally took out the Dragon Pearl, and a terrifying power exploded in the area. The boundless dragon's might was vast and mighty, and its power was close to the power of a Stage 11 expert. The Ghost Soul Beast King finally revealed a panicked expression. If Ling Xiao's heavenly fire and Dragon Fifth wanted to destroy their territory, they wouldn't be able to stop them. What should they do? "Stop, human. I'm willing to follow you," the Ghost Beast Prince shouted. Previously, it had asked Ling Xiao what benefits it would bring him because it wanted to explore the outside world with Ling Xiao. At their level, their intelligence was not much different from that of humans. They were very curious about many things they did not know. He was also very interested in Ling Xiao. His previous battle with Ling Xiao had made him feel very refreshed. Ling Xiao was accompanied by a true dragon mythological beast. Even if he followed Ling Xiao, it wouldn't be a loss of face for him as the prince of the Ghost Beast clan. Now that it saw Ling Xiao summon the Fire Qilin clan's prince, it was even more tempted. Those who could be recognized by the Qilin clan had to have great luck to be qualified. Therefore, it believed what Dragon Fifth had said. The human in front of it should have a unique side. The most important thing was that this human also had a very powerful soul power Tenbin, which was very similar to the Ghost Soul Beast clan. This was the reason why it was willing to follow him. The current situation was extremely dangerous. If the human in front of them allowed the heavenly fire to destroy their clan's land, it would definitely be difficult for them to accept. It was better to just leave with this human. In any case, he had said that he could bring it back here at any time. It was unknown if Ling Xiao did not hear it on purpose or if he regretted it, but he did not reply. The Firebird continued to burn in all directions, causing the territory of the Ghost Soul clan and the soul-chasing demon to be on fire. Meanwhile, Dragon Fifth had forced the Ghost Beast King into a sorry state. After all, the Ghost Soul Beast King did not have any elemental power, and its soul power was simply unable to do anything to Dragon Fifth. Furthermore, when Dragon Fifth spat out the Dragon Pearl, its power would definitely be extremely terrifying. Whether it was in terms of physical body or strength, Dragon Fifth had surpassed the Ghost Beast King. Furthermore, his speed had also increased greatly. In such a situation, how could the Ghost Beast King have any chance of winning? The Ghost Beast King's body had been severely injured by Dragon Fifth's metal attribute power, and its counterattack against Dragon Fifth was completely useless. It was unable to injure Dragon Fifth at all. The dragon's might was vast, and its battle prowess was like the heavens. Dragons were the most powerful race in the world. They were the favored children of the heavens. Their unique advantage was definitely not something that any holy beast could challenge. The Ghost Beast Prince became more and more anxious. It said to Ling Xiao again, "Human, quickly stop. I am willing to submit to you, as long as you are willing to let my king and my other races go." The fire had already burned everything in the vicinity. If this continued, this place would definitely be destroyed. No matter what the reason was, the Ghost Beast Prince had no choice but to lower its proud head like Ling Xiao, who said that beasts had no feelings. For beasts like them, the more intelligent they were, the more emotions they had. Ling Xiao felt the sincerity of the Ghost Beast Prince and felt that it was about time. He did not really have any intention of destroying this place. "All of you stop!" Ling Xiao shouted at Dragon Fifth and the Firebird. As his voice rang out, Dragon Fifth roared angrily with some unwillingness. He let the Ghost Beast King go, and the Firebird also stopped its fire plume attack. Ling Xiao gestured to the Firebird again, and it absorbed all of its flames. At this time, he looked at the Ghost Beast King. It had already been tortured by Dragon Fifth to the point that its flesh was bleeding profusely. It looked very pathetic. On the other hand, Dragon Fifth's momentum had plummeted. The Dragon Pearl was where his power was, and every attack had a great amplification effect. Naturally, the consumption was very high. "Can we have a good talk now?" Ling Xiao said firmly. The Ghost Soul Beast King coldly roared with unwillingness, then looked at the prince and said, "You decide for yourself, but you must not let other beasts look down on our race." "Oh, don't worry, King. I will definitely not weaken the prestige of my race," the Ghost Beast Prince replied seriously. The Ghost Beast King roared at the sky, and the nearby Ghost Beasts also roared in unison, as if they were all sending the Ghost Beast Prince off. The Ghost Beast Prince also roared a few times, then rushed over. After rubbing his body with the Ghost Beast King, he came to Ling Xiao's side and said, "Master, I will follow you from now on. I hope that you will give me a chance to return to my race in the future." Ling Xiao smiled happily, then went forward and caressed the Ghost Beast Prince's forehead. He said, "Don't worry, I said that I will not treat you badly. When you get tired of following me, I will let you return here." "Thank you, Master," the Ghost Beast Prince replied. Ling Xiao said, "From now on, you can call me boss like the prodigal. I will call you Ghost Beast. Accompany me to explore the world, so that you can become a stronger existence one day." The Ghost Beast Prince rubbed his forehead against Ling Xiao, then roared. This was his acknowledgement of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was very excited. He had finally subdued a ghost beast, and it was a Ghost Beast Prince, an existence at the intermediate stage of the 11th rank. With its soul power attack, it was definitely enough to make people tremble in fear. However, when he was outside, he definitely could not let the Ghost Beast Prince show its true form. Otherwise, it would definitely invite a fatal disaster. Of course, there was no need to do so when facing an opponent that was not a threat. Now that Ling Xiao had the Ghost Beast Prince as his follower, everything else would be easy. With Ling Xiao's trickery, he told the Ghost Beast King that he was already a friend of their race. No matter what, he had to give him some special gifts. Otherwise, it would not be enough. The Ghost Beast King could not refuse, so he allowed Ling Xiao to go not far from the place where the soul power fluctuation was strong. He let Ling Xiao choose some soul-type divine grass nearby. Ling Xiao looked at the Ghost Beast grass that grew here, and was so excited that he almost jumped up. These spiritual grasses couldn't be compared to the spiritual grasses he had encountered in the periphery. These spiritual grasses had a great strengthening effect on the soul, and could also expand one's knowledge by several times. They were spiritual grasses that any cultivator would love to obtain. After all, the strength of the soul also greatly affected a martial artist's cultivation tenbin and comprehension. Chapter 15:18. Ordinary ghost grass naturally had no effect on Ling Xiao, but those that reached the divine level and above naturally had a considerable effect. At the same time, they could also help Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga recover their divine soul power and heal their injuries. Moreover, There were many soul-chasing demons wandering around nearby. It was precisely because of their existence that so many ghost grass could be nurtured. The ghost beast prince had already told Ling Xiao not to attack those soul-chasing demons, because if Ling Xiao took them in, it was equivalent to cutting off the ghost beast clan's food supply. This was also why when the soul-chasing demons were being dealt with by Ling Xiao, the ghost beast clan came out to deal with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao finally understood the reason, and was embarrassed to attack these soul-chasing demons again. Ling Xiao walked around and did not find any existence above the 11th level among these ghost grass, which made him extremely depressed. As long as he had a stalk of ghost grass that reached the supreme level, he could make his divine soul power go up another level. He felt such a pity in his heart, and really wanted to capture a few powerful soul-chasing demons to refine at all costs. Fortunately, the Ghost Beast King did not mistreat this friend of his. It returned to the cave abode with strong soul power fluctuations, and took out some divine items that made Ling Xiao ecstatic. My clan's prince follows by your side, so you are a friend of my clan. These things are a gift from my clan to you. I hope that you can treat my clan's prince well in the future, and wait for him to come back and take over my position one day. The Ghost Beast King said to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at the things in front of him, and almost drooled. Okay, don't worry, I will treat ghosts like my own brothers. Ling Xiao said and could not wait to receive those things in front of him. Why could these things make Ling Xiao so excited? Because it was a supreme divine material that could make his divine soul realm go up another level. It was also ghost grass, but the 3 stalks in front of him were definitely of the king grade among ghost grass. The soul power they emitted was very strong, making Ling Xiao want to swallow them immediately. Apart from that, there was also an inconspicuous black stone. Most people who saw this stone would definitely think that it was a very ordinary stone. There was nothing special about it, and they would throw it away. However, Ling Xiao knew that this was definitely a top-notch divine grade stone. It was a soul-nurturing stone that could compare to the 5-colored divine heaven stone. The soul-nourishing stone could nourish, strengthen, and gather souls. In short, it was definitely worth more than 10 billion divinity crystals to those who cultivated soul power. There were so many soul-chasing beasts here, and there were even ghost beasts living here. Sure enough, this place had unique natural conditions, and this soul-nourishing stone was the real existence that attracted them. This soul-nurturing stone wasn't too big. Obviously, it was just an inconspicuous stone in the cave. There were definitely bigger and more soul-nurturing stones there. Otherwise, the Ghost Spirit Beast King and those level 11 soul-chasing demons would not be guarding there. Even though Ling Xiao had cultivated to his current realm, this soul-nurturing stone was still useful to him. It could help his soul power become stronger faster. However, Ling Xiao had the soul-controlling art. As long as he killed enemies, he could absorb their souls to strengthen his own soul power. The help that this soul-nurturing stone provided him was much weaker. However, to the soul race, it could definitely be used as a cornerstone item to support their sect. With it, the soul race could definitely rise again. It would not be a problem to once again restore the prestige of the ancient race. Ling Xiao was absolutely satisfied with these divine items. This trip to the 10,000 demon forest could be considered to be worthwhile. Ling Xiao put them away and wasn't in a hurry to leave this place. He wanted to have a good seclusion so that his soul power could increase by another level. This way, it would be much safer in the myriad demon forest. Of course, before that, he had to ask Ling Qin, Yang Hai, and Peng Tonga to come out and heal their god soul wounds first. Although they were at incipient god realm, their god soul power wasn't really strong. Thus, the ghost soul grass at divine level was enough to heal their wounds. They didn't need to use the 3 supreme plants at incipient god realm. When their souls were completely healed, the dispirited look on their faces was finally swept away, and they all looked at Ling Xiao with incredulity. Ling Xiao touched his face and asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Is there something dirty on my face?" The 3 of them shook their heads. Then, Ling Qin took a step forward and patted Ling Xiao's shoulder. He said gratefully, "Thank you, Brother Xiao. Without you, we would have fallen here. Those soul-chasing demons are too strange." Yang Hai and Peng Tonga also looked at Ling Xiao with gratitude and admiration. They all knew that Ling Xiao was weaker than them, but he could save them when they were in danger and heal their soul wounds. This ability wasn't something they could compare with. At this time, they started to treat Ling Xiao seriously again. Before this, they all thought that Ling Xiao was just a supreme god alchemist. What he relied on the most was his heaven-defying alchemy skills. Now, it seemed that Ling Xiao wasn't just good at alchemy. He also had something that they didn't know about. It was enough for him to do whatever he wanted in the myriad demon forest. Looking around, the ghost spirit beasts that could attack the god soul didn't have any hostility towards them. It was as if they didn't exist. They even thought that Ling Xiao was an amazing celestial being. This was an extremely ferocious beast race. They actually allowed them to stay here, and even allowed Ling Xiao to pick the ghost spirit grass that they specifically ate. They really couldn't understand what method Ling Xiao had used to do it. Big brother, there's no need to say such words. We're all helping each other here. Maybe the next time I'm in danger, I'll have to rely on you guys to help me. Ling Xiao replied. He then said, "You guys walk around here. I plan to go into seclusion for a few days before heading to the Ghost Tree Demon's territory with you guys." The God Alchemist's master is going into seclusion at this time? Yang Hai asked in confusion. Peng Tonga also frowned slightly. He didn't understand which door Ling Xiao was going into. Ling Xiao's strength was still far from breaking through to the next level. Even if he went into seclusion, he wouldn't be able to break through to the next level. Ling Chen knew that Ling Xiao couldn't be judged by common sense. He immediately smiled and said, Go ahead. We'll wait here for you to come out of seclusion." At this time, Ling Xiao looked at Peng Tonga and found that his blood chi was much weaker than when he entered the demon forest. Thus he asked, "Peng Tonga, were you injured before this?" Before Peng Tonga could speak, Yang Hai said from the side, "Sai, after we separated from you, old Peng covered our retreat many times. He was injured many times and lost a lot of essence and blood. It was us who dragged old Peng down." Ling Chen also nodded and said, "That's right. Old Peng suffered a lot for us. When we return to the sect, I'll definitely compensate him. Brother Xiao, you have to thank him on behalf of Big Brother." However, Peng Tonga waved his hand and said, "Just like what Alchemist Ling said, since we're here, we have to protect and help each other. Otherwise, we might all die here. My loss is nothing. In any case, I don't expect to advance any further." Ling Xiao finally understood. It turned out that Peng Tonga had lost his essence and blood in order to take care of Ling Chen and Yang Hai's safety. No wonder his expression was so ugly. "We should indeed thank old Peng. He's already tired you out by accompanying us here. This is a god's blood bead. It should be able to help you recover your essence and blood," Ling Xiao said as he took out a god's blood bead and handed it to Peng Tonga. Peng Tonga's expression instantly became excited. He accepted the god's blood bead and said in surprise, "That's great. Thank you, Alchemist Ling. With this god's blood bead, my recovery won't be a problem." Although he said that he didn't care, in reality, he didn't want to lose his essence and blood for no reason. This would greatly affect his condition. Ling Chen and Yang Hai saw Ling Xiao casually take out a god's blood bead, and were somewhat envious. The god's blood bead could increase one's essence, and was a rare divine item for them. However, it was said that only the blood pool would condense a divine item. How could Ling Xiao have one? Could it be that Ling Xiao had already found the blood pool? However, that was the territory of the fierce blood demon. The danger was no less than the territory of the soul-chasing demon. For so many years, no one had heard of anyone finding the blood pool and coming out alive. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to explain anything to them. He took out another 2 god's blood beads and gave one to each of them. This was obtained by chance. Good things should be shared with everyone. "Take it," Ling Xiao said. Ling Chen and Yang Hai were extremely excited. They were even more certain that Ling Xiao had found the blood pool. They were really envious. "Brother Xiao, these god's blood beads are extremely precious. You should use them sparingly," Ling Chen said. He was afraid that Ling Xiao didn't know the value of the god's blood beads. It was not worth it to give them away. Yang Hai laughed dryly and said, "Yes, Master Alchemy God. You should keep these god's blood beads for emergencies." It was obvious that his words were somewhat insincere. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, Come on, don't talk nonsense. I can take it out for you. Of course, I have my own stock. Hurry up and put it away. Otherwise, I will really regret it. He said boldly in his heart. How can I take back something that I've given away? Since Ling Xiao said so, Ling Chun and Yang Hai no longer stood on ceremony with him. After Ling Xiao said a few more words, he opened a cave abode in a mountain and entered seclusion. He was striving to break through to the intermediate level. Only Ling Chun, Yang Hai and Pang Tongga were left. Yang Hai sighed to Ling Chun and said, Sect Master Ling Chun, Master Alchemy God is really a godly person. This area is the territory of the soul-chasing demons, and we were tortured badly. His arrival solved the problem and stopped those soul-chasing demons from attacking us. He also let these ghost beasts live in peace with us. It's unbelievable. The reason why Yang Hai praised Ling Xiao in front of Ling Chen was because he wanted to use Ling Chen's mouth to test Ling Xiao's talent and how he could do this. Chapter 15-19. Pang Tongga was also interested to hear what Ling Chen had to say. They had been at the Supreme Incipient God realm for many years, so they didn't pay much attention to the young talents. Even though Ling Xiao had become the #1 Supreme Alchemy God in the Sky Dragon region, they didn't know much about him. After all, Ling Xiao's rise was too fast. It was hard to believe. Ling Chen revealed a proud expression and said with a smile, To be honest, my little brother Xiao is a freak. I don't know how many trump cards he has. After Ling Chen sighed, he started to talk about some of Ling Xiao's glorious deeds after he returned to the Kim people. Yang Hai and Pang Tongga didn't have any of the dignity of a Supreme Incipient God realm expert. They sat on the ground and listened to Ling Chen talk about Ling Xiao's deeds. After they heard it, they were shocked by Ling Xiao. They respected Ling Xiao even more. He didn't have a god body, but he had a cultivation speed that was faster than a god body. In less than 100 years, he had reached the Supreme Incipient God realm from the Holy Emperor. He was also one of the Sunjin of Goguryeo. He was also the honorary Vice Hall Master of the Medicine League. All these things that ordinary people couldn't do were discovered by Ling Xiao. They finally understood why Ling Chen said that Ling Xiao was a freak. He wasn't wrong at all. Originally, Yang Hai had chosen to follow Ling Xiao for the time being. After he received the Supreme God pellets from Ling Xiao, he would choose a chance to leave. He believed that at that time, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to do anything to him. He had to admit that Yang Hai was also a cunning person. However, after listening to Ling Chen talk about Ling Xiao's deeds, his heart quietly changed. If he loyally followed such a monstrous master, would his future be even more prosperous than it was now? Or perhaps it would not be a big problem to take 1 or 2 more steps forward. As for Pang Tongga, he also had the same thoughts. He felt that perhaps attaching himself to Ling Xiao and serving him as his master was not a bad choice. It was just that he was used to being free and unfettered with his wife. He really wasn't used to following around others. However, he thought that even if he did not follow Ling Xiao, he had to take the opportunity to have a good relationship with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already entered a short period of seclusion, so he naturally did not know the changes that Yang Hai and Pang Tongga had made to him. Ling Xiao had been waiting for his spirit to break through to the intermediate supremacy realm for a very long time. Although he had the help of the soul-controlling art, he didn't know how long it would take for him to make a breakthrough by simply relying on cultivation to strengthen his soul force bit by bit. Along the way, he had been absorbing the souls of his enemies or absorbing soul-type spirit herbs to strengthen his soul force. This was also why his soul force was able to advance faster than his physical body. Right now, he was prepared to absorb the soul-chasing demon's energy and the ghost beast's soul power attacks. Coupled with a stalk of supreme ghost soul grass, he would definitely be able to advance. After all, his soul force had been stuck at the peak of the elementary supremacy realm for a long time. He had already accumulated enough soul force, and was just lacking a bit of energy support. Ling Xiao sat down and entered a meditative state. When he adjusted his state of mind to the most optimal state, he began to refine the soul force that he had absorbed and stored up. The balls of soul force that could not be seen or touched continuously glowed, and were forcefully added to Ling Xiao's soul, allowing him to strengthen his soul force bit by bit, and increase his soul force. As more and more soul force was swept up by him, his soul force finally had a feeling that it wanted to break through the shackles and undergo a new transformation. Ling Xiao operated the soul-controlling art and constantly created opportunities for a breakthrough, causing his soul force to flicker with waves of refined energy. His aura continued to rise. Just as his soul force was about to advance, Ling Xiao quickly threw the ghost spirit grass that he had prepared earlier into his mouth. Suddenly, a wave of pure and powerful soul force instantly rushed into Ling Xiao's soul force, causing his soul force to instantly become incomparably powerful. The soul force's aura instantly broke through his neck and reached the intermediate supremacy realm. However, even after reaching this realm, the power of the ghost spirit grass was still not completely absorbed. There was still a lot of energy that continuously rushed into his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao's soul force did not reject anything that came, absorbing all the energy cleanly and converting it all into his own strength. At this moment, the power of Ling Xiao's soul force once again skyrocketed. Ling Xiao's soul force had originally been stuck at the peak of the low-level supremacy realm for a long time. While his body was becoming stronger, his soul force had never broken through. The reason for this was that he lacked an opportunity. Now that he had absorbed the power of the soul-chasing demon and the ghost spirit grass, not only did he directly break through, but he also reached the intermediate supremacy realm in one step. Don't underestimate the small gap between the initial supremacy realm and the middle supremacy realm. It was a huge gap in terms of strength. After all, when one reached the incipient God realm, it would take more than 1,000 years of accumulation for every small step up. It was really gratifying that Ling Xiao could reach this realm in one fell swoop right after he had just broken through. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and a bright smile appeared on his face. His joy couldn't be concealed at all. Finally, I broke through again. It's been so hard. Ling Xiao heaved a heavy sigh and muttered to himself with a smile. With his soul force at this realm, he had more confidence. Ordinary supremacy incipient God realm experts or level 11 holy beasts couldn't deal with him. With his 70 times combat power, he could even fight against a peak supremacy realm expert. With his trump cards, he might even be able to defeat them. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's smile grew wider and his confidence grew stronger. He believed that it wouldn't take long before his name, Ling Xiao, would be carved on the supremacy list. Ling Xiao calmly left the seclusion. Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga had been waiting for a long time. Looking at Ling Xiao's smiling face, they already knew that Ling Xiao must have gained something from this short seclusion. Big brother, Elder Yang, Elder Pang, we should be on our way again. This time, we definitely can't make any mistakes. Ling Xiao said to them seriously. Ling Chun revealed a bit of shame and said, "You're right, big brother is too impulsive. From today onwards, we'll try our best to avoid those powerful holy beasts and rush to the Ghost Tree Ridge as soon as possible." If he hadn't wanted to challenge some holy beasts to test his strength, they wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. "All right, then let's go now," Ling Xiao replied and then called out, "Ghost, come here." As his voice fell, the sound of hooves came from afar. A handsome ghost beast rushed over quickly and arrived in front of Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. The ghost beast had the divine power of being semi-invisible. Under the night sky, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see its existence with the naked eye. This was the best mount for fighting at night. Ling Xiao gently stroked the ghost beast prince's neck and said, "We're about to leave. Do you have any more questions?" "Boss, I don't have any questions," the ghost beast prince said with excitement. The ghost beast clan had been living here for a long time. As the ghost beast prince, he rarely left this land. At most, he would wander around the forest for a few days. Now that he could leave the clan's land with Ling Xiao and travel around, he was extremely excited to see all kinds of beasts and broaden his horizons. "That's good," Ling Xiao replied and then said, "Do you know where the Ghost Tree Demon's territory is?" "Ghost Tree Demon? Boss, are you talking about those ghost trees that can attack?" the ghost beast prince asked in surprise. Ling Xiao was happy when he heard this. He could feel that the ghost beast prince should know where the Ghost Tree Demon's territory was. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, those ghost trees that can attack." The ghost beast prince said, "Boss, That place is very evil. I think it's better if you don't go there. Once you're tied up by them, you'll be strangled to death. When I was young, I accidentally barged in. If it wasn't for my king saving me, I would have died a long time ago. After pausing for a moment, he revealed a worried expression and said, I heard that the illusory demon race also lives there. They are even more lethal to you humans. What, the illusory demon is also at the Ghost Tree Ridge? Ling Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Yang Hai and Pang Tonga both revealed expressions of shock. Just as the Ghost Beast Prince had said, the illusory demon was even more lethal to humans. Once their minds were controlled, they could only die or become the illusory demon's puppets. If the illusory demon and the Ghost Tree Demon were together, they would be in even more trouble. The Ghost Tree Demon itself had a strong elemental attack. It was already very difficult for them to deal with it. Adding the illusory demon, one could imagine how terrifying this lineup was. The Ghost Beast Prince ignored Ling Chen and said to Ling Xiao, Boss, if there's no need, I think it's better not to go. Ling Xiao laughed and said, Other than knowing a bit of illusory arts, the illusory demon doesn't have any killing power. They're nothing to worry about, and those ghost trees are even less of a threat. My heavenly fire can completely burn them. When Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga heard Ling Xiao's words, the unease in their hearts immediately disappeared. They didn't know why, but they suddenly had a great sense of confidence in Ling Xiao. As if Ling Xiao said he was nothing to be afraid of. Then he was nothing to be afraid of. Every single one of them here was at a higher realm than Ling Xiao, but now they were following Ling Xiao's lead. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was born with the temperament of a leader, and it gave people the aura of an emperor to worship. Alright, since boss has this confidence, I'll bring you guys on a trip. However, it's still quite a distance from here, and we'll have to pass through the lands of many other races. You guys must be careful. Don't provoke them, or else there'll be big trouble. The Ghost Beast Prince replied. And don't worry, we won't provoke them. If they provoke us, then they'll be in big trouble, Ling Xiao said confidently. Immediately after, he flipped over and sat on the Ghost Beast Prince's back, leading the way to the Ghost Ridge. Chapter 15:20. The territory of the Ghost Tree Demon was quite far from the territory of the Ghost Beasts. With the Ghost Beast Prince leading the way, Ling Xiao and the others avoided many detours, and also avoided conflicts with many holy beasts. But sometimes, when Ling Xiao saw some divine objects, he couldn't help but take action and put them away. From time to time, they would cause trouble. Fortunately, their group was strong enough, and with Dragon Fifth, the true dragon divine beast, they didn't encounter any great danger. As for existences that were more powerful than them, the Ghost Beast Prince would take them around and avoid provoking those terrifying existences. After half a month, they finally arrived near the Ghost Tree Demon. At this time, the undying tree LV Wang in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness continuously transmitted its aura to Ling Xiao. It actually had a great affinity with the aura here, and really wanted to come out and take a look. Now that Ling Xiao didn't let it out, he comforted it for a while, and it finally calmed down. The Ghost Beast Prince stopped at a place, looked at an extremely dense forest in front of them, and said, In front of us is the territory of those ghost trees. They look the same as other trees, but every one of them can attack people, and they can also run. It's really too difficult to deal with them. The illusory demon king is also nearby, and there will be illusory demons coming out at any time. Other than Ling Xiao, Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga's expressions all became serious. They knew how terrifying these two monsters were. Once they came into contact with them, it would definitely be fatal. Why don't you all stay in my medicine cauldron, and I'll personally deal with these monsters? Ling Xiao asked them. Ling Xiao said this for their own good. It didn't matter if he was alone, but if he had to take care of them, he was afraid that something unexpected would happen. Ling Chen clenched his fists and said, Besides using illusions to confuse people, illusory demons aren't that strong, and ghost tree demons are a little more troublesome. I'm afraid that even ancient divine weapons can't kill some high-level ghost tree demons, but since we're already here, it'll be a pity if we don't take a look. Yang Hai also laughed. That's right, illusory demons and ghost tree demons can't deal with us. If others know that we're here and don't dare to face them, they'll laugh their heads off. Young Hai used to be the mercenary king. If he didn't have some courage, of course he wouldn't. Of course, Pang Tonga didn't need to be mentioned. He was a middle-level incipient god realm expert. His power determined everything. No matter what situation he was facing, he had absolute confidence. Pang Tonga didn't need to be mentioned. He was a mid-level supreme expert at incipient god realm, and his power determined everything. No matter what situation he faced, he had absolute confidence. However, if you meet the illusory demon king, this hallucination-breaking potion will not be of much use. When the time comes, everything will depend on whether you can guard your hearts. But don't worry, with me around, no illusion technique will be a threat. Ling Xiao said and handed each of them a bottle of potion. There were all kinds of divine items in the heaven territory, and this hallucinogenic dispelling potion was concocted by Ling Xiao from some of the strange things he had collected over the years. He had stored it and rarely used it. Now that they were here, it was time to put it to good use. Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga were very happy. With this hallucinogenic dispelling potion, their fear of the illusory demons was greatly reduced, and they could see through all illusions without being confused. However, encountering a level 11 illusory demon, this hallucinogenic dispelling potion was really useless. After all, that kind of existence could directly confuse their souls, and not just their eyeballs. Also, they had to cover their eyes here, and could only use their divine consciousness to sense everything. They definitely couldn't look at the illusory demons, or else they would still be in danger. As for the ghost tree demons, they could only use brute force to deal with them. They just hoped that they wouldn't encounter those at a higher level than them, so they wouldn't be afraid. After they were ready, they went to the ghost tree ridge. If there really was a wood genesis stone here, then it should be in the middle of the ghost tree ridge, occupied by the strongest ghost tree demon. At this time, Ling Xiao had already put away the ghost beast prince, and instead summoned the prodigal. As for Dragon Fifth, he didn't enter the cauldron again. With them here, the illusory demon's illusions couldn't do anything. The prodigal had a divine fire that was as powerful as the heavenly fire, and Dragon Fifth's level was extremely high, and his power was like the sky. Those ghost tree demons couldn't easily capture them. Ling Xiao and the two beasts took the lead, while Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga followed closely behind. Ling Xiao's green pupils opened, and he stared at the ghost tree ridge in front of him. He suddenly saw that the green trees had turned into black demonic trees, and on the main branches, there were demonic faces, which looked extremely terrifying and deep. In front of them was a sea of vitality, and it had all become incomparably dark. If they were in the Nine Serenities hell, the demonic energy would be extremely dense. Ling Xiao's first thought was that this ghastly place couldn't have a wood genesis stone, or else how could it produce such monsters? They seemed to have been affected by something, and they couldn't feel any vitality of the wood attribute. When they first set foot in this place, they were all shocked by the scene here. Corpses and skeletons were tied to those trees, making people feel as if they had entered a strange execution ground, and their hair stood on end. At this time, Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to them. These are all ghost tree demons. You must prepare for battle. They can attack us at any time. No matter what, you must not leave within 100 meters of me. That way, I can use the heavenly fire to protect you at any time. The three responded to Ling Xiao, and they all took out their ancient god weapons, ready to fight at any time. At this time, Lu Wang, the immortal tree in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, became even more excited, as if there was something here that could attract his attention. Old Lu, what is here that makes you so excited? Ling Xiao's divine soul asked Lu Wang. Lu Wang anxiously replied, these tree demons all have the origin energy that I want. I want to absorb them all so that I can advance quickly. They are all infected with evil energy, and they have become monsters. Can you absorb them too? Then won't you become a monster like them? Ling Xiao asked. Lu Wang revealed a proud expression. As long as they have wood essence, this old man can absorb them. Moreover, they have already deteriorated. This old man doesn't feel any guilt absorbing their essence. Alright, since you want to come out, then come out. However, Can you tell me if there is a wood origin stone here? Ling Xiao asked Lu Wang. Lu Wang was one of the 9 divine trees, so he naturally had a unique perception towards the origin energy that they needed. This was why Ling Xiao asked this question. Lu Wang frowned. This place indeed has a very powerful wood essence, but it is also being invaded by another power. Presumably, it is not the wood origin stone you are looking for. Otherwise, if they were nurtured by the wood origin stone, it would be impossible for them to become like this. Alright, you can leave now. However, let me tell you, there is an illusory demon here. Don't get controlled by it again, or else you will be out of luck again. Ling Xiao reminded Lu Wang. Sure enough, when Lu Wang heard the 2 words illusory demon, his old face turned even greener. Back then, when it was growing up in the Mystic Spirit Continent's illusory valley, it had been bewitched by a mere rank 2 illusory demon, causing it to be lost for hundreds of years. It had even committed many heinous crimes. Now that he thought about it, he felt very vexed. He was one of the 9 divine trees, but he was actually controlled by an illusion. This was simply a humiliation. Don't worry, this old man has already found a way to break through its bewitchment. It can forget about bewitching this old man again. If this old man meets it again, I will not forgive it. Lu Wang said angrily. Alright, it's fine as long as you can protect yourself. Why won't you forgive me? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then he released his sea of consciousness and had Lu Wang turn into a dot of green light, descending into the vicinity. The people around Ling Xiao were all blindfolded, but they could still sense the abnormality. They all became vigilant. Following Lu Wang's appearance, he immediately attacked the ghost tree demons that had been biding their time. The nearby ghost tree demons' levels were still very low. Before they could react, they were all torn to pieces by Lu Wang's green vines. Bits of wood attribute essence scattered, and were all forcefully absorbed by him. When Ling Chun, Yonghai, and Pang Tonga heard the commotion, they all became nervous. Don't be anxious, it is helping us break the balance here first. I believe that something worthy of our action will appear very soon. Ling Xiao said. The battle between the tree spirits and the tree demons was incomparably strange. They both used their branches and vines to create their strongest defensive weapons, entangling, sweeping, or twisting. The nearby mountain ridges became restless. Countless ghost tree demons moved in unison with the intention of dealing with this foreign invader. However, Lu Wang's battle prowess was extremely great. The nearby ghost tree demons were all destroyed by him, their demonic spirits dispersing. Many ghost tree demons seemed to have realized Lu Wang's strength and actually fled into the distance in a comical manner. They didn't look like plants, but more like beasts. Many ghost tree demons turned their attention to Ling Xiao and the others. The black branches seemed to have a life of their own as they wrapped around them, trying to capture them all. Not only did they know how to capture people, but they also knew how to forcefully strangle and kill people. These low-level ghost tree demons weren't worth Ling Xiao and the others making a move. The prodigal let out a roar and immediately spat out a mouthful of flames at them, burning them to ashes. Lu Wang, who was fighting with the other ghost tree demons, jumped in fright and hurriedly distanced himself from the flames. Fire subdued wood. This was an unchanging law since ancient times. Especially when facing this kind of origin flame, he had no choice but to carefully avoid it. Chapter 15:21. In just a short while, the ghost tree demons in the nearby mountains were all eliminated or chased away. Lu Wang was extremely excited, and had already chased towards the depths of the ghost tree ridge. It seemed like it would not stop until it had absorbed all the ghost tree demons. Moreover, it was not afraid that there would be stronger existences there. After all, it was one of the divine trees. Compared to other beasts, it was equivalent to Dragon Fifth and the Prodigal Son. It had an absolute advantage. At this time, Ling Xiao said to Ling Qin, "Big brother, there might not be a wood origin stone here. This trip is destined to be fruitless." Ling Xiao told this news to Ling Qin so that he could be mentally prepared. He was afraid that Ling Qin would be in a bad mood if it was all for naught. Who knew that Ling Qin would smile bitterly and say, "I know it's not that easy to find a wood origin stone. I was just trying my luck." "It's good that big brother can think like that," Ling Xiao replied. Then he asked, Then should we continue to go in? Since we're already here, let's go in and see what kind of divine items there are. Ling Chen replied. Bang bang. At this time, a series of earth-shattering sounds came from afar. Two trees were actually growing taller and fiercely tangling with each other. Yang Hai couldn't help but exclaim, "This is really an eye-opener. Even trees are fighting. What's so surprising about that? They've already become demons. They're not ordinary trees," Pang Tonga said from the side. "That green tree seems to be helping us. Little brother Xiao, could it be one of your helpers?" Ling Chen asked Ling Xiao in confusion. "Hee, I know it, but it's not a tree demon." Ling Xiao laughed, trying to keep them guessing. He didn't want to tell them about Lu Weng's origin. Otherwise, they would definitely be extremely jealous. At this time, Lu Weng was fighting against a ghost tree demon of similar strength. Initially, it thought that it was going to win, but suddenly two more powerful ghost tree demons appeared. They worked together to bind it, trying to tear it into pieces. However, as expected of a divine tree, Lu Weng's vines and branches were much tougher than those of the ghost tree demons, and its growth rate was countless times faster than the ghost tree demons. The three ghost tree demons couldn't restrain it. Instead, their origin tree essence was drawn out by its branches. Although it had manifested great power, the ghost tree demons were emerging one after another. Moreover, the levels of the ghost tree demons were getting stronger and stronger. In the end, Lu Weng was forced to flee, and he even ran back towards Ling Xiao and the others. "Little friend, there are too many of them. I can't hold them off anymore. Help me take the brunt." Lu Weng let out a strange cry and hid behind Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Chen, Yang Hai, Pang Tonga, and the others looked at this human-like tree and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In front of them, more than 10 towering trees had moved. Their main branches hadn't moved, but their branches were already growing and entangling towards them. The prodigal took the lead and continuously spewed flames from his mouth, burning the entangling branches and causing them to shrink back. These ghost tree demons were still making strange noises. They didn't dare to come any closer and quickly retreated. At this time, a few shadows were chattering on the branches of the ghost tree demons. Taking a closer look, it was actually a few illusory demons. Their levels were not low at all. They had human-like heads and strange organs. The most eye-catching thing about them were their demonic green eyes and their bloodthirsty big mouths. Generally speaking, illusory demons' levels weren't too high. However, this 1,000-demon forest had existed since ancient times. It possessed desolate chi and some special energy that allowed them to strengthen and advance. It was unknown what they were communicating about. Then they all headed towards the top of the branches and looked towards Ling Xiao and the others at the same time. Several green lights flickered, and a strange illusory power was being applied to Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao had the help of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. He was completely immune to these soul power attacks and illusory bewitchment. He wouldn't be attacked. Meanwhile, Ling Chen, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga felt something strange. Their hallucinogenic potions also took effect. They were temporarily lost, but they quickly woke up. The illusory demons have appeared. Prodigal, capture them. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. The prodigal replied, "Don't worry, boss. They won't be able to escape." With that, he leaped towards the ghost tree demons in the distance. The terrifying flames instantly burned in all directions, forcing the ghost tree demons to retreat again. The prodigal didn't want to let them go. He directly leaped onto the ghost tree demons and attacked them with his divine flames again. The moment the ghost tree demons came into contact with the flames, they were immediately burned and emitted strange sounds. The illusory demons on the branches were so frightened that they didn't know what to do. They all jumped down from the branches and wanted to escape as soon as possible. However, other than illusory spells, they were extremely weak in other aspects like Tenbin. They couldn't be compared to the prodigal at all. It was impossible for them to escape. They were all hit by the prodigal's claws one by one. They were all badly mutilated and screamed non-stop. When Ling Xiao and the others rushed over, the 4 illusory demons had already been subdued by the prodigal. Looking at the 4 illusory demons that looked like babies, Ling Xiao felt disgusted. Thinking back to the illusory demon that he met in the illusory valley, It specialized in eating human brain matter. These illusory demons are really ugly. They look like little babies. It makes people feel uncomfortable just looking at them. Peng Tonga said with a slight frown. Elder Peng is right. However, they still have some good stuff on them. Ling Xiao responded and immediately used his energy to kill them. Then he took their demon crystals and demon eyes. These two things were good stuff. They were exactly what Ling Xiao needed. However, after Ling Xiao killed these illusory demons, he finally got into big trouble. In the depths of this place, there was a rocky hill. There wasn't a single ghost soul tree here, but there were many illusory demons. They were all kneeling on the ground, and their mouths were chattering nonstop. On the rocky area, there were two of the oldest illusory demon kings beside a protruding boulder. They squatted beside this smooth boulder. Looking at the smooth and shiny surface of the boulder, a fierce glint flashed in their eyes. On that boulder, there were actually various scenes of Ling Xiao and the others rushing over. This boulder's surface was as smooth as a mirror. With such strange scenes, it was really strange. If the people who recognized it saw this boulder, they would definitely be wild with joy, because it was the illusory eye mirror stone that Nonsense had mentioned. Not only could it receive any scene within 100,000 miles, it could also use it as an illusory eye to set up a heaven-defying illusion. Even if a supreme incipient god realm expert was trapped in this illusion, he would only have a slim chance of survival. Not only that, this illusion could also confuse the eyes of any beast, causing them to fall into the illusion without even realizing it. When these two illusory demon kings saw their illusory demons being killed, their faces were filled with anger. They also knew that these humans were not ordinary, and they even had the fire Qilin divine beast that they were afraid of. They had no choice but to prepare this illusory eye mirror stone to set up an inescapable net, waiting for Ling Xiao and the others to come. After they turned around and screamed at the other illusory demons, they sent them away. Then, these two illusory demon kings shot out 4 green beams at the illusory eye mirror stone at the same time. Swoosh swoosh. Wisps of strange illusions that could not be seen started to spread out from the illusory eye mirror stone. Everything within 100,000-kilometer radius began to undergo a completely different change, and it was inconceivable to all. Ling Xiao and the others did not realize that as they walked, the scenery in front of them had completely changed. Moreover, they also realized that their companions had all disappeared, as if they had lost their way. They became incomparably confused. Ling Xiao had the help of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, but he also fell into the same predicament. In front of him was a familiar scene that had appeared before. It was the scene of the desolate mountain range on the Xianling continent. Not only that, but in front of him appeared the Golden Wolf King, Wastrel Dragon Lady, Yun Mingqi, Wei Dyer, Leng Shi and the others. They were actually all attacking Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was puzzled. Is this illusion so real? As he retreated, his green eyes kept emitting green light, but it was still useless. The people and beasts in front of him were still there. I can't see through it. How is this possible? Ling Xiao's expression turned serious as he exclaimed. Ling Xiao, you heartless man. I have waited for you for so many years, but you did not come to find me, and even found so many women to be your wives. I will kill you. Yin Mengqi raised her blue sword and charged towards him with a face full of anger. Wei Dyer also wielded her sword and slashed towards him, exclaiming, Little brother, do you not want big sister anymore? You haven't come back to see me for so many years. Do you hate big sister? Although Ling Xiao had always thought that the people in front of him were illusions, he did not know why they felt so real, and he felt a sense of guilt and heartache. On the other side, Leng Shi, the Golden Wolf King, Wastrel and Dragon Lady were all charging towards him, showing no mercy at all. All of them wanted to kill him. Ling Xiao kept retreating, his expression kept changing, and his eyes kept shooting out rays of light. He was getting more and more anxious. He did not expect the illusion to be so real that he could not see through it, and the power that was attacking him felt so real. If he did not retreat, he would definitely be injured by the fierce attack. Just when he couldn't help but kill them, a heart-wrenching pain made him feel extremely uncomfortable. It was as if he had really killed his lover. You are so cruel. You even want to kill us. We were all blind. Yin Mingqi said as she came back to life. Wei Dyer also said, Since you don't want big sister anymore, I don't want a cruel little brother like you either. They attacked again, and this time, they were even stronger than before. I don't believe that I can't break through all of you. Ling Xiao gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and exclaimed. He directly used his soul power to sense the reality of everything. Chapter 1522. The illusory eye mirror stone was a very rare magical stone. It had the ability to see through everything within 100,000 miles. It could also be used as the eye of the formation to create a heaven-defying illusion. The illusions created were definitely not as simple as ordinary illusions that could confuse the eyes or souls of others. In addition to the above magical effects, it could also enhance the authenticity of the illusion, making it impossible for any god's eye to see through the illusion. It could also arouse the emotions of humans and beasts in the illusion, making them gradually lose their direction without realizing it. If it was an illusion created by an ordinary person or an illusory demon, it might not be this powerful. However, the illusions created by the two illusory demon kings were even more terrifying. Even a supreme incipient god realm expert would not be able to get rid of this illusion easily. Even though Ling Xiao had the green pupils, he couldn't see through this illusion. This showed how terrifying it was. Without a choice, Ling Xiao could only close his eyes. He wanted to use his god soul to sense everything. He wanted to ignore all the illusions and see through the truth. However, even though he closed his eyes, he could still feel the murderous attacks. All the illusions he had created before were still real and didn't disappear. How could this be? This can't be real. Ling Xiao screamed and dodged their attacks again. However, they seemed to have become extremely powerful. They could actually catch up with his speed and attack him cruelly. What surprised Ling Xiao the most was that their elemental attacks were actually the same as the attacks of real people. Yun Mingqi blasted out water elemental attacks, causing many turbulent waves to surge towards them like tsunamis. Wei Dyer, on the other hand, used fire elemental attacks, causing all kinds of meteors to fall from the sky. Surprisingly, they had all reached the realm of incipient god realm, and Ling Xiao found it hard to resist their attacks. Ling Xiao was forced into a corner. He had to fight with them. However, he felt that they were real existences, and he didn't dare to kill them. In fact, Ling Xiao's mind was already disturbed, which was why he was in such a situation. And at this time, he wanted to use the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to get rid of this illusion, but he found that the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop actually didn't move and didn't listen to his command. Could this be an illusion technique used by the illusory Demon King? But even so, it's impossible to force the Dragon Phoenix Godly Hoop to no effect at all. Ling Xiao thought in confusion. In a moment of carelessness, a few sword wounds appeared on Ling Xiao's body. Yun Mingqi's battle prowess was the strongest, and she had injured Ling Xiao the most. They didn't have the slightest bit of pity. Every move they made was overbearing, and every sword was deadly. Ling Xiao was really forced to the point where he had no choice but to unleash all sorts of powerful powers to parry their attacks. Ling Xiao gradually lost her sense of direction. Her eyes became scarlet red, and a vicious aura suddenly appeared. She even forgot their identities, and wanted to kill them completely. Come on. You're all illusions. I don't believe that you can't be killed. Ling Xiao roared, and unleashed the Imperial Dragon Heaven-destroying art, wanting to completely destroy them. Ling Xiao's strength was like the heavens, and his fists shook the heavens and the earth, causing their divine bodies to explode one by one. But his body was also cracked by the true dragon divine beast's attacks. That kind of painful feeling made Ling Xiao feel that this was definitely real. Ling Xiao fought with them until the sky was dizzy and the earth was dark. His divine power was greatly depleted, and his divine body exploded again and again. His aura continued to drop. Just as he was about to collapse, Yun Mingqi's long sword was already stabbing towards his face, and in the blink of an eye, it was about to enter his brain. Ling Xiao was shocked. He wanted to retreat, but he found that his body seemed to be bound by some kind of power, and he couldn't move at all. It's over. Ling Xiao instantly regained some clarity and exclaimed in his heart. At this critical moment, the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead finally moved. Swish! Ling Xiao only felt his eyes light up, and all the illusions actually started to disappear, allowing him to see the essence of the scene clearly. The one stabbing towards him was not Yun Mingqi, but Pang Tongga. His eyes seemed to have turned red from killing, and he attacked recklessly. Elder Pang, stop! Ling Xiao roared and caught Pang Tongga's ancient divine sword with both hands, preventing it from stabbing towards his face. But the accompanying power of the sword also caused Ling Xiao's face to feel incomparable pain. After all, Pang Tongga's strength was that of a true intermediate stage sovereign, and his strength was incomparably powerful. Pang Tongga gave a low roar, and the ancient divine weapon in his hand spun rapidly, cutting Ling Xiao's palm, and then kicked Ling Xiao's abdomen. Ling Xiao spat out a mouthful of blood, and wanted to fly backwards, but he was tightly bound by the vines of many ghost tree demons, preventing him from retreating much. Pang Tongga once again attacked Ling Xiao, as if he did not recognize Ling Xiao at all, and wanted to get rid of Ling Xiao as soon as possible. Ling Xiao was injured and bound, and it was impossible for him to escape in a short period of time. His soul avatar had no choice but to come out and save him. His soul avatar was already at the intermediate stage sovereign realm, and was not weaker than Pang Tongga at all. If he fought with all his might, Pang Tongga would definitely lose. But Ling Xiao did not want to hurt him, so he could only draw him away first, and wait for his real body to escape before doing anything else. After all, other than Pang Tongga, there were still many ghost tree demons madly attacking him. The tree branches kept whipping at his body, trying to strangle him to death. These ghost tree demons were very powerful, and they were tree demon kings that had reached the 11th level. But Ling Xiao had already seen the true nature of everything with the help of the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop, and this time he regained his clarity. All of this was no longer a problem. It was just that he did not understand why the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop did not react to his command. Ling Xiao's avatar restrained Pang Tongga, and the danger was greatly reduced. His real body instantly burst forth with a powerful heavenly fire, and immediately burned the tree branches of the ghost tree demons. Papa! The tree branches of the ghost tree demons instantly broke under the burning of the heavenly fire, and they all retracted back. The tree branches and vines all revealed looks of extreme panic, and they wanted to hide far away from Ling Xiao. On their tree branches stood a few illusory demons, as if they did not understand how Ling Xiao was able to escape the illusion set up by their king. They wanted to use their own illusion techniques to confuse Ling Xiao again, but they could no longer do so. Ling Xiao had suffered a lot, and his aura had plummeted, but it was still possible for him to deal with these mere illusory demons. He casually pointed at them, and the finger gleam was like a shooting star, directly rushing above them, and immediately exploding and destroying them. And Ling Xiao's finger gleam flames also quickly burned these ghost tree demons, causing them to continuously make strange noises. They quickly cut off the parts that were on fire, and fled into the distance. Ling Xiao could not be bothered with them. He had to save the others first. The most dangerous one now was the prodigal. He was actually beaten half to death by Dragon Fifth, and Ling Chun and Yang Hai were also fighting with Dragon Fifth, and were also being beaten up badly. If Dragon Fifth was not also entangled by many ghost tree demons, the prodigal, Ling Chun, and Yang Hai would have all been killed by it. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. As long as no one died, it was a good thing. Ling Xiao knew that if he went over to help any of them now, they would definitely not be able to recognize him. Instead, they would attack him. Unless he broke the illusion here, he would not be able to save them. After Ling Xiao hurriedly swallowed a divine pill, he immediately thought of a solution. His green eyes continuously shot out, trying to find the source of all this. Just now, he had destroyed a few illusory demons, but this illusion still existed, which proved that it was not an illusion set up by them. It seemed like there were more powerful illusory demons, or else they would not be able to set up such a heaven-defying illusion. And even he was confused. At this moment, the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's forehead transmitted a message to him. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, and followed the direction indicated by the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop to sense. Indeed, there were many weak auras of illusory demons in that direction. "You're saying that the formation's eye is over there?" Ling Xiao murmured. The Dragon Phoenix divine hoop flickered with a few rays of light, in response to Ling Xiao's words. Ling Xiao looked at the others, and saw that they would not die for the time being. He immediately soared up, and quickly shot towards the direction indicated by the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. The Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop was a top-notch supreme divine tool. Although it had acknowledged Ling Xiao, it had not shown its artifact's soul to communicate with Ling Xiao. It was not because Ling Xiao was not compatible with it, but because Ling Xiao's strength was too weak previously. Even if it had acknowledged him, it would not have taken the initiative to communicate with Ling Xiao. As Ling Xiao's strength increased, the strength of his spirit became more and more powerful. It had gradually acknowledged Ling Xiao as its new master, and had begun to take the initiative to share some of Ling Xiao's burdens. The reason why Ling Xiao could not command it just now was because it was looking for the illusory eye, and finally found it. Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast, and with the green pupils and the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, he could see through all the illusions here, and was no longer troubled. When he was rushing towards the location of the illusory Demon King, towering ghost tree demons attacked him one after another, not allowing him to take even half a step forward. Countless tree branches continuously entangled and whipped towards Ling Xiao, forming an inescapable net that wanted to completely trap him. Ling Xiao snorted coldly. The ice and fire sword appeared in his hand, and he began to wantonly destroy all these tree branches. But when his ice and fire sword slashed on these tree trunks, he found that these tree branches were actually extremely tough, and could even block his ancient divine tool. Only a few sword marks were left on them. If not for the burning flames, they might have taken down Ling Xiao in the blink of an eye. Although Ling Xiao's strength was incomparably strong, and his attacks were extremely fast, he still could not withstand the countless tree branches of the ghost tree demons. He was continuously whipped several times, and his divine body felt like it was about to crack. It could be seen how terrifying these ghost tree demons were. Chapter 1523. Ling Xiao had originally wanted to charge towards the direction indicated by the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop with irresistible force. However, he had underestimated the power of these ghost tree demons. Even if every strike of his contained unparalleled power and numerous blazing heavenly flames, he was still unable to force them to flee like before. They seemed to want to do everything in their power to keep him here, and prevent him from rushing to the important place where the illusory demons were. Actually, these ghost tree demons had long been bewitched by the illusory demons, and were all listening to their instructions. This was also the reason why they were desperately trying to stop him from advancing. However, Ling Xiao felt that saving people was like putting out a fire. He did not want to stay here for even a moment longer. Demon, come out! Ling Xiao had no choice but to summon the heavenly fire orb, and let it transform into the form of a firebird to increase its firepower. Whoosh whoosh! Just as the firebird appeared, it immediately turned into a fiery shadow that swept towards those ghost tree demons. The intensity of its fire increased greatly, and quickly turned into a huge sea of fire that enveloped the sky above this area, causing the entire sky to be dyed red and the temperature to become incomparably scorching. Those ghost tree demons were instantly incinerated by the heavenly flames, and their branches continuously shrunk and broke. These trees continuously let out crisp crackling sounds, causing the fire to burn even more intensely. Ling Xiao was instantly freed. He no longer paid any attention to the firebird, allowing it to continue ravaging the ghost tree demon. At this time, Lu Weng once again disappeared from Ling Xiao's sea of knowledge. He sent a message to Ling Xiao, telling him that he needed to discuss with the demonic heavenly fire bead. He couldn't allow everything here to be destroyed. This place contained the wood attribute essence that he needed, and it would be very useful for his advancement. Ling Xiao couldn't care less about it. He quickly rushed to the rocky hill. At this time, there was no longer a single illusory demon on the rocky hill. They had no idea where they were hiding. Unfortunately, no matter how well they hid, they could not hide from Ling Xiao's senses. After all, they did not know how to restrain their auras. They were merely hiding in the cracks of the rocky hill. As for the two illusory demon kings who still wanted to secretly cast illusions on Ling Xiao, they only saw several green lights shooting towards Ling Xiao. Before Ling Xiao could react, the green light had already landed on his body. With the help of the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, Ling Xiao was no longer confused. Hence, the illusory demon king's illusory technique still lost its effect on him. Illusions are useless against me. Die. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. He wanted to kill the two illusory demon kings. However, just as he was about to make a move, he found that the power in his body had been restrained by the green light. His body was tightly bound, making him unable to move at all. Moreover, the green light was getting tighter and tighter, as if it was going to crush his divine body. This was the strongest power of the two illusory demon kings. Other than being able to set up powerful illusions, they also possess some special godly powers. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to not have the ability to protect themselves at this level. Ah! Ling Xiao felt extremely uncomfortable being restrained by the tighter and tighter power, causing him to cry out in pain. Only now did he realize that he had been careless. He had thought that he could easily destroy these weak illusory demons. Who would have thought that he had fallen for their trap, and was now in danger? One of the two illusory demon kings shot out from the crack of the rocks. Its speed was astonishing. In less than a blink of an eye, it was already in front of Ling Xiao. This illusory demon king was as tall as a human. That huge head, two demonic green eyes, and that bloodthirsty mouth all exuded a terrifying aura. After letting out a strange cry, it opened its huge mouth and bit towards Ling Xiao's head. It wanted to suck out Ling Xiao's brain. It had to be said that these illusory demons were a very cruel race. Facing this terrifying bite, Ling Xiao was really worried that the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop would not be able to withstand it. This illusory demon king would directly bite through his defense. What if that happened? At this critical moment, Ling Xiao still displayed his calm mind. Scram! Ling Xiao roared angrily at the illusory demon king. That terrifying dragon roar instantly rushed out. Ling Xiao's fighting power had increased to 70 times. That dragon roar was absolutely terrifying. A golden true dragon directly rushed towards the illusory demon king, sending its body flying far away. It left a trail of blood in the air. The illusory demon king had the illusory demon technique Tenbin. This caused its body to be greatly weakened. Even though they had reached the terrifying high level of level 11, their true fighting power was not as strong as a low-level supreme incipient god realm expert. Therefore, Ling Xiao's roar directly injured the illusory demon king. The other illusory demons were also shocked by Ling Xiao's roar. Some low-level illusory demons even fainted. The others were shaken until they fell to the ground and screamed miserably. It had to be said that the power of Ling Xiao's roar was really earth-shattering. It was extremely frightening. It was also this jolt that affected the two illusory demon kings. The strength of the restraints was visibly weakened, and they were shaken off by him. Ling Xiao was able to escape. He held the ice and fire sword in his hand, and immediately started a massacre. Swoosh swoosh. His long sword danced unceasingly. Countless sword energies shot towards the rocky hills in all directions. They directly stabbed towards the illusory demons who were still rolling around in pain. In just a blink of an eye, the rocky hills were immediately thrown into chaos by Ling Xiao's bombardment. Stone chips splashed everywhere. Waves of smoke and dust filled the air. The illusory demons were mercilessly killed by him. The uninjured illusory demon king, and a few of the type 11 illusory demons leapt up in panic, as a number of green attacks flew towards Ling Xiao. These green light attacks weren't weak. They could be compared to the power of a supreme incipient god realm expert. Especially the illusory demon king's attack. It was even more powerful. It made Ling Xiao feel the pressure increase. Ling Xiao roared in fear. His origin of the universe instantly appeared. It enveloped the green light attacks and dissolved them. Only the illusory demon king's power was stronger than his. It directly attacked his chest and sent him flying far away. 2 wounds appeared on his chest. Damn, this guy is so strong! Ling Xiao exclaimed. His wounds were instantly healed. Just as he was about to counterattack, the illusory demon king pounced towards him. Its speed shocked even Ling Xiao. It revealed a ferocious look. It directly clawed at Ling Xiao. Those slender claws carried incomparable sharpness. If he was grabbed by the neck, he would definitely be beheaded. Ling Xiao used the same trick, and the dragon's roar rang out once more. However, This illusory demon king had learned its lesson from the previous one. It was actually on guard. Not only did it seal its hearing, it quickly retreated. Its eyes also took the opportunity to shoot out 2 beams of green light. This retreat and attack made it look like a peerless expert. It made people exclaim in admiration. Ling Xiao swung the ice and fire sword in his hand and blocked the green light attack. At this time, many more green light attacks came from the surroundings. Their power couldn't be underestimated. Ling Xiao continued to use all his skills to neutralize these attacks. At the same time, he slashed at them with terrifying power. Other than the ice sorcery attacks, these illusory demons were extremely fast. Other than those low-leveled illusory demons that escaped far away, these 11th-level illusory demons could barely dodge Ling Xiao's attacks. Ling Xiao's doppelganger still knew that the illusion was not broken. Ling Xiao's real body had to continue to increase his power. He had to kill the illusory demon king here. Only then would the illusion be broken. Ghosts, come out! Ling Xiao had no choice but to summon the Ghost Beast King. The Ghost Beast Prince was a middle-leveled 11th-level illusory demon. Its speed was unparalleled. Distracting the attacks of these illusory demons would be extremely helpful. It would allow him to kill the 2 illusory demon kings. The Ghost Beast Prince received Ling Xiao's instructions. It immediately turned into a gust of wind and stomped towards the other illusory demons. The Ghost Beast Prince's speed was extremely fast, and its power was definitely much stronger than the illusory demons. Without the help of the Ghost Tree Demon, the illusory demons naturally could not withstand the Ghost Beast Prince's attack. Very quickly, the other illusory demons were smashed into pieces. 2 of them were even stomped into meat paste by its huge hooves. The pressure on Ling Xiao was greatly reduced. He could finally face the illusory demon king head-on. The illusory demon king that was heavily injured just now had also recovered. The 2 illusory demon kings were already together, ready to deal with Ling Xiao together. This time, other than using ice sorcery attacks, they actually displayed another kind of attack, Tenbin. They turned into a sky full of illusory demon shadows. Every shadow was like a real existence. They all surrounded and attacked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's green eyes actually could not distinguish which was the real body and which was the doppelganger. Their illusion doppelgangers had actually reached the highest level of passing off the fake as the real one. However, it was still not enough to deal with Ling Xiao. The fact that their attacks were weak could not be changed. Ling Xiao laughed lightly. I also know the doppelganger technique. This time you're dead for sure. At this moment, Ling Xiao also turned into many doppelgangers and charged towards the illusory demon king. Boom boom boom. This rocky area was completely turned upside down by Ling Xiao's attack. Countless stone shards flew and shattered. Smoke and dust flew everywhere. Moreover, there was a lot of his power flowing in all directions. The illusory demons that were watching from afar were all killed. The 2 illusory demon kings were also forced to destroy all their doppelgangers by Ling Xiao. The real body finally revealed an incomparably panicked expression, and actually wanted to escape from this place. But how could Ling Xiao let them escape? He pointed out 2 twin dragon fiendish wind finger beams, and quickly shot towards the direction where they scattered. Squeak squeak. The 2 illusory demon kings finally had nowhere to hide. Struck by the terrifying finger beams, they both cried out in shock and died on the spot. Chapter 1524. With the 2 illusory demon kings dead, these illusory demons were no longer a threat. Most of the ghost tree demons had been burned by the fire birds transformed from the evil spirit Heavenly Fire Pearl. Many of them had already escaped, and were almost completely routed by the fire. This time, Ling Xiao's trip to the demon forest had completely defeated the 4 most terrifying demons here. If others were to know of this battle record of his, they would probably be shocked by it. The most terrifying thing about the fierce blood demon was that it could turn into a demon by dripping its blood. It could quietly enter any living being's body and suck their blood, causing all living beings to bleed to death. The soul-chasing demon could destroy a person's soul without a trace, making it impossible to defend against it. In the end, the person's soul would be destroyed. The ghost tree demon could use endless branches and vines to trap any living being and strangle them to death. The illusory demon could use strange illusions to make people lose their minds and kill each other, exhausting all their energy and dying. Regardless of which of these 4 types of monsters it was, they were enough to make others jealous and not dare to provoke them lightly. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was a scourge that was even more terrifying than them. He had only come to the forest of demons once, and he had already encountered these 4 terrifying monsters. He didn't know if he was too unlucky or too unlucky. Fortunately, his skills and strength were so abnormal, and he could restrain the existence of these demons. That was why he was able to defeat all of them without any mishaps. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. All the illusions on his doppelganger's side had finally disappeared. No one was injured. However, other than Dragon Fifth, who was in good condition, the others were already seriously injured. Their auras were extremely chaotic, and their divine powers were almost depleted. If he had been a little later, someone might really have died. Ling Xiao's doppelganger stayed behind to protect them, and let them recover some of their strength first. However, the prodigal was the most seriously injured. He had to quickly return, and let him consume a beast pill, and some divine items to let him recover some of his strength. Just as Ling Xiao was cleaning up the battlefield, and wanted to return to the other side as soon as possible, he suddenly discovered something. Huh? What kind of rock is this? It's actually not destroyed? Ling Xiao looked at the giant rock that was still intact with a puzzled expression. The rocky hills within a radius of several tens of thousands of kilometers were completely riddled with holes from the battle between him and the illusory demon. Almost all the nearby mountains had been flattened, and all the rocks had been turned into fine powder. However, there was a huge rock that was about 10 meters wide that was still intact among the rubble. It seemed like it was not damaged at all, but everything around it had been damaged. This made it particularly conspicuous. Ling Xiao flew over and found that the stone surface was abnormally smooth, like a mirror, emitting a dazzling light. Ling Xiao gently caressed the surface of the stone, and felt that it was very smooth and comfortable. It felt like he was caressing a mirror, without the slightest bit of roughness. What kind of stone is this? If it's a normal mirror stone, it wouldn't have such a sturdy ability. It's actually undamaged under my attack. Ling Xiao muttered to himself, his eyes filled with deep puzzlement. Forget it. No matter what kind of stone it is, it must have something extraordinary about it. Let's keep it first. Ling Xiao planned to keep the giant rock. At this time, the ghost beast prince quickly came to Ling Xiao's side and exclaimed, "Boss, this is the #1 divine stone unique to the illusory demon race, the illusory eye mirror stone." Illusory eye mirror stone? Ling Xiao responded. His dragon eyes narrowed and immediately flashed a piece of information regarding the illusory eye mirror stone. Immediately after, he revealed a look of extreme joy and said, "Could it be that this is the illusory eye mirror stone that can project images in all directions and see 10,000 kilometers with one's eyes?" That's right. As long as you stand next to it and imagine the location in any direction, it will immediately display the scene there for you to see. You can also use it to set up a large illusory formation and confuse all the races. The ghost beast prince explained from the side. Ling Xiao had also heard of the miraculous effects of the illusory eye mirror stone. He immediately looked at the illusory eye mirror stone and thought of the location where his doppelgangers were. The illusory eye mirror stone indeed flashed with a strange light. Then on the surface of the stone, the situation of everyone on Ling Xiao's doppelganger's side appeared. Dragon Fifth and his doppelgangers were guarding Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonga, who were currently recuperating. As for the prodigal, he was lying in a pool of blood with an expression of unwillingness. All of these scenes were still moving and not static. One could see every movement over there, and there was not the slightest bit of fake or illusory. With Ling Xiao's doppelgangers over there, Ling Xiao's real body could completely understand the situation over there. Ling Xiao was wild with joy as he cried out in surprise. "It really is the illusory eye mirror stone, we've really struck it rich." He really did not think that after annihilating the illusory demon clan, he would still have such a harvest. It really made him feel that this trip was not in vain. Also, he finally understood that when he was under the illusion, his green eyes could not see through the essence of everything. So it was this illusory eye mirror stone that was suppressing here, affecting his divine eyes and also affecting his mind. After all, this illusory eye mirror stone was the eye of the formation. It could increase the reality of the illusion and create all kinds of illusions. Even those supremes, incipient God realm experts, or those with divine eyes would not be able to see through it. With this illusory eye mirror stone, the illusory demon clan was like a tiger that had grown wings. It allowed them to live here safely. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had the dragon phoenix divine hoop to protect his sea of consciousness and divine soul. He was able to block the illusions created by this illusory eye mirror stone. Otherwise, all of them would have died here. Ling Xiao delightedly dug out this illusory eye mirror stone, and then put it into the medicinal cauldron. To others, this illusory eye mirror stone could only be used as a mirror to see 100,000 miles away. It wasn't that valuable. However, to Ling Xiao, a man who could use illusion techniques, it was absolutely the most precious treasure. In the future, if he could use it to guard the territory he had set up, no matter which supremes or incipient God realm expert came here, they would never be able to break his illusion. At that time, they would be at his mercy. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was a little excited. With this stone, did it mean that he would be invincible in this world at some point? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. It would make him arrogant. He brought the ghost beast prince back to the God soul clone, and hurried to take out many beast pellets for the prodigal to swallow. There were also some divine materials of fire attribute that were very useful to him. Fortunately, he was a divine beast with a tenacious vitality. When Ghost Tree Monster and Dragon Fifth had attacked him, his body had almost exploded. Zai Zai, are you okay? Ling Xiao caressed the prodigal's forehead and asked. The prodigal struggled to lift his blood-red eyes. He struggled to answer. Boss, I'm not dead yet. That's good. You should rest for a while, and try to recover soon, Ling Xiao said, and then put the prodigal into the medicinal cauldron to let him recover. As for the others, they were hurt badly. However, as long as their god power was restored, their god bodies could heal automatically. It wasn't a big problem for them. However, it was impossible for them to progress further in a short time. They had to meditate for a while to recover their god power and blood. Ling Xiao was also hurt badly. After he retrieved his clone, he had to meditate for several days to recover his god power and wounds. Several days passed quickly. Finally, they had recovered 70% to 80%. Ling Xiao and Dragon Fifth had recovered to their peak state and didn't show any signs of fatigue. Ling Chen came to Ling Xiao's side and sighed. This trip was really dangerous. My strength was not bad, but coming to this forbidden area, it's simply not enough. Looks like I have to cultivate more. After a pause he said, if you hadn't come with me, I really wouldn't have been able to return. Yang Hai also came over and said, yes, Alchemy God Master's divine power is boundless. It really makes us admire you so much that we can't prostrate ourselves before you. You have saved our lives again. I, Yang Hai, this old bag of bones, vow to follow Master until death. After saying that, Yang Hai bowed deeply to Ling Xiao, looking very sincere and serious. Pang Tonga was very straightforward. Thank you, Alchemist Ling. If you need anything in the future, please let me know. I, Old Pang, will not hesitate. Ling Xiao waved his hand and said, there's no need to talk about this. I was the one who asked you to come. What I promised you will be fulfilled when we get out of here. We're just helping each other. We'll all be friends in the future. They were all quite touched by Ling Xiao's words. Then Ling Xiao said to Ling Chen, Big brother, look around here and see if there's a wood genesis stone. I don't think it's possible. As for the other divine items, they were all destroyed during our battle. I'm afraid there's nothing left. What a pity. Regardless of whether there was or not, since he was already here, Ling Chen naturally had to search carefully. Ling Chen began to wander around the area. Even if he had to dig 10,000 meters, he had to turn this place over. Yang Hai and Pang Tonga also helped and went to search in another direction. Only Ling Xiao didn't move. He was sensing the existence of the Tree of Immortality, Lu Wang. If he had to find a wood divine item in the shortest time, it would definitely be him. A few days had passed, and he didn't see any movement from it. Who knew how much essence it had absorbed from the ghost tree demons? The surroundings had been destroyed to a sorry state. All of the ghost tree demons had either been destroyed or fled. The area within the 100 mountains was completely bare, and it seemed extremely desolate. Ling Chen casually destroyed these mountains and searched every corner, not letting go of any opportunity. At this time, a green light rushed out from a corner of the mountains. This green light turned into an old man. It was the Tree of Immortality, Lu Weng. Hey, can you guys not destroy here? Don't you know you will scare the old man? Lu Weng said with a dissatisfied expression. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Weng and found that he seemed a little different. He seemed to be a lot stronger than before. He had been growing in his sea of consciousness. Now that there was a change, he naturally felt it. This old Lu hasn't appeared for a long time. Now that he has come out in a hurry, maybe he found some divine item. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he looked at Lu Weng. Chapter 1525. Ling Chen knew that Lu Weng was one of Ling Xiao's helpers, but he couldn't guess his identity. However, out of respect for Ling Xiao, he stopped destroying the mountain below. Ling Xiao walked over to Lu Weng and said with a smile, "Old Lu, what are you yelling for? We want to find the Wood Genesis Stone. It's fine if you don't want to help, but you're causing trouble here. Didn't I say that there is no Wood Genesis Stone here? Don't waste your efforts." Lu Weng snapped. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Even if there is no Genesis Stone, we can still find something else." Lu Weng revealed an anxious expression and said, "There is no divine item here. Can you stop messing around? This place has become a dead land. What's wrong with messing around a bit?" Ling Xiao said disapprovingly. Lu Weng hurriedly waved his hand and said, "That will destroy the thing I want. Since this old man has helped you all these years, please don't mess around." Ling Xiao looked at Lu Weng's nervous expression and knew that there must be something good nearby. Otherwise, Lu Weng wouldn't care so much. "Tell me, old Lu, what good things are around here? Let's share them," Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Lu Weng looked at Ling Xiao's sly smile and knew that he had fallen into Ling Xiao's trap. Lu Weng gave a hollow laugh and said, "These things are Wood Origin essences. They aren't suitable for you humans, but they are useful to this old man. Little friend, don't tell me you still want them." "How could I? I just want to see what it is. If it's useless to us, we naturally won't take it from you," Ling Xiao replied. "There's nothing to see here." Lu Weng obviously didn't want Ling Xiao to know what it was. "All right." Ling Xiao agreed and then looked at Ling Chen and said, "Big brother, destroy this place and see if there are any Genesis stones." Don't. You're trying to destroy my life root," Lu Weng hastily cried out with a sullen face. Afterwards, he reluctantly said, "Little friend, you said it yourself. You absolutely cannot steal my things." "Don't worry, I am not that kind of person. Quick, take us there to have a look." Ling Xiao readily agreed. Lu Weng had no choice but to brace himself and take Ling Xiao to the place he had discovered in the past few days. Ling Xiao called out to the others before following Lu Weng's directions. This was a deep ravine between two mountains. Surprisingly, there was a mountain spring that was not very wide and was flowing slowly. This spring wasn't the place that Lu Weng wanted to bring Ling Xiao to. The source of the spring was where the divine item truly resided. The source was a naturally formed cave. The spring water continuously flowed out of the cave. This spring water was very strange. It was actually dark green and carried a strange power. Ling Xiao and the others followed Lu Weng into the spring and directly entered the interior of the mountain. After entering, Ling Xiao and the others finally saw the real good stuff. They saw that the place where the spring water was flowing out was actually a dark green pond. Next to the pond were small trees that were less than half a meter tall. In the middle of the pond were 7 dark green flowers that were in full bloom, emitting dazzling divine lights. Waves of rich vitality filled the entire cave spring. So many small ghost tree monsters? Could this be the place where the ghost tree demon lived? And what are those 7 flowers? I don't think I've heard of them before. Yang Hai couldn't help but exclaim. Pang Tongqua replied from the side. They are the seedlings of the ghost tree monsters, but they haven't become demons yet. The reason why they are growing here is probably related to the dark green spring water. Everyone stared at the 7 divine medicines. They saw that there was actually a ball of an aura rising from the center of the flower. The dark green aura seemed to form the shape of a fairy, constantly jumping and dancing, appearing extremely wondrous. Ling Chen lightly praised. These 7 flowers are shaped like lotuses, but there are some differences. The most amazing thing is that their divine energy has already condensed. They are definitely supreme divine materials. Ling Xiao kept pondering, but he couldn't remember the names of these 7 divine flowers. In the boundless world, there were all kinds of varieties, and in the various divine lands, different divine objects would be born, or they would mutate and grow. Many of them were not things that they could recognize. At this time, Lu Wang opened his mouth and said, "This is the Inky Lotus Immortal Lotus, also known as the Inky Lotus Demonic Flower. It is a rare divine object of both water and wood attributes. It is formed from the ink spring here, and the wood attribute essence that has accumulated in the surroundings." Following Lu Wang's words, everyone noticed that there were old tree roots that crisscrossed like dragons around the cave walls. Bits of green essence flowed out from the bottom of their roots and converged towards the pool, forming a natural pool of essence. No wonder it could produce such a dual attribute divine object. What Lu Wang truly cared about was not the 7 divine flowers, but the wood attribute essence that had gathered here. These were all tree sap that had been dripping from roots that were tens of thousands of years old, or even hundreds of thousands of years old. They all possessed the source energy of the wood attribute, and to him, they were truly divine objects. If it could absorb all the wood attribute essence here, it would definitely be able to advance and become stronger, restoring the divine might of the undying tree. At the same time, it also had the thought of growing and taking root here. This was because this was a primitive forest that had existed since the primordial era. There was still a lot of desolate qi and primordial energy left behind. To it, this was the best place to live. After following Ling Xiao, this was the first time it had the thought of leaving Ling Xiao. After entering Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, it had to be nurtured in hopes of quickly recovering. Moreover, it had to borrow Ling Xiao's luck to benefit from it. At the same time, it had also received the nourishment of Ling Xiao's spiritual liquid, causing it to become more human-like and possess a higher level of intelligence. There are quite a few tree sap that are tens of thousands of years old here. Everyone, take some. As for the 7 divine flowers, let's discuss it again. What do you guys think? Ling Xiao suggested. Ling Xiao was too embarrassed to take all of these things for himself. That would be too unkind. This time Lu Wang became anxious and hurriedly said, "Little friend, you can't be like this. You said that you can't steal my things. How can you go back on your word?" Ling Xiao comforted it and said, "Old Lu, don't be anxious. We are only taking a little, not taking all of it. This place was discovered by everyone, so everyone who saw it has a share. You can't take it all." Lu Wang thought to himself, "This is something that this old man discovered by himself. How did it become everyone else's discovery? Can you not be so unreasonable?" Lu Wang was also too embarrassed to say anything. After all, every human present was stronger than him. So he didn't have the confidence to take everything for himself. He knew that nothing good would happen if he brought Ling Xiao here. This was also the reason why he didn't want Ling Xiao to know about it. When the others heard Ling Xiao's words, they were naturally incomparably happy. The tree sap that was tens of thousands of years old was also a rare healing divine liquid. It would also have a certain effect on them. They split up and went to collect some tree sap. No one would complain about these divine objects being prickly to their hands. The more the better. Lu Wang felt incomparable heartache as he watched from the side. In his heart, he was incomparably regretful for bringing Ling Xiao here. At this time, Ling Xiao was actually thinking about how to distribute these 7 divine flowers. The divine flowers of the water and wood attributes would definitely have unimaginable miraculous effects. Furthermore, they had already condensed into demon spirits. That would definitely be incredible. Perhaps any one of them could create a divine body with both the water and wood attributes. Perhaps eating it could even give birth to a brain with demonic intelligence and increase the comprehension of Tenbin. That would also be a great profit. There were 4 people here, but there were 7 flowers. It would not be easy to divide them equally. And Ling Xiao had never thought of dividing them equally. After all, people were selfish. He planned to give Yang Hai and Pang Tonggu one each. This was definitely very generous. If it was someone else facing this kind of supreme divine object, father and son would probably turn hostile. As for his big brother Ling Chun, he was prepared to give him 2, and he would take 3 each. This was definitely the best way to distribute it. When they returned, Ling Xiao was about to say the distribution method in his mind when Pang Tonggu spoke first. Medicine God Ling, this place was not discovered by us. It is already very kind of you to let us take the tree sap. We should not want these 7 divine flowers, but my wife specializes in the wood attribute. These divine flowers might have a certain miraculous effect on her. I want to use my divine fire lotus core to exchange for one of them. Is that possible? Yang Hai also said from the side. Old Peng is right. You can keep these 7 divine flowers for yourself. He specialized in the water attribute. This inky black immortal lotus might be useful to him, but it could not compare to the sovereign god pellet that Ling Xiao refined for him. Therefore he also wanted to sell a good one to Ling Xiao. Only then would Ling Xiao help him refine the sovereign god pellet, as soon as possible. Ling Chen originally specialized in the metal attribute. Although he could not use it, he understood the value of these 7 inky black immortal lotus very well. However, he also generously said, "That's right, little brother Xiao, you are the medicine god, these divine objects will be even more useful in your hands. From what I know, you also cultivate the 2 attributes of ice and wood. Perhaps they can give you an unexpected harvest, so just take them all." Ling Xiao did not expect them to be able to let it go, and actually give it to him. Ling Xiao did not argue with them anymore. After all, he had saved them all along the way. "Elder Pang, give me the fire lotus divine core. And you take one of these inky black immortal lotus. When I return, I will immediately refine a sovereign god pellet for you. And as for Yang Hai, if you follow me, I will not treat you unfairly, and the sovereign god pellet will not be lacking for you. Big brother, although you do not need this inky black immortal lotus, it is only right for you to take one. If you did not suggest coming here, we would not have had such a fortuitous encounter. As for the other 5, I will not be courteous with you guys." Ling Xiao pondered for a moment and said. After everyone heard Ling Xiao's suggestion, they did not have any objections, and began to collect the 7 inky black lotus immortal lotuses. Chapter 1526. After collecting the 7 inky lotus immortal lotuses, Ling Xiao did not forget to collect the majority of the spring water here. This was a divine spring that was mixed with the essence of the tree's milk, so its healing effects were naturally quite good. However, this was not the reason why Ling Xiao collected them. He planned to store them in the apothecary master's body to nourish these divine materials, so that they could mature and advance faster. At this time, Lu Weng looked at Ling Xiao and hesitated to speak, his expression somewhat unnatural. Ling Xiao and Lu Weng had been together for 100 years. Even if they were not telepathic, they could definitely sense each other's thoughts. He could tell at a glance that Lu Weng had something else to say. "Does Elder Lu still have a good place to go that you're hiding from us?" Ling Xiao asked Lu Weng with a smile. Lu Weng shook his head like a rattledrum. "No. Then do you have a problem with what I just did? To be honest, old Lu, you should be a bit more generous. Look, you still have so much wood origin essence. It should be enough for you to absorb for a long time." Ling Xiao thought that Lu Weng was unhappy and had no choice but to persuade him. Lu Weng did not respond to Ling Xiao's words. Instead, he looked at the other 3 with a hint of hesitation. Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tonggu knew that they had something to say and that there was nothing else for them to do, so they tactfully left the place. "Elder Lu, tell me, what is it that makes you so embarrassed?" Ling Xiao asked. At this time, Lu Weng sighed. "Young friend, I have been with you for over 100 years, and you and I have taken care of each other all these years. Now that you are a supreme of the human race and possess the ability to reach the heavens and the earth, this old man is quite gratified. I did not misjudge you back then. Hee hee, I have to thank Elder Lu for saving my life many times over these years." Ling Xiao smiled politely. Before he became stronger, Lu Wang had indeed used its energy to help him many times, and he had always kept this in mind. However, he had also compensated Lu Wang quite a bit. In addition to nourishing it with spiritual liquid, he had also found a lot of wood attribute divine objects for it to absorb over the years. Otherwise, how could it have advanced to its current level so quickly? Lu Wang didn't dare to claim credit for this. This is all because of little friend's great luck. It isn't just this old man's contribution. After a pause it said, "Actually, I have something to tell you. I hope you can agree to it." "Old Lu, if you have something to say, just say it." "Who are we?" Ling Xiao replied very generously. Seeing Lu Wang in such a difficult situation, Ling Xiao wanted to cover up his master apothecary Lotus even more tightly, afraid that this fellow wanted his inky lotus immortal. If Lu Wang knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, he would certainly be very discontented. "How can this old man be as greedy as you?" Lu Wang said. "I want to stay here and not leave." Ling Xiao was taken aback for a moment before his expression turned serious. "You mean you want to stay here forever? Or only for a short period of time?" For some reason, Ling Xiao already had an uncomfortable feeling in his heart. It was as if he already knew Lu Wang's choice, but he still couldn't help but ask. Lu Wang sighed and said, "As the tree of immortality, I am the incarnation of a heavenly species. I have long since understood yin and yang, the sun and the moon, as well as the will of the heavens. Back then, I chose to follow you out of selfishness because I could already sense that you would bring me a great opportunity that would allow me to return to my peak. Now it is just as I expected. Although little friend is accompanied by good and bad luck, your good luck is greater than the bad luck. Every time, you are able to turn bad luck into good luck, allowing you to achieve your current accomplishments. This natural spring cave was formed naturally during the primordial era, and it gathers the wood spirit vein. For this old man, this is the best place to take root. Thus, this old man has decided not to follow little friend, and will stay here forever. I hope little friend can understand this old man's painstaking efforts." Although Lu Wang was a tree spirit, he had been with Ling Xiao for 100 years. He had already developed a reluctance to part with Ling Xiao. Now that he had made this choice, it was only after some deliberation that he revealed his decision to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already guessed Lu Wang's decision, but when he heard it from his own mouth, he still felt reluctant and somewhat uncomfortable. He was a sentimental person, and he wouldn't be fond of anything that belonged to him. On the contrary, the longer he was with them, the more sentimental he became. Although he was reluctant to part with Lu Wang, he knew that Lu Wang staying here was truly the best choice. "Old Lu, I sincerely thank you for your care for so many years. Since you have already made your decision, I will respect it. I hope that you will one day become a mighty existence like Lord Wudong." Ling Xiao slightly bowed to Lu Wang, and once again expressed his gratitude. In recent years, Lu Wang hadn't been of much help to him. But in the process of his growth, he had provided an indelible and enormous assistance. It was worth it for him to bow to Lu Wang. When Lu Wang heard that Ling Xiao approved of his decision, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. He was one of the 9 great divine trees. No matter which human it was, they all wished to possess him and have him provide them with boundless assistance. In the past, he had been exploited by Ling Xiao many times, but that had always been under the condition of an exchange, so he didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. However, when he truly wanted to leave, he was afraid that Ling Xiao wouldn't allow him to do so. "Young friend, there is no need to be so polite. Although this old man has taken root here, I will forever recognize you as a human friend. If there is ever a need for this old man in the future, this old man naturally won't refuse. This old man wishes that young friend will one day become the strongest of the human race. This old man will also be proud of young friend." Lu Wang sincerely said. "He, old Lu's words are enough." Ling Xiao smiled and rubbed his hands together. "Old Lu, we have known each other for many years. Now that we are going to part forever, aren't you going to express your gratitude?" Lu Wang's old face instantly turned green. "Young friend, this old man has already given you everything. What more do you want?" Ling Xiao smiled again. He, old Lu, You also know that I have many brothers and enemies. Whether it is me or them, our lives are in danger at any time. How could the little you have given me be enough? Why don't you leave me 1,000 portions of tree sap, tree fruits, tree roots, and so on? You also know that I have never been a greedy person." Just as Ling Xiao finished speaking, Lu Weng directly fell to the ground. His green eyes rolled over, and he spat out a green liquid. Hey, old Lu, there is no need to pretend to be dead. Do you think I don't know how much of my spiritual fluid you have absorbed over the years? I just didn't want to bicker with you. Now that I want something from you, you still want to pretend to be dead? You are too unkind." Ling Xiao shouted in dissatisfaction. Lu Weng was almost angered to death by Ling Xiao's words. He had stayed in Ling Xiao's knowledge sea for nourishment, but he had absolutely not absorbed any of his spiritual fluid. It cried and shouted in its heart. "Little friend, where is your conscience?" Lu Weng was quite shameless, directly lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. He believed that even Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Ling Xiao sneered. "Old Lu, you have to pay for what you have done. Do you think pretending to be dead is enough? Believe it or not, I will pull out all of your beard right now. I believe that it will be enough for me." Lu Weng instantly jumped up from the ground and glared at Ling Xiao. His courageous aura made it seem as if he really wanted to have a good fight with Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not show any weakness and continued to glare at Lu Weng. After a long while, Lu Weng's expression collapsed and he revealed a pleading expression. "Young friend, please let this old man go. 1,000 of each. Isn't this asking for this old man's old bones?" Ling Xiao said unhappily. "Old Lu, stop pretending. The wood attribute essence here is enough for you to continue growing stronger. You are only asking for this little bit of things, yet you are still crying and hovering between life and death. This is simply disregarding our 100 years of friendship. This Empress has truly misjudged you as a friend. This Empress doesn't want it anymore. You can keep it for yourself." Ling Xiao looked as if he had been betrayed by the person closest to him. It was as if he had been betrayed by the person closest to him. Lu Weng was dumbfounded. It seemed like he was being wronged. He didn't say that he wouldn't give it, but the amount that Ling Xiao asked for was too great. He had no choice but to do this. It thought that Ling Xiao would bargain for a while, and in the end, he would just give Ling Xiao around 100 servings, which was fine. But now this bastard actually didn't want it anymore. He should be happy, but after hearing Ling Xiao's unbearable words, he felt too ashamed to show his face. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to leave the cave, Lu Weng hastily called out to Ling Xiao. "Young friend, you are right. This old man has let you down. Come over, this old man will agree to your request." Ling Xiao stopped and instantly flashed back to Lu Weng's side. He smiled and said, "This is our good friend. Hurry up and take it out. The sky is getting dark and I still have to hurry back." Lu Weng looked at Ling Xiao's drooling appearance and knew that he had been tricked by Ling Xiao. He bitterly smiled and said, "Although this old man has stayed in your sea of knowledge for 100 years, I have never learned the slightest bit of young friend's craftiness." At the same time, he took out the tree sap, fruits, and roots for Ling Xiao. These were all things that he had accumulated over the years. Taking out even a little bit was incomparably painful. Ling Xiao wanted to laugh when he saw Lu Weng's appearance, but he forcefully restrained himself. He thought to himself, "Old Lu is still too pure. There is no scheming here, and no one would dare to rashly come looking for him. I believe that he will be able to reach the peak soon." Ling Xiao stopped Lu Weng from taking out more items and said, "All right, old Lu, since we are friends, I will give you a 50% discount. These items are enough for me to use." There were several hundred portions in front of him, and it was enough for him to use for a long time. Moreover, Lu Weng lived here, so he could come and find him at any time. It wasn't like he wouldn't be able to find him after separating. If Lu Weng knew what Ling Xiao was thinking, he would have been so angry that his tree trunk would have rotted and died. This bastard was definitely an insatiably greedy fellow. Lu Weng didn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking, and he was rather grateful for Ling Xiao's magnanimity. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave the cave, Lu Weng called out to Ling Xiao and said, "Young friend, this old man still has something to give you. This is 1/3 of my tree core. In the future, you might face a great tribulation, and it should be able to help you overcome it. When you have the chance, you can take it. Chapter 15:27. Undying Tree Milk, Undying Tree Fruits, and Undying Tree Roots. These were all things that Lu Wang had been accumulating for a long time and could continuously regenerate. However, the undying tree only had a single tree heart, and this was where its true life essence resided. In other words, Lu Wang had taken out a third of the undying tree heart, which was equivalent to a third of its life essence. Not only did this represent its strength, but it also represented its undying will and undying soul. As long as Ling Xiao consumed it, even if Ling Xiao's head was destroyed one day, as long as a little bit of his soul or blood essence remained, there was still a chance for him to be reborn. This was the miraculous aspect of the undying heart, as well as the divine effects of the 9 divine trees. If someone could obtain the entire undying heart and consume it, that person would have an endless life and would never be destroyed. Just a little bit of blood, a little bit of skin, hair, or even a little bit of soul would be enough for them to be reborn and resurrected. Unless it was destroyed to the point where not even a speck of dust was left, it would be impossible for it to disappear from this world forever. Lu Wang giving this third of the undying heart to Ling Xiao was definitely giving Ling Xiao another undying life. However, Lu Wang himself had lost most of his essence, and it was unknown how many years it would take for him to recover. When Ling Xiao sensed Lu Wang's rapidly weakening aura, he suddenly felt his heart ache and was moved. He had always felt that Lu Wang was stingy and cowardly, but now, he had actually given him a third of the undying heart. What a generous gift this was. Lu Wang saw that Ling Xiao was slow to accept his undying heart, and his expression became even more unsightly. Could it be that little friend doesn't think it's too little? Ling Xiao anxiously shook his head and said, "No, Elder Lu, I can't take this undying heart, it's taking a third of your old life. I, Ling Xiao, am not someone who disregards the life and death of a friend. If you lose it, you'll have to spend a very long time to recover your vitality." Lu Wang could hear Ling Xiao's sincerity this time, and he felt extremely gratified in his heart. "Take it. This place contains the essence accumulated by countless roots. As long as this old man takes root here, I will be able to recover in less than 100 years. Moreover, this old man will not be by your side in the future. Even if I want to help you, I will not be able to. Take this as a gift for our friendship. Little friend, please accept it." Lu Wang paused for a moment before continuing. "If little friend feels apologetic, then in the future when you are able to find a wood element stone, if you have an extra, you can bring it here and give it to this old man. This would be a great blessing for this old man." When Ling Xiao heard Lu Wang speak like this, he no longer acted delicate and immediately accepted the third of the undying heart. He only felt an incomparably dense vitality being transmitted over. That warm and moist feeling was extremely comfortable. Ling Xiao deeply nodded and said, "Elder Lu, don't worry and stay here. I will definitely find a wood element genesis stone. When the time comes, I will definitely give you one." "Haha, alright, let's not be overly sentimental. This isn't like little friend's character. Quickly go." Lu Wang smiled and waved his hand. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Then take care, I'm leaving." After saying that, Ling Xiao looked deeply at Lu Wang and grasped the undying heart. Then, he resolutely turned around and left the cave entrance. Right after Ling Xiao left, Lu Wang's body instantly weakened and fell to the ground. He revealed a wry smile and murmured, "It's easier said than done to replenish a third of the heart. However, since little friend was able to escape this calamity, my acquaintance with him was not in vain." After it finished speaking, it immediately turned into a small tree and began to grow like a cocoon. Its roots quickly took root here, and it immediately gathered and absorbed all the wood elemental essences here. Very quickly, it continued to grow. In the end, the top of the tree broke open the cave, and it stood on top of the mountain. It became a very huge ancient tree that reached the sky, and it emitted waves of undying vitality, and it emitted a bright green divine light. Swoosh swoosh. Rays of divine light created a strange phenomenon in the world, causing the nearby sky to surge and the clouds to move. "Ling Xiao, who had already met up with Ling Chen's group of 3, looked at this scene with a myriad of emotions in his heart. From today onwards, the existence of the Tree of Immortality was no longer in his sea of consciousness. However, he now had a third of the undying heart in his hand. He still felt that he was with Lu Wang. Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tongga also saw the splendor of this divine tree. They all secretly praised in their hearts. Could this be one of the 9 great divine trees? Even if they felt that it was one of the 9 great divine trees, they all knew that it had a great relationship with Ling Xiao. Thus they would not have any designs on this divine tree, much less announce it. Unknowingly, Ling Xiao had already occupied a very important position in their hearts. Ling Xiao and the others left this place, but they did not immediately leave the myriad demon forest. Instead, they planned to continue searching for some divine materials here. This was an extremely rare opportunity for them. After all, they had already entered a few great demon territories safely. As long as they did not provoke those terrifying existences that had reached the 11th rank, they would basically not be in any danger. Even if they encountered a group of holy beasts and could not defeat them, they could still run. Of course, it did not mean that there were no other terrifying monsters in the myriad demon forest other than these few great ferocious monsters. There were still some unknown demon species, but it was impossible for them to encounter them one by one. Furthermore, there were all kinds of even more terrifying poisonous creatures and sources of poison here. Some of them were indeed not something they could handle, so they had no choice but to avoid them. With the Ghost Beast Prince leading the way and Dragon Fifth protecting them from the side, they found quite a few holy beasts to fight and obtained quite a few divine items. Among them, Ling Chen finally satisfied his desire to find a holy beast of equal strength to fight. He was able to fight a few battles to his heart's content, sweeping away the incomparable depression in his heart. As for Yang Hai and Pang Tongga, they were not interested in this. They only cared about Ling Xiao leaving as soon as possible, so that they could get their Supreme God pills. However, for some reason, ever since Ling Xiao left the Ghost Tree Ridge, he had been very quiet and rarely communicated with others. Whenever he encountered a powerful holy beast, he would always be the first to stand at the front and fight. And they finally witnessed Ling Xiao's abnormal combat strength, as well as Ling Xiao's incomparably cruel killing methods. They realized that Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond their imagination. Yang Hai also recognized the fact that if Ling Xiao were to fight with him, even if his cultivation level was slightly higher than Ling Xiao's, he would probably not even be able to withstand 10 moves from Ling Xiao. As for Pang Tongga, although he did not feel that way, he had already treated Ling Xiao as someone of the same level as him. The more they saw how powerful Ling Xiao was, the more they were subdued by Ling Xiao's demeanor. Ling Xiao was the sovereign alchemy god. This halo was already enough to suppress all of their confidence. And now that his battle strength was so abnormal, he was simply the rarest existence among all alchemists. Alchemists focused on refining pills, and when they advanced, they would usually take a large amount of pills, causing their own foundation to be unstable, and their strength to be greatly reduced compared to those of the same level. Right now, Yang Hai had already made up his mind to follow Ling Xiao with peace of mind. He believed that Ling Xiao would not treat him unfairly. He had some understanding of Ling Xiao's personality, and there was nothing to say about it. Pang Tongga, on the other hand, lowered his attitude and talked to Ling Xiao as a friend. He wanted to treat Ling Xiao as a friend despite the difference in age, and definitely could not become enemies with him. At this time, Ling Xiao was holding on to the ice and fire sword, and cutting a middle stage 11th step holy beast in half. A huge amount of blood splattered high up in the sky, and the stench was disgusting. Ling Xiao's figure flashed, and picked out the holy beast's beast core, a calm smile still appearing on his face. Gathering and parting are common things in life. At my level, I still can't let it go. It really shouldn't be. With my strength, isn't it easy to see who I want to see? Furthermore, that old man isn't my woman. Why would I be reluctant to part with him? Haha, how laughable, how laughable. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed out loud again, causing the others to be baffled. Brother Xiao, what happy event did you encounter? Ling Chen asked from not far away. Ling Xiao lightly shook his head and said, nothing much. I just feel that I've killed to my heart's content. After a pause he said, let's go, we'll find a place to refine 2 Supreme God pills for Elder Yang and Elder Pang, then we can go back. Ling Xiao planned to refine pills in the demon forest. After all, the power of origin here was relatively rich. He only needed to find a place without too many high-level holy beasts, then he wouldn't have to worry about being disturbed or anything. Not far away, Yang Hai and Pang Tongga almost fainted after hearing Ling Xiao's words. They had been waiting for this day for more than a year, not because they felt that it had been a long time, but because it was too fast. For supremes like them, who had infinite lifespans, this was simply a snap of a finger. The group of people stopped at a mountain where there were no high-rank holy beasts roaming about. Ling Xiao didn't need to open up any cave abode. He just needed to set up a powerful isolation restriction in the open. Ling Xiao said to Yang Hai and Pang Tongga, take out all the Supreme God materials and ordinary divine materials you have. I'll see which ones I need, if not my collection won't be enough. Pang Tongga impatiently took out all the divine materials he had. He had almost collected 2 sets of Supreme God materials. As for Yang Hai, he had much less. Although he was once the king of mercenaries, he wasn't as strong as Pang Tongga. He had collected a lot of ordinary divine materials, but the number of Supreme God materials he had was limited. This was also the reason why he chose to follow Ling Xiao in order to obtain Supreme God pills. After Ling Xiao collected their divine materials, he said, it won't be long before the Supreme God pills you need can be refined. Wait a few more days. Pang Tongga and Yang Hai were both excited. Their faces were filled with unshakable joy. Chapter 1528. Ling Xiao had flesh, blood, and soul, which was equivalent to having an actual clone. And this avatar's strength was even stronger than his real body. This was definitely one of a kind in the entire heaven domain. He alone was equivalent to 2 people, which was equivalent to 2 sovereign divine alchemists. If others were to know of this news, they would definitely be shocked and worship him. Ling Xiao did not want to show off. He displayed this shocking scene of pill refining in front of Ling Chun, Yang Hai, and Pang Tongga. This was only to shorten the time needed to refine pills. Seeing 2 Ling Xiao refining pills at the same time not far away from each other was an eye-opener for them. And they were secretly amazed. In merely a short period of around 10 days, Ling Xiao had successively condensed 2 Supreme God pellets. Such an extraordinarily fast speed was simply astounding. Moreover, there wasn't the slightest mistake in the process, and he didn't destroy many divine materials. Moreover, he'd succeeded in condensing the pellets in one go. Although they had never seen other sovereign divine alchemists concoct pills, they knew that any alchemist's success rate was limited. This was also the reason why every alchemist would collect many sets of materials before concocting pills for others. Ling Xiao took the 2 sovereign divine alchemists and handed them to Yang Hai and Pang Tongga. Elder Pang, it's been hard on you this time. This is what you deserve. Ling Xiao first said to Pang Tongga, then looked at Yang Hai and said, Elder Yang, whether or not you want to follow me, it's not too late to think about it. No matter what, through the short contact, Ling Xiao had a good impression of the 2 of them, especially Pang Tongga, who was straightforward and not too scheming. Yang Hai, on the other hand, was much more tactful and shrewd. It would not be easy to truly make him submit. If he did not sincerely submit, there would be no meaning for Ling Xiao to keep him by his side. Although he was not very useful on this trip, Ling Xiao was a man of his word. He said he would refine sovereign divine pills for them, and he did not go back on his word. Yang Hai knew that it was time for him to make his choice. Once he made his choice, there would be no turning back. Otherwise, when Ling Xiao became powerful in the future and he betrayed Ling Xiao, even though the heavenly realm was big, there would definitely be no place for him to stay. After all, the rallying power of the Supreme Medicine God was extremely terrifying. Yang Hai only hesitated for a moment before immediately bowing and replying, Master of the God of Medicine, Yang Hai is willing to serve you as my master for the rest of my life and follow master around. Ling Xiao was very satisfied with Yang Hai's quick change. He immediately nodded and said, Okay, you can stay by my side and work for me in the future. If you really want to leave in the future, You can do so at any time. I won't force you. Ling Xiao had only recruited Yang Hai as an additional source of strength. He would never treat Yang Hai as a trusted aide. Yang Hai will never betray master, Yang Hai said solemnly. He also understood that it was impossible to gain Ling Xiao's complete trust immediately. All of this needed him to prove it with practical actions. Ling Xiao then said to Ling Chen, "Big brother, you've just entered the first stage of the Supreme Realm not long ago, and you've already taken a Supreme Divine Pill. There won't be any effect if you take another one. You'll have to rely on yourself for the future advancement. I believe that with your Tenbin, it won't be a problem." Ling Chen laughed heartily. "Haha, that's only natural. I've rarely relied on pills to break through in my life. I may not be as monstrous as you, but I'm still a genius of my generation. My current goal is to enter the sovereign ranking in 10,000 years. Ling Xiao said sincerely. "I believe Big Brother can do it." Those on the supreme list were the strongest existences in the heaven territory. Each of them represented an invincible existence in the world. This was the lifelong dream of all the first stage and incipient God realm experts. Whoever could sit on the throne would have the most glorious moment of their life. Ling Chen was only a low-level first stage, and he already had such a lofty ambition. This was not a small ambition. Yang Hai and Pang Tongga listened from the side. They didn't look down on him at all. Instead, they felt that Ling Chen had a high chance of doing so. After all, Ling Chen's fighting power wasn't as abnormal as Ling Xiao's, but it wasn't much weaker. Once he became a high-level first-stage supreme, he would definitely be the strongest among his peers. However, in their hearts, Ling Xiao had a higher chance of becoming an existence on the supreme list. Because the more they saw how strong Ling Xiao was, the more they couldn't see through Ling Xiao. They felt that Ling Xiao had an inexhaustible amount of divine power and trump cards. After staying here for about a year, they finally left the Thousand Demon Forest. After leaving the Thousand Demon Forest, besides Ling Xiao, the others heaved a sigh of relief. They were amazed that they could leave the Thousand Demon Forest, which was comparable to one of the Forbidden Lands, alive. Moreover, they had obtained many divine treasures and seen those terrifying monsters. It was a worthwhile trip. Pang Tongga first bid farewell to Ling Xiao. "Alchemist Ling, we will part ways now. If you need anything in the future, send someone to Kuxiang Pavilion in Feng's territory to inform me. I will definitely not object. That's enough for me. Farewell." Ling Xiao cupped his hands in a gratified manner. He was also very happy to be able to befriend a straightforward incipient God realm expert like Pang Tongga. Then Pang Tongga bid farewell to Ling Chen and Yang Hai before soaring into the sky and flying away. Seeing him leave at full speed, it was clear that he was returning to his home. "Let's go back too," Ling Chen said. Ling Xiao nodded and brought Yang Hai and Ling Chen back to Dragon Gate first. Along the way, Ling Xiao asked Yang Hai about the situation in outer space. Although Yang Hai was only a low-level Supreme Master, he had been at this realm for tens of thousands of years. He had also wandered in outer space for a period of time, hoping to find some opportunities. Unfortunately, his strength was limited and he didn't gain much. Instead, he was scared by the dangers in outer space and retreated back to heaven territory. Ling Chen also wanted to know about the situation in outer space, and was amazed by Yang Hai's words. Although they could go to outer space at any time, they had many unknowns about the outer space. If they were careless and stepped into a dangerous place, even if they were supreme masters, they would only die. Therefore, listening to what Yang Hai had seen and heard would be of great help to them when they wandered in outer space in the future. After listening to Yang Hai's explanation, Ling Xiao and Ling Chen were even more curious about outer space. They really wanted to put everything down and wander outside. There were countless spaces in outer space: land space, turbulent space, five-element space, black hole space, electric magnetic field. Many of the spaces were filled with different powers and strange objects. Many of them were dead spaces, and many of them had living creatures and races. Most of them had many divine objects that had never been seen before. There was no lack of top-notch supreme divine materials that had existed for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. However, these spaces were filled with all kinds of dangerous existences. If they were careless, They would die without a burial place. In addition, there was a big danger in rushing to outer space, and that was the problem of direction. If many outer space people went in the wrong direction and couldn't find the way back to heaven territory, then they would absolutely have to live in outer space forever. Since ancient times, there were many supreme masters at incipient God realm who were lost in outer space and couldn't return to heaven territory. Of course, most of them fell in outer space and couldn't be buried in their homeland forever. Old Yang, have you ever heard of a space with a Genesis stone? Ling Chen asked Yang Hai. Yang Hai forced a smile and shook his head. The path I've walked has been taken by my predecessors. If there was a Genesis stone, someone else would have taken it already. Of course, there are some forbidden spaces that I don't dare to enter. Perhaps there is a Genesis stone in those forbidden spaces. Who knows? Ling Chen sighed with emotion. You're right. If there was a Genesis stone, it would have been taken away already. We wouldn't even have a chance. Yang Hai curiously asked. You Kim people cultivate metal class. Why do you want to collect Genesis stones of other elements? Yang Hai knew that his words were rude, but he had considered himself Ling Zhao's servant. If he could have a chance to share some of Ling Zhao's burden, it would be his responsibility. We have a big use for it. No matter what kind of Genesis stone it is, we need it. If you have a friend who knows where to find a Genesis stone, tell us, said Ling Xiao. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't let Yang Hai know everything. After all, it was a critical matter. He couldn't make any mistakes. Yang Hai hesitated for a while before saying, Actually, I know where to find a wood-class Genesis stone. What? Why didn't you tell us earlier? Ling Xiao and Ling Chen were discontented. Yang Hai looked a little embarrassed. Even if I knew where to find it, I wouldn't dare to tell you. But now that I've chosen to follow Master, I won't hide it anymore. Pausing for a while, he continued. Actually, the Wood Grain tribe should have a wood-class Genesis stone. After listening to Yang Hai, Ling Xiao and Ling Chen felt bored. The Wood Grain tribe had a wood-class Genesis stone. This wasn't a secret to the super forces. They even knew that the Wood Grain tribe had a divine tree, the 9-colored exquisite divine tree. Yang Hai looked at Ling Xiao and Ling Chen, but he didn't feel like he was asking for trouble. Instead, he continued. The Wood Grain tribe is the most mysterious. Just like the Wing tribe, they don't like to associate with other humans. That's why they don't have any friends. It's impossible to get a Genesis stone from them. However, I, Old Yang, used to be the mercenary king. I've traveled through many ancient mountains. Once, I accidentally saved a friend of the Wood Grain tribe, and was lucky enough to enter their territory. At this point, Ling Xiao and Ling Chen's expressions instantly changed to one of shock. They both stared at Yang Hai. Ling Xiao asked in a serious tone. Old Yang, do you really have a friendship with the Wood Grain tribe? Yang Hai replied. I have a little friendship, but it's not very deep. I can't make them take out a Genesis stone. Ling Chen excitedly said. It's good that we have a friendship. As long as we can see the patriarch of the Wood Grain tribe, we can trade with them. That's right. Old Yang, you have to help us. Ling Xiao immediately said. Chapter 1529. What Yang Hai said was true. He used to save the son of the chief of the Wood Grain clan in an ancient mountain range. That was how he got the Wood Grain clan's friendship. He was fortunate enough to enter the Wood Grain race's ancestral land. The Wood Grain clan lived deep inside a famous ancient mountain range in the Sky Dragon area. It was called the Linglong Mountain Range. It wasn't a forbidden area, but the supreme expert of the Wood Grain clan had used a powerful barrier to isolate that area. Unless one had reached incipient God realm, he wouldn't be able to find the clan's territory. Even if a supreme expert at incipient God realm knew that place, he wouldn't dare to intrude. The Wood Grain clan was a low-key clan. However, it was one of the ancient clans that could trace back to the antiquity time. It was much longer than the Soul clan and the Dead Spirit clan. It wasn't hard to imagine their background. Warriors of the Wood Grain clan all had the Linglong heart. They could feel the good and bad thoughts of others. Also, because the Wood Grain clan used to contact the other clans, they knew that the others were sinister. That was why they chose to seclude themselves from the world. and rarely appeared in the cities of the other clans. It was really rare that someone with Yonghai's personality could become a friend of the Wood Grain clan. The Kim people used to send someone to the Wood Grain clan to exchange for the Wood Class Genesis Stone. However, the Wood Grain clan had rejected them mercilessly. Although the Kim people were the strongest ancient clan in the Sky Dragon area, they didn't dare to rob it. As Ling Xiao and Ling Chen heard from Yonghai that he had a relationship with the Wood Grain clan, of course, they hoped that they could use it well. Moreover, if Yonghai didn't have the confidence to contact the Wood Grain clan, he wouldn't act rashly. Master, I can introduce you to the warriors of the Wood Grain clan. However, I'm not sure if I can make them give you the Wood Class Genesis Stone. Yonghai said the ugly words first. Although he wanted to help Ling Xiao and gain Ling Xiao's trust, he didn't dare to do everything. Yeah, no problem. As long as we can meet the Wood Grain clan, everything is negotiable. Ling Xiao answered happily. Ling Chen was also excited. Then we should hurry back to the clan and discuss with the other elders. Let's see what they say. Then the three of them sped up and returned to Dragon Gate. As soon as they returned to the Dragon Gate, Ling Xiao left Yonghai on his mountain peak while Ling Xiao and Ling Chen rushed back to the clan. At this time, the leader of the Kim people, Ling Bo, and the great elder Ling Qiu had already come out of seclusion. They were in excellent condition and had satisfied smiles on their faces. It was obvious that they were extremely happy because of the breakthrough. When they saw Ling Xiao again, their eyes were filled with kindness. I heard that you two daring kids actually went to the demon forest. You really don't know how to spell the word death. Great Elder Ling Qiu said with a hint of reproach. The two people in front of them were the most outstanding juniors of the Kim people. They absolutely did not want anything to happen to them. Ling Chen was the first to stand up and admit his mistake. Great Elder, if you want to blame someone, blame me. I was the one who asked Xiao Xiao to go with me. At this time, Ling Bo also said, Chun'er, your intention is for the good of the clan, but have you ever thought that Xiaoer is the hope of our clan? How could you bring him to take risks? If you do this again, I won't let you off easily. When Ling Chen went to the demon forest, he regretted bringing Ling Xiao with him. It was indeed as the leader said, Ling Xiao was the brightest star of the Dragon Gate, and the hope of all the Kim people. If something happened to him, he would be the sinner of the clan. Yes, Chun'er knows his mistake. Please punish me, leader and great elder. Ling Chen bowed and very sincerely admitted his mistake. At this time Ling Xiao opened his mouth. Patriarch, great elder, please don't blame big brother. I was the one who asked to go with him. Now that we're back and we didn't lose anything, let's just forget about it. Xiao, I've told you before that you're related to the future development of our tribe. You can't be loyal to your friends, and you can't risk your life. The demon forest is a dangerous place for demons and high-level holy beasts. Although your strength is not bad, it's definitely not a place you can go. You're lucky to be able to return safely this time. Ling Bo advised patiently. Ling Qiu also said, yes, in the future, even if we old bones do it ourselves, we will not let you risk your life. If they knew that Ling Xiao and Ling Chen not only roamed the demon forest for more than half a year, but also killed several fierce monsters, who knows if they would still say this. Ling Xiao knew that they were saying this for his own good, but he had always been a restless person. If he was asked to stay here, and be a supreme alchemy god admired by tens of thousands of people without having to do anything else, he would be bored to the point of wanting to die. Now, Ling Xiao didn't want to refute them. It was fine if they heard it. Ling Xiao changed the topic and said, Leader, great elder, this time, we came to find you mainly because we have a matter to discuss with you. Then he told them that Yonghai was acquainted with the Woodgrain tribe, and was able to talk to them. When the two heard this news, they immediately revealed a happy expression. Ling Bo said, Does your friend have the confidence to introduce you to the Woodgrain tribe's patriarch? You should know that the last time we sent other elders, they refused to see us. He said that he can introduce us, but whether we succeed or not depends on ourselves. Ling Xiao replied. Then he said, If we can really meet them, we must show full sincerity. Moreover, it would be best if we can cater to their interest and take out the divine items they want. Otherwise, it will not be easy to exchange for their source stone. Ling Chen said, "Little brother Xiao is right. As long as we can take out the divine items they want, we can move them." "You are all right. The key is who knows what they lack. They are a race that specializes in wood attribute, but they do not lack wood attribute divine items. Moreover, they have the help of the 9-colored exquisite divine tree. Unless we can take out another divine tree item to exchange with them, then it will be impossible," Ling Bo said in a serious tone. "That's right. Their race has a longer history than our Kim people. Their foundation is very strong, and they do not lack any divine items." Ling Qiu also sighed. "I don't believe that they do not lack anything. If it is really impossible, then let little brother Xiao refine a few supreme god pellets for them. They should be tempted," Ling Chen said disapprovingly. When Ling Xiao heard Ling Bo's words, his heart moved. "Another divine tree item. Do I really need to use the undying heart to exchange for it?" The undying heart was the source of the undying tree's power. He believed that the Woodgrain tribe would be interested in it if he took it out. However, Ling Xiao was somewhat reluctant. This was the most generous gift that Lu Weng had given him. Moreover, it said that he would face a great calamity, and he needed the undying heart to avoid it. "No matter, I have gone through all these years. What calamity can't I avoid? Let's use it to exchange for the Genesis Stone and save the ancestor first." Ling Xiao made up his mind. "Maybe we can talk to them. I have another divine tree item," Ling Xiao said. "Little Xiao, is this true?" Ling Bo and Ling Qiu exclaimed in unison. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Yes, of course I won't joke about this." Ling Chen, who was on the side, believed Ling Xiao's words. He was also sure that the green tree that had taken root in the demon forest was definitely one of the 9 great divine trees. However, he could not distinguish which divine tree it was. "All right, let's go and talk to the Woodgrain tribe. In addition, we must prepare all kinds of wood attribute supreme divine materials. As long as they need it, we must try our best to satisfy their requirements. We must exchange for the Genesis Stone." Ling Bo slapped the table and said, "Little Xiao, go back and ask your friend. See if he knows what the Woodgrain tribe needs the most. We need to be fully prepared first." "Yes, Patriarch," Ling Xiao replied and turned around to return to the Dragon Gate. After returning to his peak, Ling Xiao once again summoned Yang Hai to learn more about the Woodgrain tribe. Yang Hai also knew everything about Ling Xiao, so he told him everything he knew. Yang Hai knew more about the Woodgrain tribe than them, but this information was not very useful. The only thing that made Ling Xiao pay attention to was the Woodgrain tribe's ability to sense other people's thoughts. If they felt dissatisfied, they would definitely turn hostile. Therefore, this negotiation must be sincere, and must not make any mistakes. It must not be handed over to a scheming person. Everyone has a little bit of scheming. If you don't, you'll be tricked by others. However, it's still possible to talk honestly. I have to be careful about this. I can't bring too many people with me. 2 or 3 people should be enough. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Suddenly, he thought of a pretty figure, and a faint smile flashed across his face. Maybe that girl can help me. Ling Xiao did not immediately take action. Instead, he stayed on the peak for a few days. He directly went to find his mother, Meng Xiyun, intending to give her a generous gift. Meng Xiyun still had the appearance of a young married woman. With such an outstanding son, it would be difficult for her to look old. However, her cultivation of tenbin was not very outstanding, and she was not as hardworking as others. Although she had the support of various resources from Ling Xiao, she was still only at peak stage mystic Tharch. There was still a long way to go before she could become a saint. After all, there were some realms that could not be directly broken through with elixirs. For example, reaching the saint realm required a certain level of comprehension in order to use elixirs to advance. Her wives were all anxious for her, but she didn't care. She was once a small mystic cultivator. Reaching the mystic Tharch realm was already hard for her to imagine. She did not have too many extravagant hopes. Moreover, she was now able to live with her children and grandchildren for several generations. She was already very satisfied and happy. Chapter 1530. Shower, how come you have time to come see mother today? Ming Xian said with a happy expression. Now that her children and grandchildren had grown up, she didn't need to worry about them anymore. She was also a bit bored from being idle. Mother, where's father? Ling Xiao called out and casually asked. Meng Xian angrily said. Don't mention him. Now he dislikes an old woman like me. Just like you, we haven't seen each other for a few years. Maybe he's forgotten about this old woman. Ling Xiao walked to Meng Xian's side and smiled. Who dares to say that my mother is an old woman? That person must be blind. Mother is even more beautiful than those 20-year-old girls. Meng Xian beamed with joy and said, Brat, you really have a pleasant mouth. No wonder you found so many good wives. She paused for a moment and then said, Shower, you only have 2 sons, Tian'er and Inger, and 1 daughter. Are you satisfied? Tian will definitely have a bright future, and won't be below me in the future. Yuer has also changed her bad habits. Her future achievements won't be as good as Tian, but it won't be too far off. Inger will marry sooner or later, but her standards aren't low right now. I don't know which handsome young man she will like, but I'm satisfied with the 3 of them. Not to mention, Ling Yu and Ling Zhe will inherit everything from me, so that's enough. Ling Xiao agreed. Satisfied my ass. Your father and I only have you. And you and your father are cultivation maniacs. You're not by mother's side all year round. Now that Tian'er and you have grown up, even Xiao Yu and Xiao Zhe aren't young anymore, and they're not by mother's side. Mother is very annoyed. Meng Xian sighed. Mother, don't worry. Yuer should also get married. Let's see if there's a girl he likes. I'll have him get married immediately and give you a great-grandson or great-granddaughter. Then you won't be so idle. Ling Xiao smiled. He had always known that his mother really wanted to take care of the children, and hearing her tone now, he made this suggestion. Meng Xian sighed and said, That may be the case, but Yuer is like you in a romantic manner, but he isn't faithful. I've never seen him bring any proper girls to see me. I'm afraid that even if he marries, he will only barely be able to get along without any benefits. Ling Xiao then said, Then I'll let Tian'er and Yueme give birth to a pair of twins for you to raise. Do you think it's so easy to have twins? Tian'er is the same as you, he hasn't seen him in years. I don't know how long it will take for him to have another child with Yueme. Meng Xian paused for a moment, then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Shower, you have so many wives and all of them want a child. Why don't you give me a few grandchildren? That way, I won't be so lonely. Meng Xian's eyes were filled with infinite expectation. She stared at Ling Xiao, making him feel scared. In fact, he had thought about this problem a long time ago, but he had never asked them, and they had never mentioned it to him. Not to mention that his grandchildren were already so old. If they had more children, the seniority would be really messed up. Mother, we can talk about this, but don't tell them. If we have another child, it will be a mess. Ling Xiao was a bit embarrassed. What's there to be a mess about? Aren't they all your children, the descendants of our Ling family? Meng Xian loudly said, then paused for a moment and said, Shower, you don't understand women. When they reach a certain age, who doesn't want a child by their side? In the past, I saw Yushi, Xianer, and the others envious of Yan'er and Xiayue. So I know they also want children. Anyway, I don't care. Go back and ask them, they will definitely be willing. Do you have the heart to let them live their whole lives just to be with you? You can't be so selfish. Meng Xian scolded Ling Xiao, the only supreme alchemy god in the Sky Dragon region, causing him to not dare to speak at all. This was truly an eye-opener. Ling Xiao heard his mother's words and felt that it was reasonable. He thought that perhaps he really should have a good chat with them about this problem. After all, he was always outside and didn't stay by their side. If they had children, perhaps when he wasn't here, they would have better sustenance and comfort. After chatting with Meng Xian for a while, Ling Xiao returned to the main topic and said, Mother, I will discuss this matter with them. I have something for you now. At the same time, Ling Xiao took out the inky lotus immortal lotus he obtained from the ghost tree demon's territory, and gave it to Meng Xian. Shower, what kind of divine item is this? How can it be so magical? Meng Xian knew that her son would always give her something extraordinary each time, But this was the first time she saw such a magical item. The aura of the inky lotus immortal lotus was like a dancing fairy. It was extremely alluring. This is the inky lotus immortal lotus, a divine item that even incipient God realm experts desire. It is also a divine item suitable for mother's cultivation. Ling Xiao explained. Meng Xian revealed a surprised expression and said, "Oh Xiao, I know you are filial, but I haven't used many of the divine items you gave me in the past. If you give me such an expensive divine item, it will just be a waste. You should keep it for yourself." Meng Xian's realm wasn't high, but her knowledge wasn't shallow. With her current realm, this kind of divine item would only be a waste if she absorbed it. She understood this logic. "Mother, it has dual attributes of water and wood. It is the most suitable for you. Of course, it will be a waste if you absorb it alone. I plan to let Yuner and Yushi accompany you to absorb its power. That should be enough," Ling Xiao said. He had already thought of a way before taking out the inky lotus immortal lotus. His mother's cultivation was indeed limited, and it would absolutely be a great waste of energy if she were to absorb this supreme spirit material. But with the addition of Feng Xianyun, who specialized in the wood element, and by Yushi, who specialized in the water element, the three of them absorbing it together, he believed that they would be able to share the burden. Not to mention that he would protect them from the side, and he would absolutely not let anything happen to them. Meng Xian hesitated. She knew that this divine item was extremely rare. Letting her use it was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. "Mother, don't think too much. Your son is now a supreme alchemy god. He can have any divine item he wants. I still have a few more inky immortal lotus," Ling Xiao said, and took out a few more inky immortal lotus for Meng Xian to see. Meng Xian smiled and said, "Okay, my son is filial, so mother will accept it. My strength should also increase. The older I get, the more I drag you down." Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Meng Xian agree. He was a lot happier. He had neglected the people around him in recent years, especially his mother, who had just reached the peak of the mystic emperor realm. If he told others that she was his mother, then there would be 10,001 people who wouldn't believe it. One of them who heard it while passing by would also think so. After all, the dignified supreme alchemy god's mother was only at the peak of the mystic emperor realm. This was simply unreasonable. Ling Xiao still had things to do. He could only hurry and let his mother absorb the energy of the inky lotus immortal lotus as soon as possible, so that she could reach the saint realm as soon as possible. Only then would she have a longer lifespan and be able to continue growing stronger. Ling Xiao summoned Feng Xianyun and Bai Yushi and explained the situation to them. They had to cooperate well and not make any mistakes. Right now, Feng Xianyun was already a high-level holy emperor, while Bai Yushi was only a peak mid-level saint. However, their strength was above Meng Xian's. With the two of them helping each other to absorb the supreme spirit material, it would definitely benefit them greatly. Ling Xiao went with them to the closed-door cultivation room and taught them some of his experiences in absorbing the inky lotus immortal lotus. He also taught them things to pay attention to when helping each other. He told them not to make any mistakes when helping each other. "Okay, all of you must remember this clearly. No matter what danger you encounter, you must not panic. I'm here for everything," Ling Xiao said solemnly. The three women nodded in unison. They had already memorized everything Ling Xiao had said. Meng Xian was the first to enter a state of adjustment. Feng Xianyun and Bai Yushi also sat by her side and made their preparations. Ling Xiao held the inky lotus immortal lotus in his hand and was ready to send it into his mother's mouth at any time. This inky lotus immortal lotus was also known as the inky demonic lotus. Ling Xiao didn't know what kind of effects it had. As for what kind of changes he would discover, he didn't know either. He had to protect them from the side. "Xiao heir come." Meng Xian closed her eyes and said indifferently. She opened her mouth and Ling Xiao instantly made his move. He scattered the inky lotus immortal lotus and sent its essence into his mother's mouth. The moment Meng Xian swallowed the inky lotus immortal lotus, it instantly emitted water and wood elemental lights that enveloped the closed-door cultivation room. A vast and majestic power began to flow through her body. At the same time, the water and wood elemental powers converged above Meng Xiyun's head to form a graceful and beautiful figure that danced around. It looked very mystical. Meng Xiyun's soul also began to feel mystical at this moment. Her comprehension ability instantly soared. The bottleneck of Mystic Emperor Peak stage that she had been stuck at for some time was like a flood that broke through a dam. It was immediately broken, and the power of this rank instantly rushed upwards. He'd attained the Saint Realm, but he'd instantly attained the mid-rank of the Saint Realm, and his strength was still rising madly. Meng Xiyun never dreamed that there would be a day when her rank kept on rising. That kind of feeling made her feel incomparably wondrous and comfortable. However, this feeling only lasted for a short period of time. She found that her dantian meridians and acupoints could not contain the violent power. Her whole body felt swollen and painful, as if her whole body was about to explode. She revealed a painful expression, and her aura became chaotic. At this moment, Ling Xiao shouted in shock. Yun Er Yushi immediately helped Mother absorb her power. With that, Feng Xiyun and Bai Yushi moved at the same time to help Meng Xiyun. Chapter 1531. With Feng Xianyun and Bai Yushi helping Meng Xiyun, her extra energy was instantly diverted to attack the two of them. The inky black immortal lotus wasn't an ordinary supreme god material. The energy it contained was naturally enormous. Meng Xiyun, Feng Xianyun, and Bai Yushi had more than enough energy to devour it. Feng Xiyun was already a high-level holy emperor, so her absorption ability was much faster than Bai Yushi's. After absorbing Meng Xiyun's extra wood energy, her strength immediately increased rapidly. Bai Yushi's cultivation wasn't slow either. She directly entered the high-level Saint Realm, and was still progressing. They were all affected by the beautiful figure. Their comprehension of realms actually soared continuously. It was as if they already knew everything they needed to comprehend in order to advance to the next realm. In other words, they had already broken through the bottleneck of their future breakthroughs. They just needed to keep accumulating energy, and there wouldn't be any obstacles for them to increase their strength. At this moment, Meng Xiyun and Bai Yushi were actually about to charge towards the Holy Emperor realm. As for Feng Xiyun, she was moving towards the Divine King realm. This was basically the three of them breaking through at the same time. Ling Xiao didn't expect the inky black immortal lotus to contain such pure and vast energy. It instantly pushed them to this realm. He was simply speechless. However, he already realized that the source energy here wasn't enough for the three of them to break through at the same time. After all, Feng Xianyun was breaking through to the Divine King realm, so she needed an enormous amount of energy. If she absorbed the other two's energy in advance, the other two would fail on the verge of success. It might even affect their realm regressing. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He waved one hand in a certain direction, and instantly absorbed a large amount of origin energy from outside the seclusion room. At the same time, his other hand already had 10 million divine crystals. He shook them all and turned them into countless origin energy of no attribute, filling the room. In just an instant, the seclusion room was filled with a lot of water and wood origin power. The three women also sensed the changes in the aura here. They opened up their dantians and absorbed the energy here to their heart's content, continuing to advance their cultivation levels. At that moment, Ling Xiao waved his hand again, separating the three of them. He also set up an isolation restriction so that they could each absorb the spiritual energy and make breakthroughs. He could not allow them to fight each other. Seeing that their breathing had stabilized, Ling Xiao also heaved a sigh of relief. There would not be any danger from now on. He quietly left the seclusion room and let them break through on their own inside. Ling Xiao murmured. This inky black lotus immortal lotus is so miraculous. I guess it can be considered as a peak-level supreme material. Its magical effect is really amazing, especially in helping people comprehend the power of the same level. It's really unpredictable. After a pause, he said again. Maybe Sha Tian can also advance a little. He has dual attributes of water and wood, and his strength is not weak. He should be able to absorb half of the inky black lotus immortal lotus's power. It should not be a problem for him to advance to peak level Divine King. Let me borrow the other half to feel it. Ling Xiao summoned Sha Tian. This former palace lord of Sha Tian organization in Xianling continent was originally a domineering figure. Although he was controlled by Ling Xiao and brought to heaven domain, he also used Ling Xiao's influence to reach the middle-level divine king realm. He had also broken free from Ling Xiao's control. He did not choose to betray Ling Xiao. Instead, he continued to follow Ling Xiao willingly. Now he had also obtained Ling Xiao's approval. Greetings, Palace Lord. Sha Tian was still used to addressing Ling Xiao this way. Forget it. Let's go to the seclusion room. I have something for you. Ling Xiao said and brought Sha Tian to another seclusion room. Ling Xiao was the most respected person in Dragon Gate. If he wanted to use any resources in the sect, no one dared to say a word. Unless they did not want to stay in Dragon Gate anymore, they had to be respectful when they saw Ling Xiao. When Sha Tian heard that Ling Xiao had something for him, he knew that it was definitely a divine item that was beneficial to him. His heart was filled with joy. The evil emperor has really taken in a good disciple. If I follow the palace lord, one day I will catch up to the evil emperor. Sha Tian vowed in his heart. After entering the seclusion room, Ling Xiao took out another black lotus immortal lotus and handed it to Sha Tian for him to absorb. Sha Tian was also incomparably envious of this divine item. He couldn't help but say some respectful words to Ling Xiao again. Ling Xiao didn't care. As long as someone was loyal to him, he would absolutely not mistreat them. After Sha Tian consumed the black lotus immortal lotus, his situation was the same as Meng Xiun. A celestial figure appeared above his head and danced. His divine soul received a rapid cleansing. His comprehension of cultivation realm instantly rose rapidly. Not only that, Sha Tian's power also rose like lightning. Very quickly, he reached the peak of middle-level God King and began to charge towards high-level God King. He was a God King and could accommodate a lot of the Black Lotus Immortal Lotus's energy. However, he couldn't completely digest it. There was still a lot of energy that he had nowhere to vent. Ling Xiao didn't stand on ceremony. He placed his palm on top of Sha Tian's head and entered the process of digesting the Black Lotus Immortal Lotus's energy. Ling Xiao suddenly felt that his divine soul was in an incomparably wonderful state. It was as if he had fallen into an immortal palace and was cleansed by the pure and boundless immortal water. All the hidden injuries and impurities in his divine soul were cleansed. Moreover, his divine soul seemed to have ascended to the 9 heavens realm. He felt the illusory and ethereal outer space. He felt the vast and continuous power of water and the vigorous vitality of the wood attribute. He felt the repeated process of the growth and destruction of all living things in the world. This wonderful process allowed Ling Xiao to have a new level of understanding of the various realms of power. After an unknown period of time, Ling Xiao finally returned to reality. The power in his body had increased by quite a bit. Although he didn't advance, he had reached the late stage of low-level supremacy. He wasn't far from the peak. Looking at Sha Tian, he had reached the peak of King God realm. Even the King God pellet couldn't compare with this kind of advancement speed. However, he could only stop here. He still needed a lot of power to break through to the half-incipient God realm, or incipient God realm. He needed to cultivate further. It wouldn't be difficult for him to take another step forward. It could be said that Sha Tian had understood the key points of the incipient God realm. He wouldn't stay at the peak of King God realm for a long time. He just needed to accumulate around 100 years. Then he would absolutely be qualified to break through. Perhaps after 10 years or so, he would have a chance to enter the half-incipient God realm. Needless to say, the Black Lotus Immortal Lotus was a supreme divine material that even the incipient God realm experts would covet. Although Ling Xiao was unable to absorb it, he understood how miraculous it was. He also obtained the help of its immortal spirit, allowing his comprehension to improve further. Ling Xiao stepped out of the secluded cultivation room, letting Sha Tian continue to consolidate his power. His face was filled with confidence. He was more determined about his future. In fact, it was easy for him to reach the peak of low-level supremacy. He still had the fiery lotus divine core that he hadn't swallowed yet. It could absolutely make his competence advance one more step. However, advancing too fast wasn't a good thing. It would be better if he could cultivate for a long time. To him, it would be more enriching. He should keep this fiery lotus divine core until he reached the incipient God realm. Then he could use it to its full potential. After the others had advanced their realms, Ling Xiao returned to the clan. After discussing with the chief and the great elder about the matter of going to the Wood Grain clan, he quickly left the clan's land. He directly flew up to the ninth sky, broke the barrier, and entered the outer space. In outer space, countless astral winds were wreaking havoc. Countless furious energies were rolling around. Each kind of energy could be compared to the attacking power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. Even a King God Realm expert would be killed in just a blink of an eye. Most of the half-incipient God Realm experts couldn't endure the impact of this kind of chaotic energy. Ling Xiao didn't rush to outer space to explore the outer space. He wanted to go to the mysterious sky region. The incipient God Realm experts weren't affected by these energies in outer space. They could directly use the space shuttle to rush to other areas. However, the premise was that they could fly around the outer space of the 9 skies of the heaven region. They couldn't go too far. Otherwise, if they got lost, it would be a big problem. Ling Xiao also wanted to familiarize himself with the outer space's environment. Perhaps, he would come here to find the Genesis Stone in the future. Ling Xiao rode on the Ghost Beast Prince, moving fast in outer space. At the same time, he used the God Eyes to observe the situation in outer space. What he saw were the chaotic flows of different elemental powers. Sometimes, some elemental powers were crossing each other to create some kind of mutation. There were also different forms of changes floating around. Ling Xiao quietly watched all of this. At the same time, he was sensing all the different changes. At the same time, he was deducing the mutual promotion, restraint, and fusion of the great path of the 5 elemental powers. Time flew. 20 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Surprisingly, Ling Xiao and the Ghost Beast Prince had rushed to the mysterious sky region from the Sky Dragon region. The required speed had been greatly reduced by more than half. First, they had to fly in a straight line in outer space, which was much easier than in the heaven territory. Second, the Ghost Beast Prince's speed was really fast. That was why he could reach here in such a short time. Ling Xiao didn't come to the mysterious sky region to find Yun Mingqi. He wanted to go to the Xiao family to find Xiaoling. Xiaoling had the ethereal body. Moreover, she was pure and innocent. Compared to Xia Xianxian, she didn't have any distracting thoughts. It was easy for people to feel close to her. No matter who it was that interacted with her, they couldn't help but feel sorry for her. She also wouldn't have any bad thoughts or schemes towards anyone. Ling Xiao went to find her because he wanted her to help the Kim people negotiate with the Wood Grain race. Chapter 1532. The Xiao family was also a famous family in the profound sky region, and its strength could be said to be among the superpowers. It was just that they had a large-scale battle with the River Diagram sect decades ago. At that time, if not for Ling Xiao and the rest bringing the other Dragon Gate members to help, their Xiao family would have been in great trouble. It was only until the Dragon Gate sent an army to help them that they were able to escape from their predicament. Later on, Ling Xiao recognized Yun Mingqi from the Lotus sect, and with his help, the Lotus sect announced that they had become allies with the Xiao family. It was also because of this that the River Diagram sect was shocked, and they did not dare to make a move against the Xiao family anymore. After all, the Lotus sect was one of the superpowers in the profound sky region that was second only to the Black Turtle sect. Their alliance with the Xiao family naturally gave the River Diagram sect quite a bit of pressure. The Xiao family had obtained a peaceful development, and because they had obtained the help of the Divine King Pill that Ling Xiao had refined for them, they had returned to their former glory. When Ling Xiao arrived in the sky above the Xiao family, he made the Ghost Beast Prince transform into his human form. After the Ghost Beast Prince transformed into a human, his entire being seemed extremely gloomy. His entire body was shrouded in a black aura, filled with waves of evil qi, making him look like a warrior who specialized in the dark attribute. But in reality, that was not the case. When Ling Xiao and the Ghost Beast Prince landed in the Xiao family's airspace, someone could immediately sense their presence. Which expert has descended upon my Xiao family? An aged voice faintly sounded from a corner. Immediately after, a figure quietly appeared not far from Ling Xiao and the ghost beast prince. Senior, how have you been? Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards the person and said with a smile. He had purposely released his aura, otherwise, the people from the Xiao family would not be able to easily discover his arrival. The person in front of him was the ancestor of the Xiao family, Xiao Jingren, whom Ling Xiao had met once before. His appearance was the same as before, and Ling Xiao recognized him at a glance. Xiao Jingren looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. His eyes narrowed as he exclaimed, You're Dragon Gate's divine alchemist, Ling Xiao. The memory of the incipient God Realm experts was pretty strong. They could remember everything they saw. The reason why Xiao Jingren was so surprised when he saw Ling Xiao was that Ling Xiao had changed a lot. It wasn't that Ling Xiao's appearance had changed too much, but that his strength had changed too much. It was simply unbelievable. He remembered clearly that Ling Xiao had just been at King God Realm dozens of years ago. Now he had reached incipient God Realm after just dozens of years. He even suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. However, when he thought about the news he had heard from the Heaven Source area, that the new Supreme Alchemist was Ling Xiao of Dragon Gate, the youngest Supreme Alchemist in history, and that he had broken the ancient legend, he believed that he hadn't misjudged him. It's Ling Xiao. How have you been, Senior Xiao? Ling Xiao responded with a faint smile. Xiao Jingren immediately laughed and said, Haha, I'm fine. It's our Xiao family's fortune that Alchemist Ling could come to our Xiao family. Senior Xiao, you must be joking. This time, I'm here to see Ling Heir. Is it convenient? Ling Xiao asked. Of course it's convenient. In fact, more than 10 years ago, Ling Heir had also gone to Dragon Gate to find you. Unfortunately, you weren't there at that time. For dozens of years, the person that this lass misses the most is her grandpa Qiao, followed by you. She doesn't even remember her father. Xiao Jingren said with great enthusiasm. With Ling Xiao's current status, no matter where he went, he would be treated as an honored guest. Xiao Jingren didn't dare to be careless. Not to mention that he was still thinking that if he could get Ling Xiao to refine a few Supreme God pellets for their Xiao family, then their Xiao family's strength would immediately soar. At that time, they would be able to surpass the River Diagram sect, and it wouldn't be a problem for them to even approach the Lotus sect. That's good. I'll have to trouble Senior to take me to see Ling Heir. Ling Xiao replied. Xiao Jingren made an inviting gesture, and brought Ling Xiao back to the Xiao family's territory. However, Ling Xiao asked him not to make too much noise. He didn't want too many people to know that he was here. Xiao Jingren also understood that Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of some members of the Xiao family. Thus, he didn't let the other members know. He just asked 2 or 3 incipient God Realm experts of the Xiao family to come and meet Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao finally met Xiao Ling, brother Ling Xiao. Xiao Ling was practicing her sword. When she saw Ling Xiao, she immediately screamed in joy. Ling Xiao looked at this beautiful and ethereal woman, and immediately felt very happy in his heart. Ling Heir, long time no see. You're getting more and more beautiful. Ling Xiao wasn't stingy with his compliments. It was true that Xiao Ling's beauty wasn't as perfect as Yun Mingqi and Yin Daijiao. However, she had a more enchanting aura. It was definitely a closeness that originated from the origin. Today, she was wearing a set of violet clothes, and it accentuated her graceful figure in all the right places. She was curvy where she should be and small where she should be, and it was an extremely beautiful combination. She swooped down like a butterfly and flew straight into Ling Xiao's arms. Ling Xiao hugged this beauty whose fragrance assailed his nose. He didn't have any distracting thoughts in his mind. He only had endless pity for her. Boo! Brother Ling Xiao, you're so cruel. It's been so many years and you haven't come to see Ling Heir. Ling Heir hates you so much. Xiao Ling cried loudly. Ling Xiao gently stroked Xiao Ling's beautiful hair and said with disdain, I'm sorry, Ling Heir. It's Brother Ling Xiao's fault. Brother Ling Xiao should have come to see you earlier. Xiao Jingren and the other 2 incipient God Realm experts understood the situation. They retreated to give the 2 more space to talk. After a long time, Xiaoling lifted her head from Ling Xiao's embrace and said, "Actually, I don't blame Brother Ling Xiao. I know Brother Ling Xiao has an important matter to do. He can't delay your important matter because of Ling Er. Ling Er just hopes that Brother Ling Xiao can visit Ling Er when he has time. That's enough." Looking at Xiaoling's lovely face, Ling Xiao felt more pity for her. He helped her wipe her tears and said with a smile, "Okay, Big Brother Ling Xiao promises you, I will definitely come to see you in the future." Pausing for a while, he continued, "It's been dozens of years. Ling Er's realm has progressed so fast. She has the King God realm now. The last time he met Xiaoling was more than 60 years ago. Over a dozen years later, Xiaoling was almost 100 years old now, and she'd advanced from the mid-rank of the Saint realm to the God King realm. Such a speed of advancement was truly swift. It was obvious that the Xiao family's ancestor had tried his best to train her. I just want to be able to help Brother Ling Xiao as soon as possible. I hope that I can become stronger." Xiao Ling answered frankly, "Haha Ling Er, you're really nice. Brother Ling Xiao really does need your help. I wonder if Ling Er is willing to help Brother Ling Xiao." Ling Xiao smiled. Xiao Ling nodded repeatedly. "Brother Ling Xiao, tell me. No matter what it is, Ling Er will definitely help you." "That's good," Ling Xiao replied, and then he told Xiao Ling the reason for his visit. Although Xiao Ling was naive, she wasn't stupid. She could distinguish between good and bad things. She could also distinguish the seriousness and sincerity of Ling Xiao's words. "Brother Ling Xiao wants me to negotiate with the Wood Grain tribe and ask them to give you the Genesis stone with wood property, right?" Xiao Ling blinked her big eyes and asked. "That's right. The Wood Grain tribe doesn't like to communicate with other humans. You must find a cute and naive girl like Ling Er. Only then will they believe you." Ling Xiao rubbed Xiao Ling's head and said. Xiao Ling wrinkled her nose discontentedly and said, "Brother Ling Xiao, you're so annoying. I'm not a little girl anymore. I'm a big girl. Mom and Dad always find a man for me, but I don't want them. I only want Brother Ling Xiao." "Silly girl, even if you're a big girl, in Brother Ling Xiao's eyes, you're still a little girl." Ling Xiao smiled and then asked, "Is your mother forcing you to marry again?" Speaking of Xiao Ling's mother, Ling Xiao's face flashed with disgust. In the past, Xiao Ling's life had almost been ruined by her silly mother. Thinking about this, Ling Xiao was very unhappy. "She didn't force me. With the ancestor here, all the people in the tribe are respectful to me. If I don't like it, they can't force me." Xiao Ling's face flashed with determination. It seemed like after dozens of years, she was much more sensible than before. Then she said, "Brother Ling Xiao, I also want to ask you something, okay?" "Say it. As long as Brother Ling Xiao can do it, I won't say no." Ling Xiao used Xiao Ling's words to reply. Xiao Ling hesitated for a while and then said, "I miss my grandfather. I want to see him." "Your grandfather?" Ling Xiao was surprised for a while. Then he remembered Qiao Feng, whom he had met only once. Qiao Feng used to be one of the top 10 existences on the Senjin of Goguryeo list. His subduing dragon palm was a famous existence in the Sky Dragon area. However, today his name wasn't on the Senjin of Goguryeo list in the Sky Dragon area. Shiryan didn't know if he had fallen, or if he had reached the half-incipient god realm, or the supreme incipient god realm. Shiryan remembered that when Qiao Feng had entrusted Xiao Ling to him, it seemed like he was leaving something behind. Ling Xiao thought that he had something big to do. He could even find a strong enemy to fight to the death. It had been so many years and the heaven territory was so vast. How could Ling Xiao know where he was? However, as Xiao Ling had asked him to do this, he would try his best to do it for her. With his current ability to rally supporters, as well as his vast network of connections, he believed that as long as Qiao Feng was still alive, he would be able to track him down. "I haven't seen my grandfather for a long time. I miss him so much." Xiao Ling's beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Ling Xiao hurried to say, "Ling Er, don't cry. Brother Ling Xiao promises you that I will find your grandfather and let you reunite with him." Pausing for a while, he continued, "Did your grandfather give you the Jade Tube of Life? If he had the Jade Tube of Life, it would be much easier to find Qiao Feng. It was just a pity that Xiaofeng really didn't leave a jade tube of life for Xiaoling. Chapter 1533. Ling Xiao stayed with the Xiao family for around a month. For Xiaoling's sake, it would be inexcusable if he didn't give the Xiao family some expression. The Xiao family took out their savings for many years and asked Ling Xiao to refine some Supreme God pellets for them. The Xiao family was very grateful to Ling Xiao. With these Supreme God pellets, the Xiao family could create more experts at the incipient God realm. Their power would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao took Xiaoling away. The Xiao family's forefather, Xiao Jingren, didn't say much. He just asked Ling Xiao to bring Xiaoling back as soon as possible. Xiaoling had the ethereal body, and she was the most likely candidate to reach the incipient God realm in the young generation of the Xiao family. The Xiao family didn't want her to leave the Xiao family. Ling Xiao wanted to see Yin Mingqi, but he gave up the idea after thinking about it. Finding the Genesis stone was the most important thing now. He had to put other things aside. He took Xiaoling to outer space and protected her in his arms. They rode the ghost beast prince back to the Dragon Gate. Brother Ling Xiao is so powerful. Are you as strong as my forefather? Xiaoling couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the outer space. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "One day, Ling Heir, you can do it too." "Yeah, seems like I haven't worked hard enough. Brother Ling Xiao isn't much older than me, but he's already so powerful. I don't know when he can catch up to you." Xiaoling sighed. "You can't be too hasty on the path of cultivation. It's best to take things step by step. I've only been able to reach this point because of a few lucky chances, so you can't be hasty, Ling. You have to take things step by step, and listen to your ancestors. Sooner or later, you'll catch up to me," reminded Ling Xiao. "I'll listen to Brother Ling Xiao." Xiaoling replied obediently. Along the way, the two of them talked and laughed as they hurried back to Dragon Gate. When they returned to the clan, Ling Xiao first asked Xiaoling to catch up with his aunt, Xiao Zhensai, before he went to report to Ling Bo and Ling Qiu. The next step was to decide when to set off for the wood grain race, as well as who would be the best choice. The two clans were both ancient clans. If they wanted to meet the patriarch of the wood grain race, they should send an extremely important member of their clan. Even if Ling Bo went personally, he wouldn't feel like lowering his status. However, they all knew that the people of the wood grain race didn't like to interact with other humans. If they went too often, it would be easy for them to get into trouble. Moreover, they didn't necessarily need people of equal status to meet them. As long as they can show the sincerity of the Kim people, then everything will be easy. In the end, Ling Bo and Ling Qiu decided to leave this matter to Ling Xiao. After all, Yang Hai was Ling Xiao's follower, and Xiaoling would only listen to Ling Xiao's words. Moreover, Ling Xiao's identity as the only supreme medicine god in the Sky Dragon region was enough to show the importance he attached to the wood grain race. This time, the trip to the wood grain race wouldn't be dangerous, so they didn't need to worry too much about Ling Xiao's safety. Ling Xiao didn't refuse this task. He also wanted to see what the people of the wood grain race looked like, and see what mysteries they had. Of course, he was also most eager to see what the 9-colored exquisite divine tree looked like. After Ling Bo and Ling Qiu very seriously told Ling Xiao a few words, they let Ling Xiao decide when to set off for the Linglong mountain range. 3 days later, Ling Xiao called Xiaoling and Yang Hai over and set off for the Linglong mountain range. This time, in addition to the ghost beast prince, Ling Xiao also brought Dragon Fifth and the prodigal boy. Although this trip wouldn't be too dangerous, they still had to be on guard. If the other party turned hostile, wouldn't it be troublesome? With Dragon Fifth here, Ling Xiao also felt a bit more at ease. After all, he had to protect Xiaoling's safety. The Linglong mountain range was named after the 9-colored exquisite divine tree. It had grown there since ancient times and was occupied by the wood grain race. Therefore, the mountain range was named Linglong. Although this ancient mountain range wasn't as dangerous as the myriad demon forest, there were many high-level holy beasts. The wood grain race lived deep in the Linglong mountain range. This place had a natural defense. Warriors below the incipient god realm, couldn't even think about passing through the natural defense of the ancient mountain range to find their homeland. With Yang Hai leading the way, Ling Xiao was saved a lot of trouble. Soon, they landed in the sky not far from the wood grain race's homeland. Remember, Peak Lord, no matter what happens, you can't get angry with the wood grain race, and you can't kill them. If you do, they'll sense it and immediately decide to drive you away or kill you. They like to nip danger in the bud, so as long as you face it calmly, they're actually quite easy to talk to. However, they like to be direct, so don't take their words to heart. Yang Hai said to Ling Xiao. Don't take it to heart. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. He no longer called Ling Xiao master. Instead, he changed the way he addressed Ling Xiao. This was also requested by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and replied, "Don't worry. You and Ling Er will negotiate with them. I'll just listen from the side." This was an important matter, so Ling Xiao wouldn't act out of loyalty. He would let Xiao Ling negotiate with Yang Hai. Then, everything would be fine. All right, wait here for a moment. I'll go talk to them and see if they're willing to meet you. If they can't even pass this hurdle, then there's nothing I can do, Yang Hai replied. Right after that, he flew towards the wood grain race's territory. At the same time, he used a special method to send a signal to let the wood grain race know. After all, the wood grain race's homeland had a powerful barrier. Without their permission, no one dared to enter. Not long after that, Yang Hai returned with a man wearing strange clothes. This man looked like a middle-aged man at half-incipient god realm. He wore a straw hat on his forehead and some special clothes made of tree leaves, which exposed his bulging muscles. His skin was light green with some vague dark veins. It was different from the skin of the other humans. Peak Lord, this is Zachair. He'll take us in. Zachair, this is my master Ling Xiao. He's the only supreme alchemist in the Sky Dragon territory. He's also the youngest supreme alchemist in the Heaven territory. Yang Hai introduced them as the middleman. Ling Xiao greeted Zachair. Hello Zachair. Thank you for your trouble. Zachair glanced at Ling Xiao with an indifferent face. He didn't mind Ling Xiao and said to Yang Hai, Sir Yang Hai, bring them with you. Ling Xiao was surprised, but he didn't think much of it. It was good enough as long as he could enter the wood grain race. However, Xiao Ling let out a strange sound and said, This person is so strange. There are actually azure patterns on his body. Ling Xiao and Yang Hai were frightened by Xiao Ling's words. If they offended him because of this, it would be a waste of time. Fortunately, Zachair just turned his head and looked at Xiao Ling in surprise. He didn't get angry and continued to lead the way. Ling Xiao exhaled in relief and sent a message to Xiao Ling, Ling Er, watch your words. Xiao Ling stuck out his tongue at Ling Xiao and made a face at him. Ling Xiao and the others followed Zachair into a forest with towering ancient trees. Zachair looked at one of the giant trees and muttered some incomprehensible words. After a while, the trunk of the giant tree turned into a 9-colored light that formed a door of light the size of a person. Even Ling Xiao, who was used to seeing the world, was shocked by this miraculous scene. Sir Yang Hai, please. Zachair was very polite to Yang Hai and let him go first. Yang Hai looked back at Ling Xiao. After seeing Ling Xiao nod, he stepped into the door of light. Afterward, Zachair let Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling go first before he followed. This door of light was a very special spatial formation. After they walked in, they were immediately teleported to another space. This was an extremely beautiful and tranquil land. The first thing that entered his eyes was a wide expanse of green and tender grass. The grass was dotted with spirit flowers of different colors. Occasionally, a few white rabbits and antelopes could be seen leaping across the grass. There were also birds flying high in the sky and chirping, creating a poetic and picturesque atmosphere. Not far away, there were many trees and houses, as well as the wood grain race people walking there, making this fertile land full of vitality. However, the most striking thing was that there was a tree that wasn't very tall growing alone at the center of this spacious space. Besides spirit herbs and a few colorful goats, there was nothing else in its surroundings. Waves of 9-colored divine lights flickered ceaselessly and illuminated this expanse of land, causing it to be filled with a dazzling and illusory beauty at all times. Needless to say, that shining with 9-colored divine light was the 9-colored exquisite God tree. The 9-colored exquisite God tree was known to be a divine object that could distinguish between good and bad living beings. Humans and beasts that cultivated and lived under it for a long time would be baptized by its divine light, granting them an exquisite heart. They would be able to see through people's hearts, distinguish between good and evil, understand the world, and command all trees. It was ranked second among the 9 great divine trees, second only to the Bodhi divine tree. It was ranked higher than the immortal tree and the parasol tree. Of course, this didn't mean that it was more powerful than them. In fact, the 9 great divine trees each had their own divine effects, so there was no ranking. These rankings were just made up by busybodies to target the divine might of humans. Because the Linglong divine tree could allow people to possess the Linglong heart, it would be of great help to any cultivator in breaking through to the next realm. Therefore, it was ranked quite high. So this is the 9-colored exquisite God tree. It's really amazing. It's much better looking than that old man Luwang. Ling Xiao couldn't help but praise it in his heart. He didn't dare to have any impure thoughts. After all of his thoughts could be seen through at any time. Xiaoling was also full of praise. Only Yang Hai had already seen it before, so he was much calmer. However, there was still a hint of infatuation in his eyes. Chapter 1534. Ling Xiao looked at the 9-colored exquisite tree. It looked close, but he felt like it was really far away. It felt like he could touch it easily, but at the same time, he could never touch it. After being absent-minded for a while, Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling followed Yang Hai to the house in the forest ahead of them. When the people of the wood grain race saw these outsiders, they revealed looks of curiosity. The wood grain tribe looked the same as the other races of the human clan. However, the green stripes on their skin exposed their identity. After walking for a while, a few people rushed over and stopped them. Who gave you the right to bring these people here, Zach Ke? They didn't come with good intentions. Before they arrived, they asked directly. There were 6 of them, including 1 half-incipient God Realm, and 5 King God Realm experts. The one who had just asked was a half-incipient God Realm expert with the same competence as Zach Ke. Zach Ke answered, "There are honorable guests. Sir Yang Hai has brought them here to see our chief. He has allowed us to see them." Sir Yang Hai? The half-incipient God Realm expert was skeptical. Then his eyes shifted to Yang Hai. Then he slightly bowed to Yang Hai. "Oh, it's the benefactor of our tribe. Kemming is impolite." Yang Hai smiled. "Haha, I thought you didn't remember me, Yang Hai. How could it be? If they're Sir Yang Hai's friends, it shouldn't be a problem. You guys can go in." Zach Keming glanced at the 2 behind Yang Hai, and then let them in. The few people from the Wood Grain clan behind him were always vigilant, but when their gazes fell on Xiaoling, there was a flash of astonishment in their eyes. Zach Keming took Yang Hai's team to a spacious house that had many branches that formed a circle. This place looked so novel, which made Ling Xiao and Xiaoling sigh in awe. Looking at the crispy dark green branches and leaves intertwined together naturally, it was very pleasing to the eye. This kind of house was the residence of the wood grain race. Compared to the houses of other races, it was indeed much more novel. However, in the eyes of many people, it looked like a nest. It was indeed a stretch to call it a house. This was why the wood grain race was still stuck in the material civilization of ancient times. Compared to the knowledge of the other races, it was much more backward and feudal. There were already a few people from the woodgrain race sitting in the room. They looked very old, and their skin was wrinkled like old tree bark. What was even more strange was that their limbs seemed to have turned into branches with leaves growing on them. Ling Xiao tried his best to keep his heart as calm as water, but he was still shocked by this scene. They were showing signs of turning into trees. The old man sitting in the middle looked at Ling Xiao like lightning. He immediately said, "Are you surprised by our appearance?" Ling Xiao's expression changed slightly, and he immediately nodded and said, "Yes, Ling Xiao, a junior of the Jin clan, has come to pay a visit to the seniors of the Wood Grain clan. Please forgive me if I have offended you." Ling Xiao wasn't the kind of person who judged a book by its cover. He quickly adjusted his mind and replied calmly, Then the old man's wise eyes said, I know you are here for our Genesis stone. There is no need to talk anymore. We will not exchange it. That's right. If it weren't for the fact that you were brought here by our benefactor, Old Caucasian, we wouldn't have accepted you. Ah, this little girl actually has the ethereal heart. The first old man next to the first old man said. However, he was only halfway through his words when his eyes swept over Xiaoling, and he immediately exclaimed in surprise. The other old men who were squinting instantly shot out beams of green light towards Xiaoling. Xiaoling felt so uncomfortable. However, she could feel that they didn't have evil intentions. She parted her red lips and said, Grandpas, you can call me Ling Air. Then, Xiaoling smiled innocently and asked, Grandpas, you're so strange. Why do you have leaves on your bodies? Ling Xiao and Yang Hai were frightened by Xiaoling. They didn't know what to do. However, they couldn't scold Xiaoling in front of her. Before they had entered the Wood Grain clan, they had asked Xiaoling not to say anything disrespectful to the members of the Wood Grain clan. However, it seemed like she didn't remember their advice. She said those words in front of the incipient God Realm experts of the Wood Grain clan. How could they not be frightened? The patriarch of the Wood Grain race, who was sitting at the head of the table, revealed a smile that was uglier than a crying face. A little girl with an ethereal heart dares to ask a question that no other human dares to ask. If it was any other human, we wouldn't let them off the hook. But you, little girl, don't have the slightest bit of contempt in your voice. You're just curious. We won't blame you. He paused for a moment, then looked at Yang Hai and Ling Xiao. You can leave, but this little girl can stay and talk with us. Zack immediately gestured to Yang Hai and Ling Xiao, inviting them to leave. Ling Xiao was so annoyed. No matter what, he was the almighty alchemy god. However, he was dismissed by the Wood Grain clan with just a few words. It was so irritating. Even the tree of immortality and the parasol tree aren't this arrogant when they see me. Ling Xiao thought to himself, speechless. When he was about to walk out of the room, the chief of the Wood Grain clan's voice arose again. Little boy Kim people, please wait. Have you seen the undying tree and the parasol tree? Ling Xiao was a little surprised. He turned around and asked, Precursor, what are you talking about? You can't fool me. I can see through everything you're thinking. You said you met with the undying tree and the parasol tree, right? The patriarch's eyes seemed to see through Ling Xiao's thoughts. This time, the other members of the Wood Grain clan revealed astonished expressions. Haha, since Senior has seen through me, then Junior has nothing to hide. That's right, I have indeed met the two elders. Ling Xiao smiled in response. In fact, he just wanted to test whether or not the Wood Grain tribe could really guess his thoughts. Sure enough, this test came true, and at the same time he achieved his goal. The chief said, Then you can stay as well. Perhaps you are all fated with my clan, so please have a seat. Yang Hai didn't expect for the change to be so fast. He immediately said to the chief, Many thanks for the seat, patriarch. Just then, the branches of the house began to move, and the branches rapidly formed into 3 stools. Ling Xiao and Xiaoling were shocked once more. The methods of the Wood Grain race were simply astounding. They really had the ability to command all trees. It's really fun. Grandpas, how did you do it? Xiaoling was like a child, clapping his hands and smiling. Haha, if you stay with our clan, we can also tell you how we did it. An elder of the Wood Grain clan smiled kindly. I appreciate your kindness, but I still have to find my grandfather. I also have a family, so I can't stay with you. Xiaoling refused directly. Then he said, If you can exchange the wood class Genesis stone for my brother Ling Xiao, I will stay here for a while. How about it? Haha, I know you're the little girl of the Jin clan. However, the Genesis stone is the root of our clan. We can't trade it. Another old man smiled and said, Haha, I know you're the one who persuaded this kid of the Jin clan. It was obvious that the elders of the Wood Grain clan didn't worry about Xiaoling. If they had something to say, they would have said it directly. Ling Xiao felt lucky that he had traveled thousands of miles to bring Xiaoling here. Otherwise, he wouldn't even be qualified to talk to them. Xiaoling looked a little disappointed. Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Brother Ling Xiao, this grandpa said that they can't exchange the Genesis stone. We shouldn't force them. We should leave now. At the same time, Xiao Ling had already stood up and was about to leave. Ling Xiao didn't understand. He had just thought of a way to persuade him to stay, but now, Xiao Ling said that she wanted to leave directly. While he was puzzled, Xiao Ling winked at Ling Xiao playfully, as if she was sending him a secret signal. Ling Xiao stood up and said, "If that's the case, Ling Xiao will have to bother you. Young Hai, let's go." At this moment, the elders of the Wood Grain clan were surprised. They didn't think that the situation would change like this. Originally, they had the initiative in their hands. However, Xiao Ling had messed up their plan. The patriarch of the Wood Grain clan immediately urged them to stay. "Even if you can't exchange the Genesis stone, the three of you can stay and play in my clan for a few days. My clan has many wood attribute divine items that we can exchange with you." Xiao Ling politely said to the patriarch of the Wood Grain clan, "Thank you for your kindness, Grandpa. However, my brother Ling Xiao is in a hurry to find the wood attribute Genesis stone. I can't stay for a long time. Please forgive me." Ling Xiao followed Xiao Ling's words and said, "That's right. When I first entered the Nirvana space and saw Elder Wudong, my fire attribute Genesis stone was obtained from him. I originally thought that my noble race would be able to use some of his divine items to trade with you guys. It seems like you guys aren't interested in them. We'll take our leave now." Regardless of whether the Wood Grain clan needed the parasol tree or not, Ling Xiao had brought out the parasol tree first. After all, it was one of the 9 great divine trees. Only then would he be qualified to talk to them as equals, and see if they really didn't want to exchange for the Genesis stone. Actually, it's not impossible for you to exchange for the Genesis stone. We can't make this decision. If you pass the test and get the approval of the divine tree, you can exchange the Genesis stone with my clan. The patriarch of the Wood Grain clan had to compromise. When they knew that Xiao Ling had the ethereal physique, the Wood Grain clan actually had their eyes on her. Moreover, when they knew that Ling Xiao had met the other 2 divine trees, they were even more tempted. They really didn't want to end their conversation with Xiao Ling and Ling Xiao. Chapter 1535. A Glimmer of Hope at the Darkest Hour. Ling Xiao had been worried that he wouldn't be able to complete the task assigned by the tribe. He didn't expect that the Woodgrain tribe would suddenly agree to trade the Genesis stone. As long as they asked, it would be easy. They were afraid that the other party wouldn't agree to trade no matter what. They couldn't rob them. "What conditions do I have to meet? As long as we can do it, we will try our best to satisfy you," Ling Xiao asked calmly. The Woodgrain tribe's patriarch didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "It's easy to say, but it won't be easy to do it." He paused for a while and then said, "You just need to find the 9-colored exquisite divine tree. As long as it is willing to provide you with the Genesis stone, my tribe won't have any objections." "Find the 9-colored exquisite divine tree? Isn't it over there?" Yang Hai, who didn't speak much, couldn't help but ask. The Woodgrain tribe's patriarch stroked his beard and said, "It seems to be right in front of you, but it's actually far away. It depends on your luck." He paused for a while and then said, "How about it? Do you want to try?" "Let's try. It's not a big deal. I've even met the immortal tree and the parasol tree. I don't believe that the 9-colored exquisite divine tree won't meet me," Ling Xiao replied readily. Xiao Ling also said, "I also want to get in touch with the divine tree." "All right, as long as you can find the 9-colored exquisite divine tree and get its approval, you can take the Genesis stone away for free if you do one thing for my tribe," the Woodgrain tribe's patriarch replied straightforwardly. Ling Xiao looked at the Woodgrain tribe's patriarch's impatient expression and couldn't help but feel that he had fallen into a trap. The Woodgrain tribe's patriarch glanced at Ling Xiao and seemed to know that he was doubtful. He immediately said, "Little boy Kim people, you don't have to worry. We won't let you take any risks. We just want you to bring a message to the 9-colored exquisite divine tree for our tribe." This time Ling Xiao, Xiao Ling, and Yang Hai were even more confused. However, the patriarch of the Woodgrain tribe did not explain. Instead, he waited for Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling to agree. It's just a message, no problem. Ling Xiao agreed. What you say doesn't count, it's what this girl says. The Woodgrain tribe's patriarch wasn't optimistic about Ling Xiao, but he was optimistic about Xiao Ling. The reason why he wanted to keep Xiao Ling alone was because Xiao Ling had the ethereal heart, and was the most likely person to get close to the 9-colored exquisite tree. Although Ling Xiao had met the tree of immortality and the parasol tree, they did not think highly of him. Xiao Ling naturally nodded in agreement. As long as she could help Ling Xiao, she would not refuse. The patriarch said, "Good. No matter who finds the 9-colored exquisite tree, remember to tell it whether or not it has abandoned its people. As long as you bring this message, our Woodgrain tribe will reward you handsomely. You will also be honored guests of our Woodgrain tribe. If you can't find it, then you can go back and pretend that you never came to our Woodgrain tribe." Good, it's a deal. Ling Xiao agreed. Immediately afterward, the patriarch asked Zack to bring Ling Xiao, Xiao Ling, and Yang Hai out of the house and return to the original grassland. The 9-colored exquisite tree was still flickering with divine light not far away. The waves of divine light gave people a feeling of intoxication and tranquility. Zack opened his mouth and said, "The 9-colored exquisite tree is over there. You can go. If you can talk to it, then your mission will be considered completed." It's that simple? Brother Ling Xiao, let's go. Xiao Ling shouted excitedly. Zack showed a rare smile to Xiao Ling and said, "Little girl, although the divine tree is in front of you, you must put your heart into it to find it. The fate of our tribe is in your hands." After hearing this, Ling Xiao became even more puzzled. His green eyes focused on the 9-colored exquisite tree, but he still couldn't find anything unusual. After Zack left, Ling Xiao asked Yang Hai, "Old Yang, what's going on?" Yang Hai spread his hands and smiled bitterly. "To be honest, I don't know either, but I don't think they will lie to us." "All right, then let's go and see what's so special about this divine tree," Ling Xiao said. Then he took the lead and led Xiao Ling and Yang Hai in that direction. Seeing that the 9-colored exquisite tree was not far away, and with their speed, they should be able to reach it in less than a quarter of an hour. However, something strange happened. They walked for a full hour, but there was still a distance between them and the 9-colored exquisite tree. It was as if they had been walking on the same spot, and had never gotten close to the 9-colored exquisite tree. Ling Xiao and the other two began to notice this abnormality, and they all began to become a little anxious. "Brother Ling Xiao, what's going on? Why can't we get close to it?" Xiao Ling asked in confusion. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and shook his head. "I don't understand what's going on either. Maybe it looks close, but it's actually very far away from us. Let's try flying over directly." After saying that, he pulled Xiao Ling's hand and flew forward at an accelerated speed. Yang Hai immediately followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, another 4 hours had passed. They were still flying on the grassland, and the 9-colored exquisite tree was still emitting waves of divine light not far away. "It seems that something is really strange. We can't go on like this." Ling Xiao stopped and said, "Peak Lord, we need to think of another way. We can't go on like this." Yang Hai frowned slightly and said, At this time, they were already far away from the Woodgrain tribe's territory. If they flew any further, they wouldn't know where they would end up. "Brother Ling Xiao, didn't that uncle just say to use his heart to sense it? We can also give it a try." Xiao Ling suggested. "You're right, we might have been bewitched. If we use our heart to sense the 9-colored exquisite tree, we might really be able to find its existence." Ling Xiao nodded and agreed. After saying that, the three of them closed their eyes and began to use their divine sense to scan their surroundings, feeling for the existence of the 9-colored exquisite tree. However, Ling Xiao found that this place was the same as what he saw with his naked eyes. The grass, the flowers, the little spiritual creatures, everything was there. Even the 9-colored exquisite tree was there. There was nothing out of the ordinary. If Elder Lu was here, it wouldn't be so strenuous. He would definitely be able to help me sense it. Ling Xiao murmured as he opened his eyes. At this time, He looked to the side and found that Xiao Ling, who was originally beside him, had disappeared. Only Yang Hai was still in the same place. Ling Zhao's expression instantly changed and immediately shouted at Yang Hai. "Old Yang, where did Ling Er go?" Yang Hai looked around and then anxiously replied, He was just here a moment ago. How did he suddenly disappear?" Ling Xiao instantly became furious. Could it be that the Wood Grain tribe is behind this? Yang Hai immediately waved his hand and said, "No, it can't be. They have always been straightforward. They wouldn't resort to such schemes." Yang Hai was afraid that Ling Xiao would fly into a rage. That would be troublesome. This was the Wood Grain tribe's territory. No matter how powerful Ling Xiao was, he wouldn't be able to act violently here. However, Yang Hai didn't want any conflict between Ling Xiao and the Wood Grain tribe. If it wasn't for them, who else could silently kidnap someone in front of us? They must have taken a liking to Ling Er's ethereal body. No, I will definitely go to them and ask for her. Ling Xiao said angrily. He had already noticed that the Wood Grain tribe had a whole new level of respect for Xiao Ling. They made such a request to confuse him, and then kidnap Xiao Ling. Just as Ling Xiao was about to return to the Wood Grain tribe's side, Yang Hai stopped him and said, "Peak Lord, don't worry. This must be a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? There's clearly a conspiracy here. Otherwise, how could something like this happen? The Wood Grain tribe wants us to find the 9-colored exquisite god tree, but they have been with the tree for generations. It's impossible for them to not know of its existence. They don't even need us to bring them a message. This is definitely a trap. Ling Xiao angrily shouted. Then he turned to Yang Hai and said, "Old Yang, go away. Otherwise, don't blame me for turning against you." Ling Zhao's love for Xiao Ling was like that of his own younger sister. He absolutely wouldn't allow anything to happen to her. This was the reason why he was so angry. Yang Hai didn't move aside and continued. "Peak Lord, you must believe me. The Wood Grain tribe absolutely wouldn't do such a thing. Let's go back and talk to them. If anything happens to young lady Ling Er, I, Yang Hai, am willing to pay with my life." Yang Hai understood the people of the Wood Grain tribe, so he spoke resolutely. Ling Zhao's face darkened. He couldn't say anything to Yang Hai. After all, from Yang Hai's words, it proved that Yang Hai trusted the Wood Grain tribe completely. It made him feel uncomfortable. It was hard to accept that his own follower trusted someone else unconditionally, and didn't stand on his side. Ling Xiao looked deeply at Yang Hai, and was about to return to the Wood Grain race to ask for an explanation. At this moment, Yang Hai said, "Peak Lord, think about it. With our competence, even if a high-level incipient God realm expert were here, he wouldn't be able to take young lady Ling Er away without us noticing. It doesn't make sense." "What do you want to say?" Ling Xiao frowned. After he calmed down, he thought that Yang Hai's words made sense. His perception was indeed higher than his own, but it was impossible for him to easily kidnap someone from his side. I think it's the 9-colored exquisite tree's doing," Yang Hai guessed anxiously. "The 9-colored exquisite holy tree?" Ling Xiao looked at the 9-colored exquisite tree and mumbled. "That's right, if it wasn't for it, who else could have taken Miss Ling Er away without anyone noticing?" Yang Hai immediately replied. Yang Hai looked at Ling Xiao with hope in his eyes. He really hoped that Ling Xiao wouldn't blame the Wood Grain tribe. Ling Xiao contemplated for a while and then said, "Perhaps you're right. There's something strange here. The 9-colored exquisite tree could have taken Ling Er away. Perhaps she has seen it already." After thinking about this, Ling Xiao felt that he had wronged Yang Hai. He apologized. "I'm sorry, old Yang. I was a little impatient. I misunderstood you." Chapter 1536. One of Ling Zhao's strengths was that he knew how to correct his mistakes. Even when it came to his own followers, Ling Xiao would never let them suffer for no reason. Yang Hai waved his hand. "Peak Lord is just concerned about Miss Ling Er, it's nothing." "Then how about this, you go back and talk to the Wood Grain race about this. Even if they didn't do it, they must have something to do with it. I'll look around here. If I can't find anything, we'll go back and meet up," Ling Xiao said. Yang Hai also knew that Ling Xiao was right. The wood grain race definitely knew what was going on. He nodded and comforted Ling Xiao. Peak Lord, don't worry, Miss Ling Air should be fine. After saying that, he immediately flew back the way he came. Could it be that the 9-colored exquisite tree really took Ling Air away? Ling Xiao stopped in place and looked at the 9-colored exquisite tree not far away, falling into deep thought. His divine sense kept scanning, but he still didn't find anything. He closed his eyes again, and when he opened them again, he didn't see Xiao Ling again. What should I do? Do I really have to go back and find the wood grain race to settle the score? Ling Xiao said anxiously. Suddenly, Ling Xiao seemed to think of something and slapped the back of his head, then exclaimed, "That's right, although I don't have old Lu following me, I still have a third of his heart. I believe he can sense the existence of the 9-colored exquisite tree." Then, he took out the third of the undying heart, and carefully held it in his hand. He circulated his wood attribute energy and closely connected with it. The reason why Ling Xiao had a pure wood attribute body was because he had once been one with old Lu. He had unknowingly been contaminated with a strong undying qi. When Ling Xiao's wood attribute energy resonated with the undying heart, something strange happened. The 1/3 of the undying heart turned into a ball of energy, and quietly entered his heart, disappearing without a trace. When Ling Xiao sensed it, it was already too late. A stream of pure immortal qi started to spread out from his heart, nourishing all the muscles in his body. That vigorous vitality was so strong that Ling Xiao felt completely comfortable. I can't believe I've absorbed the power of the undying heart. Now, I have nothing to exchange with the wood grain race. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh. To ordinary warriors, 1/3 of the immortal heart could increase their power. However, Ling Xiao was an incipient God realm expert, so he needed to absorb a massive amount of energy. And when LV1 gave him the immortal heart, he had just reached level 10. He hadn't even reached level 11. Thus, the energy wasn't a big deal to Ling Xiao. The magical effect of the undying heart was the power of the undying heart. In the future, even if Ling Xiao was killed by someone, even if his head and soul exploded, as long as there was a strand of his flesh and blood left, he could still use the immortal qi to rebuild his body and come back to life. It was the real magical effect of the undying heart. It was like giving Ling Xiao a chance to live. When Ling Xiao completely digested the power of the undying heart, he immediately felt an inexplicable power descend upon his body. It seemed that he was drawn by some kind of power, as if he had entered a space array, or a space gate. The next moment he was in another place. Flows of desolate qi swarmed around him. Cold winds howled and howled. The grass on the ground had become a dead land. Rocks and dust were everywhere. It was like a dead land. Where is this? Ling Xiao was puzzled and asked himself. Suddenly he saw a beautiful figure in front of him. Who else could it be but Xiao Ling? Ling Air. Ling Xiao shouted in surprise. Then he rushed in the direction of Xiao Ling. Brother Ling Xiao, you are here too. Xiao Ling looked back and shouted in surprise when he saw Ling Xiao. Well, how did you get here? Ling Xiao was relieved to see Xiao Ling and asked casually. I don't know. I just closed my eyes and wanted to see the colorful tree. Then I appeared here. I didn't see Brother Ling Xiao, so I felt a little scared. Xiao Ling came to Ling Xiao's side and said, So that's how it is. Ling Xiao replied and began to look around. He found that apart from the desolation of this dead land, there was no sign of life in it. However, there was a cluster of 9-colored divine light above it. In addition, there was also a dark cloud mixed within the 9-colored divine light. It seemed to be competing with the 9-colored divine light, and the dark cloud had already gained the upper hand. The 9-colored divine light seemed to be bitterly holding on, and it was likely that it would be completely devoured by the dark cloud sooner or later. Brother Ling Xiao, I felt that I was called here by someone, but I didn't see that person when I came here. It's really strange. Xiao Ling whispered, holding Ling Xiao's arm. Ling Xiao nodded lightly and did not say anything. He had already sensed some clues. This place was probably related to the colorful tree. Because he had absorbed the undying heart, he had some sense between the undying tree and other sacred trees. That sense was extremely intense and sensitive here. The colorful tree, you must be here, right? Ling Xiao looked around the strange space and asked. Ling Xiao's words echoed in this place, but there was no response. Xiao Ling was also looking around. His big eyes kept rolling, and he was very nervous and expectant. Did I sense wrong? Ling Xiao said doubtfully. Swoosh. Suddenly, a beam of 9-colored divine light shot down from above. Ling Xiao protected Xiao Ling behind him, and stared at the 9-colored divine light vigilantly. The 9-colored divine light converged into a human figure, which gradually became clearer. It was a beautiful woman in a 9-colored divine light. Her facial features and body were no different from a human, but her limbs looked like many branches and roots. Obviously, she was a tree ant. Ling Xiao was sure that this should be the tree spirit of the colorful tree. You should be the colorful tree, right? Ling Xiao asked. The colorful exquisite dragon looked at Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling with a complicated expression, and finally fixed her eyes on Ling Xiao, and said, Human, how can you have such a strong undying qi? Ling Xiao replied directly, Because I have seen the undying tree, and it even nurtured it in my sea of consciousness for a period of time. The colorful exquisite dragon's beautiful eyes stared straight at Ling Xiao's heart, and her face changed a few times in an instant before she sighed and said, It seems that the undying old man really stayed with you, but it is really your great fortune that it was able to give you 1/3 of its undying heart. Hee, I and the undying tree are friends. Ling Xiao responded with a smile, and then he said to the colorful exquisite dragon, Actually, we came here. Before he could finish, the colorful exquisite dragon interrupted him. You don't have to say it, I know. You need the Genesis stone, right? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and said, That's right. The colorful exquisite dragon really had the power of an exquisite dragon. He didn't even say a word, but it actually saw through him. In front of it, he really didn't have any secrets. I have the Genesis stone, but I can't give it to you. The colorful exquisite dragon directly refused. Is there no room for discussion? Ling Xiao asked gloomily. There is room for discussion. The key is that you are not qualified, you are too weak. If you didn't have the power of the undying heart to sense this place, you would never have been able to come to my world. That girl with the ethereal body is too weak. What a pity. The colorful exquisite dragon revealed a bit of sadness. Don't look at my strength. I am not careless when it comes to doing things. Tell me, what conditions do you have? As long as I can get it, I will definitely do it for you. Ling Xiao patted his chest and asked. Xiao Ling said, That's right. My brother Ling Xiao is very powerful, don't underestimate him. The colorful exquisite dragon raised its head and pointed to the dark clouds above and said, Do you see those black things? They are the heaven-devouring locust. There is no plant in this world that they can't devour. Even a divine tree with a tree spirit like us can't stop them. It won't be long before I will be devoured by them. If you can help me get rid of them, I don't mind giving you a piece of the Genesis stone. Unfortunately, I need the Genesis stone to maintain my life. One less piece means one less support for me, and I might not be able to hold on at any time. Heaven-devouring locust. Ling Xiao revealed a somewhat moved expression as he exclaimed. This was a legendary desolate beast insect. It was said to have been extinct in ancient times, but he didn't expect it to still exist. They were social beasts, and their numbers were not ordinary but extremely large. Usually, there would be millions or even tens of millions of them. In the historical records, there were at most tens of billions of heaven-devouring locusts that appeared. In less than a month, they directly devoured all the spiritual things in an ancient mountain range. That time was called the heaven-devouring locust disaster. Since then, everyone's expression changed when they talked about the heaven-devouring locust. Although they were most interested in plants, wherever they went, even if it was a place where humans lived, they would not be able to withstand this disaster. This was because they could even directly devour humans. This was because the danger of the heaven-devouring locust was too great. If they were allowed to grow and multiply, there would absolutely be no creatures left in the heaven territory. Thus, the ancient supreme incipient god realm experts joined hands with many beast clans to carry out a battle against these heaven-devouring locusts. It was also called the Locust Extermination War that the heaven-devouring locust was eliminated. They were not allowed to continue to exist and harm the world. Unexpectedly, when Ling Xiao and the colorful exquisite dragon met for the first time, he heard about this extinct desolate insect. He couldn't help but feel a little scared. What? Are you afraid? I don't think you have the courage to challenge them. The colorful exquisite dragon revealed a bit of desolation as she spoke. She didn't know how many years she had been tortured by the heaven-devouring locust. If she didn't have endless power, she would have been devoured long ago. Chapter 1537. He afraid? I've never been afraid of anything. Isn't it just the heaven-devouring locust? I'll help you destroy them. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and said with a smile, Don't try to show off. Since you know about the heaven-devouring locust, you should know how terrifying they are. They don't even dare to provoke humans who are stronger than you. With your current strength, don't even think about dealing with them. You'll just be throwing your life away. Nine-colored exquisite said, I think you should believe me. Since you know that you can't hold on any longer, why don't you let me help you? You should know that I'm not lying. I sincerely want to help you. Ling Xiao said very sincerely. The nine-colored exquisite dragon could see through his thoughts and could determine whether his words were true or false. Although the heaven-devouring locust was terrifying, they had been killed before. This proved that they also had a weakness. As long as this weakness was grasped, they would definitely be destroyed. Nine-colored exquisite could indeed feel Ling Xiao's strong confidence and the sincerity of his words. This made it wonder where Ling Xiao's confidence came from. Tell me, how are you going to help me? If you can give me a reason, I'll agree to your request. Nine-colored exquisite said with some wavering. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and spread out his palm. A flame instantly floated and danced in his palm. No matter how powerful the heaven-devouring locust is, they can't withstand fire attacks, right? Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Nine-colored exquisite laughed and said, Don't you know that their numbers are extremely shocking? It's not just tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of heaven-devouring locusts that are gnawing at my tree trunk, but tens of millions of heaven-devouring locusts. Even if there are a few more humans like you, you won't be able to help me even if you use fire attacks. In the end, I'm afraid that you will only end up being gnawed to death by them. Tens of millions. Ling Xiao instantly widened his eyes and exclaimed softly. He really did not expect that there would be so many of them, and that the nine-colored exquisite tree had the ability to block them and not be instantly devoured. That's right. If it wasn't for the nine-colored divine light that I've accumulated for 1,000,000 years, I would have been devoured by them. They're too terrifying. The nine-colored exquisite dragon sighed. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and asked, Are they up there? Why do I feel like it's so far away? I was originally quite far away from you, on another land space outside the realm. What you see now is just me inside a tree root here. The nine-colored exquisite dragon replied. Ling Xiao was completely speechless. It turned out that they were inside one of the nine-colored exquisite tree roots. It was truly unimaginable. The nine-colored exquisite tree was not in the heaven realm, but in another land outside the realm. No wonder they felt it was very close, but in reality, it was very far away. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't catch up. So this was the root of all this. It seemed that the woodgrain race had only been guarding a single root of the nine-color exquisite. However, it had also infected them with the exquisite qi, giving them different abilities. As for the reason why the nine-colored exquisite dragon didn't ask the wood grain race for help, it was presumably because the wood grain race had the wood attribute. They couldn't help it at all, and would instead send them to their deaths. This was because the heaven-devouring locusts were almost immune to the power of the wood attribute. Moreover, they were even more interested in the wood grain race who were infected with wood qi, and even killed them. Tens of millions of heaven-devouring locusts are really troublesome. Ling Xiao sighed. It's good that you know. Alright, since you've come here, I'll give you some opportunities as a return gift. The nine-colored exquisite dragon didn't want to continue this discussion, so after saying this, It sent a ray of 9-colored divine light to Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling. Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling felt an inexplicable power being added to their bodies, giving them an indescribable feeling. In particular, Xiao Ling's body actually burst forth with a powerful 9-colored divine light. Her whole body floated up, and a mysterious power constantly flashed in her heart. The ethereal body is indeed the most compatible with my exquisite qi. In the future, you will have the divine ability to steal people's hearts. I hope you can continue to maintain an ethereal heart. After saying this, the 9-colored exquisite dragon's figure began to fade, as if it was about to disappear. Don't go yet, those old grandpas have a message for you. They said that you have forgotten about their people. Xiao Ling remembered the wood grain race's words, and said to the 9-colored exquisite dragon, "What difference does it make whether I remember them or not? They are too stubborn and have always been so stubborn that their bodies have mutated. If it weren't for the fact that I can't protect myself right now, I could still help them. What a pity." The 9-colored exquisite dragon sighed. 9-colored exquisite dragon, don't go yet. How can I find you? I have a way to help you. Ling Xiao came back to his senses and exclaimed. The 9-colored exquisite dragon's body was about to disappear. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, it once again burst forth with a bit of power and shot a bit of energy towards Ling Xiao, saying, "This is my exquisite leaf. If you really have a way, when you reach the outer realm, it will guide you to find me. Remember, I don't have much time left. At most, I can only hold on for 100 years. If you really want to help me, then hurry up." As it finished speaking, the 9-colored exquisite dragon had already disappeared in front of them. Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling's location also began to change. They returned to the grassland once again, and they still saw the divine tree that was emitting 9-colored divine light not far away. It should be the tree's root, and it was just a reflection of the 9-colored exquisite tree. It didn't exist on this land. Ling Xiao only felt that everything that had just happened was so unreal. Only when he held the exquisite leaf in his hand did he feel that everything that had just happened was real. "Brother Ling Xiao, that exquisite tree is so pitiful. We must help it." Xiao Ling shook Ling Xiao's arm and begged. Ling Xiao showed a determined face and nodded. "Don't worry, I will definitely help it." For the Genesis Stone, even if Ling Xiao had to go up to heaven or down to earth, he would find a way to do it. Moreover, he already had a plan. As long as he prepared and went to outer space, he would be able to help the 9-colored exquisite tree. Right at this moment, Yang Hai brought the chief of the Wood Grain clan, and some other incipient God Realm experts to them. "Peak Lord, Miss Ling Er, are you okay?" Yang Hai screamed not far from them. "We're okay," answered Ling Xiao. At this moment, the Wood Grain clan's warriors looked at Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling with astonishment. The chief of the Wood Grain clan asked directly, "You must have seen the divine tree, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have the exquisite aura." Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling nodded to show their agreement. The exquisite aura of the old men of the Wood Grain clan in front of them wasn't weak. Even if they didn't say anything, they could sense the changes in their hearts and knew what had happened. However, Ling Xiao suddenly felt that he seemed to be able to sense the telepathic ability that they were pulling. As long as he wanted to avoid these sensing powers, he would be able to do so. At the same time, he also discovered that he had a similar ability, but it was not as strong as theirs. For example, when he looked at Yang Hai, he could feel Yang Hai's sincere worry, and he was glad that the two of them were safe. All of these feelings made him feel strangely magical. Xiao Ling said, "Grandpa's the exquisite divine tree's situation isn't good. It can't contact you now. Don't blame it." "How could we blame it? It's our God. We're willing to sacrifice everything for it." The old men of the Wood Grain clan looked sincere. Then the chief of the Wood Grain clan asked anxiously, "You said it's not good? What's going on?" "Even if I tell you, you won't be able to help. It has already asked my brother Ling Xiao to help it. You can just wait patiently. My brother Ling Xiao will help it solve its problems. When the time comes, it will return to you," Xiao Ling said very seriously. The old men of the Wood Grain clan looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable doubt. They couldn't understand. The colorful exquisite tree was a divine tree that they revered. It was the tree that their Wood Grain clan relied on to survive. Why would an outsider suddenly help it solve its problems? However, they could feel that Xiao Ling wasn't lying. Ling Xiao spread out the exquisite leaf in his hand and said, "It's indeed in some trouble. I'm the only one who can help it, so it entrusted it to me." With the exquisite leaf in Ling Xiao's hand, the old men of the Wood Grain clan completely believed in Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling. The way they looked at the two of them became much friendlier and more enthusiastic. "If you can help the divine tree solve its problem, you will be the benefactor of our Wood Grain clan. We will listen to you at that time," said the chief of the Wood Grain clan solemnly. In their eyes, the colorful exquisite tree was their support. If Ling Xiao could help it, it was the same as helping them. It was reasonable for him to say so. "You're too polite. I'm just doing it for the Genesis stone," Ling Xiao replied humbly. Right after that, the old men of the Wood Grain clan invited Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling back to their place of residence. They also asked someone to bring them the top-quality milk of the tree for them to drink. The old men of the Wood Grain clan even called the representatives of their clansmen to introduce them to Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling. It meant that Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling had won the friendship of the Wood Grain clan. This friendship even surpassed the friendship between Yang Hai and the Wood Grain race, causing Yang Hai to be incomparably envious of them. Eventually, under their invitation, Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling stayed for a few days to see the customs of the Wood Grain clan. They also traded some daily necessities and divine items. Ling Xiao and Xiao Ling had the exquisite qi, so they could get along well with any member of the Wood Grain clan. This increased the number of powerful allies Ling Xiao had in the Heaven territory. You're tuning in to the Echoes of the Heart YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.